Good morning, Council. We invite you all to take your seats so we can start promptly. Thank you. Please proceed to your seats. Good morning, Council. Please be seated so we can proceed with the opening of the meeting. All right, so I think we're ready to start. If everyone could just please take your seats. All right. Good. Thank you, Council. So good morning and welcome. We now have a quorum, so I would start by saying, first of all, welcome to Samarkand, the beautiful heart of the historic Silk Road. Just by viewing this Congress Center, we can see how special this country is, though I do also encourage you to further visit this very unique city and country. Before we begin, let me go over some few housekeeping matters. First of all, we do have an overflow room for Council located in the Diamond Room, which is just here behind us. Feel free to use it as needed. As usual, interpretation is available in English, French, and Spanish. You are welcome to address the floor in any of these languages. Also, with thanks to the host government, interpretation in Uzbek is also available. The headsets are placed in your seats. To request the floor, please raise your name tag, and I will do my best to follow the order of requests. For Council members joining us online, you may request the floor via the Zoom chat, and I will do my best to place you in the order received. On your tables, Council members, you will find your name tags, and below it's the name of the alternate, so please arrange them as appropriate. As it is our practice, there is no formal coffee break. Nonetheless, coffee, tea, and light refreshments are available in the catering area, exiting the room to the left. Water, coffee, and tea may be brought into the room, but we kindly ask that food will be consumed outside. With that said, we are ready to start, and now I will pass it over to the chair.
Thank you, Noemi. Good morning, and welcome to the 71st Council meeting of the Global Environment Facility. It's a great pleasure to be joined once again by Richard, my co-chair, and Council member representing Australia, New Zealand, and the Republic of Korea. Richard. I also want to extend a special thanks to our host here in the ancient city of Samarkand, His Excellency Mr. Aziz Abdukakimov, Advisor to the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan on the Environment and Chairman of the National Committee on Ecology and Climate Change. Aziz. Today marks the official beginning of a busy and momentous week for the GEF family. This council marks a tremendous milestone as the final council meeting of the GEF 8 cycle. We will therefore be both looking ahead to GEF 9 and celebrating what we have accomplished together in GEF 8. We will bring for your approval the summary of negotiations of the 9th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund, which concludes the replenishment process in advance of GEF 9 implementation, which will begin on July 1st. I want to take this opportunity to recognize again the tireless work from all of you that has brought us to this moment. On April 9th, donor countries pledged an initial $3.9 billion to the GEF for its 9th replenishment cycle. This was a powerful demonstration of commitment to meeting international environmental goals through multilateral cooperation. In time of competing global priorities, I want to thank everyone for your unwavering commitment to the GEF. The GEF 9 replenishment process has shown what becomes possible when we choose cooperation and collaboration, when we come together to act not just for our own countries, but for our shared planet. Together we have aligned on the main priorities for GEF 9, continuing the integration pathway and integrated programs, scaling blended finance to unlock greater investment, advancing whole of society and whole of government approaches, deepening support for Indigenous peoples and local communities, and sustaining robust support for least developed countries and small island developing states while continuing to deliver global environmental benefits for everyone, everywhere. At the same time, we've also advanced important policy changes to make the GEF faster, simpler, and more accountable so that resources reach countries more efficiently and deliver impact sooner. The GEF 9 package reflects your commitment, your collaboration, and your shared determination to get this right. At the same time, as the last council meeting of GEF 8, this is also a moment to celebrate what we have achieved together in GEF 8. You will hear more in the upcoming agenda items, but I want to share a few highlights. First, the GEF 8 portfolio is generating system-level environmental benefits at scale. High-impact investments are also driving results across all focal areas. And blended finance operations are generating an impressive 18-to-1 co-financing ratio, underscoring the GEF's catalytic role in mobilizing diverse sources of finance. Our focus on integration was fully embedded in the GEF 8 cycle, with 98 countries participating in the GEF 8 integrated programs, including 31 LDCs and 26 SIDS. Over 100 country-level dialogues and workshops have supported capacity building and programming in alignment with national priorities. We have advanced knowledge and learning, strategic communications, gender equality, Indigenous peoples participation, blended finance activities, and private sector engagement, all laying a powerful baseline for expanded achievements moving forward in the GEF 9 cycle. Colleagues, as we all know, the global environmental crisis is intensifying, and geopolitical challenges are having real impacts on international aid budgets. Therefore, the need and opportunity for the GEF to work with other partners and leverage new and additional finance from all sources is more important than ever. We heard you loud and clear in the negotiations, and we are taking action. In this regard, I'm extremely excited to share with you that the GEF is launching a new financial partnership with a US-based philanthropy to advance common biodiversity goals in Africa. This will bring new and additional funding to the GEF resources for countries that prioritize conserving their critical biodiversity in Africa. To explain this in more detail, I would like to have Mr. Rob Walton explain this partnership in a very short video.
Earlier this year, I spent time in two remarkable places in Zambia, Kafue National Park and North Luangwa, two of the 162 protected areas across Africa. When you're on the ground in places like that, it's clear pretty quickly what they mean for wildlife and for people. North Luangwa supports jobs and food security across the region. Kafue, part of the Kavango-Zambezi or Kaza region, helps supply water to Lusaka. Keystone protected areas hold everything together around them. They're a small share of the land, but they carry a lot of weight. They provide water for 1 in 5 Africans. They support livelihoods for tens of millions of people, and they protect most of the continent's threatened species. Last year, the African Union and 5 heads of state launched the Africa Keystone Protected Area Partnership to help safeguard these areas for the long term. This is a leadership initiative that matters and deserves support. That's why I and the team at my foundation are focusing our efforts here. We've seen firsthand what coordinated long-term funding can do. So today we're taking another step, a new collaboration with the GEF, which we've partnered with before. If African countries choose to direct GEF funding toward NGOs with collaborative management partnerships in Keystone protected areas, my foundation will match that funding and provide technical assistance for proposals development. We're committing up to $50 million to support that work and would be pleased if we're challenged to increase that. We've seen the impact we can achieve when funding is steady and aligned with the priorities of local communities. If we want these places to endure, it will take all of us. Thank you very much.
Now, while this is not a direct contribution to the GEF Trust Fund in the same manner as donor contributions are, it does represent the first step to establish new private-public partnerships built on common biodiversity goals that can truly increase the scale of funding and the scale of results on the ground. The world is changing around us, and excuse me. And the way we collectively approach nature and climate financing also needs to adapt and expand to these realities and opportunities. We're working on similar partnerships on the dedicated IPLC resources that were agreed upon in GEF 9, and this has already sparked the interest of 2 other philanthropies for similar joint efforts, and I hope that we can share similar good news in the coming months. Dear colleagues, 4 years ago at the start of GEF 8, we set out to be bigger, bolder, and better equipped to confront the growing global environmental crisis. This week we close the chapter on the GEF 8 cycle, and we are now on the verge of launching a bold and ambitious GEF 9 cycle that will inspire confidence, spur action, and raise our collective sights for what the world can achieve. There is still much to do, but we have come a long way together, and your support, your leadership, and your vision. As the world's family of funds for the environment, the GEF supports countries' efforts to tackle the root causes of environmental degradation, advancing global goals for nature, climate, and pollution. Your continued belief and investments in the GEF allows countries to turn commitments into action, restoring nature, cutting pollution, and strengthening resilience where climate and environmental shocks hit hardest. It means greater support to deliver on the Global Biodiversity Framework and the Rio Conventions, as well as our other conventions, through integrated, country-driven solutions. And it means a vote of confidence in international cooperation, that when we invest together, we can create lasting outcomes that are otherwise unachievable. On a personal note, I'm extremely proud and deeply honored to be at this Council and Assembly as the interim GEF CEO. Each and every one of you gives me renewed hope that collectively we can safeguard the global environment and build a better planet for all. Thank you. I would like to now invite my co-chair, Richard, to make a statement. Richard.
Thank you, Claude, and good morning, everyone. I too would like to acknowledge our host, advisor to the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan on the Environment and Chairman of the National Committee on Ecology and Climate Change, His Excellency Aziz Abduk Hakimov. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just acknowledging. Let me finish. I extend a special thanks to you and the Government of Uzbekistan for so warmly welcoming us to this incredible and historic city of Samarkand. I would also like to express my gratitude to the GEF Secretariat staff for your ongoing work in preparing the documentation, support to Council members, recipient countries and all stakeholders, and for the logistical aspects involved in organising this meeting, which are immense. I'd like to thank you, Chair, and our fellow Council members for your continued leadership and commitment at a time when global environmental challenges are becoming more complex and more urgent. Dear colleagues, I too welcome you to the 71st Council meeting of the GEF. It is a true pleasure and honour to be with you all this week. We meet at a time of fiscal tightening, geopolitical tensions, an energy crisis and accelerating global environmental and climate crises. The GEF's role in delivering collective, multilateral solutions has never been more important, and I commend all contributors for their progress made in the 9th replenishment process and for the spirit of cooperation that has underpinned it. These global challenges often impact the most vulnerable, particularly small island developing states and least developed countries. And at a local level, women, children, Indigenous peoples and local communities and people living with disabilities, to name but a few. It is therefore timely that the Council will consider this week the expansion of the GEF partnership under GEF 9 to include 3 or more additional agencies focusing on SIDS and LDCs and gaps in engagement with civil societies organisations, Indigenous peoples and local communities, along with the private sector. The Council will also consider the new GEF 9 STAR policy, which aims to strengthen monitoring of SIDS and LDCs, including a dedicated section on SIDS and LDCs in the GEF 9 corporate scorecard and a disaggregated assessment of SIDS and LDCs in the STAR midterm review. The Council will also consider a solid work program of around $141 million. Personally, I'm pleased to see investments in Pacific SIDS, including Solomon Islands, which is an LDC, a biodiversity project to support the restoration of degraded forests, freshwater and coastal, supporting local livelihoods and resilience through an integrated community-driven ridge-to-reef approach, and a global project on Blue Nature Alliance, the only dedicated public philanthropic collaboration focused on global ocean protection. When considering the GEF's relations with conventions and other international institutions, the Council can reflect that the GEF is a financial mechanism for 6 multilateral environmental agreements that support developing countries to address environmental challenges. The most recent being the High Seas Biodiversity, or BBNJ, Treaty, which is a milestone for oceans protection with the possibility for supporting a proposed plastics treaty. With the entry of force into the BBNJ agreement on the 17th of January this year, and the timeline for the first BBNJ COP within 1 year, the GEF has already commenced important work on supporting BBNJ ratification and implementation. Colleagues, the GEF remains the cornerstone of the international and climate finance architecture. Indeed, the GEF is the longest-standing multilateral climate fund. The GEF 9 pledges clearly demonstrate that GEF instills confidence in its ability to deliver. And yet, its greatest challenges and opportunities to make a difference lie ahead. This includes integrated approaches that deliver system-wide environmental benefits, scaling blended finance to crowd in private sector investment, strengthening country ownership and alignment with national priorities, enhancing support for vulnerable countries, including SIDS and LDCs, and enhancing inclusion, particularly for women, youth, IPLCs and people with disabilities. At the same time, continued effort is required to ensure the GEF is efficient, responsive and results-focused. Delivering impact on the ground, quickly and effectively, must remain the centre of our work. I look forward to the discussions this week and welcome engagement from you all. And now I'll hand back to the Chair, Claude. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I'd like to now invite His Excellency Aziz Abdukakimov, Advisor to the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan on Environment and Chairman of the National Committee on Ecology and Climate Change, to make an opening statement. His Excellency.
Thank you. Now it's my turn. Good morning, Honorable Dr. Claude Gascon, distinguished Council members, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and welcome to Samarkand. It's a great honor for Uzbekistan to host the 8th GEF Assembly and associated meetings in this historic city of Samarkand. For centuries, Samarkand has connected people, cultures, and ideas across continents. Today, Samarkand once again becomes a meeting point, this time for global cooperation to address our shared environmental challenges. The theme of this assembly, the last sprint towards 2030, could not be more timely. We meet at a moment when the triple planetary crisis is becoming increasingly visible across all regions of the world. At the same time, the window for achieving our global environmental commitments is rapidly decreasing. This is why the role of the Global Environmental Facility is important more than ever. For over 3 decades, the GEF has demonstrated its multilateral cooperation delivers results. Through its unique partnership of countries, agencies, conventions, civil society, and private sector, it has helped transform global environmental ambitions into concrete actions on the ground. We congratulate the GEF on the successful completion of GEF 8 cycle and welcome the strong commitment towards GEF 9 cycle. Uzbekistan highly values its long-standing partnership with the GEF. Over the years, GEF supported Uzbekistan to protect biodiversity, including iconic snow leopard, restore landscape in the Aral Sea region, increase climate resilience, and improve sustainable land and waste management. GEF has also supported international commitments and knowledge transfer. As of today, Uzbekistan GEF project portfolio reached 13 projects with a total amount $56 million, with additional 5 project pipeline of over 30 million. We are also grateful for GEF agencies whose expertise and presence continue to strengthen environmental actions in our region in Central Asia. We are pleased to see several GEF agencies expand their engagement in Uzbekistan and Central Asia, including IUCN, IFAD, WWF. We believe that greater diversity within the GEF partnership creates more opportunities for innovation, knowledge exchange, and healthy competition with stronger results on the ground. Your Excellencies, environmental challenges do not recognize national borders. They require integrated solutions, stronger regional cooperation, and long-term thinking. As we look towards the future, Uzbekistan intends to move increasingly from the project-based approach towards broader programmatic approaches that deliver systematic and lasting change. We also see great value in promoting transboundary and nexus-based solutions that address interconnected challenges. An important example is the GEF-supported Central Asia Water and Land Nexus program announced at the previous GEF Assembly in Vancouver, Canada. Dear colleagues, to this end, I am honored to announce Uzbekistan's intention to become one of the first countries in Central Asia to contribute to the GEF 9 replenishment. This decision reflects our commitment to shared responsibility and our belief that countries should not only benefit from international cooperation, but also contribute to it. The coming days provide an important opportunity to shape the next chapter in GEF partnership. Distinguished colleagues, using this opportunity, I would like to invite you to visit Eco Expo Central Asia 2026, initiated by the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, which serves as the region's premier environmental and green technology exhibition, matching together global and regional leaders to showcase innovative solutions and foster cooperation for sustainable development. We cordially invite you to participate in this international exhibition, which will commence on June 2nd. At the same time, we would like to appreciate your support in declaring Samarkand as the capital of green investment and innovation of Central Asia, recognizing its growing role as a global platform for environmental cooperation, green finance, and the next of sustainable technologies. This designation would reinforce Samarkand's position as a leading center for environmental diplomacy and green development in the region and beyond. Let me conclude with by wishing all of us successful meeting with impactful outcomes. Once again, welcome to Samarkand and Kattar Ahmad.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thanks for the leadership of your country and the tremendous hospitality that you have demonstrated and will continue to demonstrate this week. At this point, I would like to open the floor for any comments on the opening statements, if there are any, and I'll ask Noémie to moderate the requests.
I don't see any requests, Chair, so back to you.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to remind Council that a provisional agenda has been circulated for consideration as document GEF/C71/01/revision 01. I'd like to ask Council if there are any comments and/or items to add under any other business.
Yes, floor is now open. Ben, please, floor is yours.
Many thanks, Claude and Naomi. Speaking as the chair of the ad hoc working group on the SNAP review, just to flag that obviously we'll have a number of SNAP items coming up this week. Obviously, we'll first of all have the SNAP chairperson's report later today, and also we'll have an executive session tomorrow. However, I'd like to also provide any other business for Inge Anderson, the ED of UNEP, to update the Council with respect to their role regarding SNAP as well, and request that she does that under AOB. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. This is well noted. On our end from the Secretariat, we will put forward 3 decisions under any other business. The first one is to update the date of the 72nd Council meeting and modality. The second one is to put forward the dates of the 73rd and 74th Council meetings as well as their modalities. And the third one is the appointment of the co-chair for the 72nd Council meeting. I don't see any more flags raised, so back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Based on that, I would like to invite Council to adopt the agenda for the meeting. I don't see any requests. The agenda is adopted.
Thank you, Chair. I would now like to move to agenda item 2. And for that, I would like to invite Maitreya Das from the trustee to deliver her remarks in relation to the summary of negotiations and the 9th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund. Over to you, Maitreya.
Thank you very much, Richard, and good morning to everybody. It is wonderful to see so many of you back here again, back here as in the Council. For me, it is, of course, a great pleasure to be here and to be here at the conclusion of the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations and the pledging session that was held in April. As others have mentioned, let me start by echoing my sincere appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan for its warm hospitality and the opportunity to join in this gorgeous city of Samarkand. The replenishment process has been an incredible journey. It has been a journey in more ways than one. From Paris, when we started this process about a year ago, to Kasane, where we witnessed firsthand the kind of environmental stewardship that the GEF makes possible. The field visit that we had in Kasane fostered a remarkable sense of camaraderie and a shared commitment among GEF partners. To Bonn, where we reached convergence to set the stage for the virtual pledging session in April. And now we are at this moment here in Samarkand, and this journey has been marked by openness, perseverance, and a shared sense of purpose. Let me congratulate the entire GEF community on the strong outcome of the GEF 9 replenishment, where we have had an initial envelope so far of 3.9 billion. This is no mean achievement. I would like to thank those contributing participants who have already confirmed their pledges. For the first time in the replenishment process, contributions can be received throughout the GEF 9 replenishment cycle. We do realize that a few of the contributing participants are still completing their internal approval processes. And so we hope to secure an even larger envelope from these remaining contributing participants before the World Bank executive directors adopt the replenishment resolution. Finally, I'd like to share a couple of thoughts on our partnership. What has this process told us about our partnership? It has told us that the partnership is not just in the outcome, although the 3.9 billion is a very powerful testimony, but the way in which we got here. Donors, non-contributing partners, including representatives from non-donor recipient countries, civil society organizations, the private sector, other climate funds, GEF agencies, conventions, and IPAC all engaged very actively throughout the discussions. We are in a very difficult moment as far as overseas development assistance is concerned. And the GEF 9 replenishment reflects that a shared resolve of all participants to advance this ambitious environmental agenda that the GEF represents are all very vital to the future of our planet. My sincere thanks to Claude and to the entire GEFSEC team. We have worked seamlessly together as one team, and their professionalism, their teamwork, and steady commitment throughout the replenishment process has been absolutely critical to the point at which we are now. Finally, to our trustee team that has worked tirelessly, from engaging with each contributing participant on payment arrangements to modeling various scenarios, as well as the overall replenishment process and the envelope. I would like to take the opportunity to request all contributing participants to coordinate with the trustee and formalize the GEF 9 pledges in a timely manner, so that GEF 9 can become effective as soon as possible. The details are there in the summary of negotiations of the 9th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund. Thank you very much for your tremendous support and partnership in bringing GEF 9 replenishment to this important stage, and I look forward to the important work of the Council over the coming days as we chart the path for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maitri. I'd like to now invite Claude Gascon from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF/C71/02, the summary of the negotiations of the 9th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund. Over to you, Claude.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Let me also extend my appreciation to the trustee, Maitreyi, and her team for the tremendously productive collaboration that we had with the GEF Secretariat in getting us to this point. And it's a pleasure for me to introduce the document of the summary of the negotiations of the 9th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund to Council. Together, over the past 18 months, we have negotiated and delivered a strong and ambitious package for GEF 9. This package contains the investment strategy, the policy recommendations, and the resource allocation model. I'm pleased to report that the negotiations delivered a consensus package with the main priorities of GEF 9 being the continuation of the integration pathway and integrated programs, the scaling up of blended finance to unlock greater investment, advancing whole of society and whole of government approaches, deepening our support for Indigenous peoples and local communities, sustaining robust support for least developed countries and small island developing states, streamlining and facilitating access by countries to GEF resources while continuing to deliver global environmental benefits for everyone and everywhere. The success of the negotiations represents a renewed vote of confidence in multilateralism, in the GEF partnership, in the GEF as a financial mechanism, and in the importance of the global environment. For that, I thank and congratulate all participants. Before handing back the floor to the co-chair, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let me show a video that is certainly worth 3.9 billion words, or in this case, dollars.
Thank you, Claude, and thank you for that brief video, inspiring in terms of what the GEF is doing and the impacts it can have. I'd now like to open the floor for any questions and comments, and I'll hand over to Naomi to manage any interventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. The floor is now open. Okay, Vanuesa, thank you for kicking us off. Vanuesa, representing the Caribbean countries, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since I take the floor for the first time, I wish to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the government and people of Uzbekistan for their warm hospitality and excellent arrangement, and to the GEF Secretariat for their careful preparation and strong support. The Caribbean constituency welcomes the successful conclusion of the 9 GEF replenishment process and extend its appreciation to all contributors to the co-chairs, the GEF Secretariat, and the partners to their efforts. While we welcome the increased resource available on the GEF 9, we emphasize that financing must be accompanied by simplified, efficient, and fit-for-purpose access to modalities. We would like to reiterate that for small island development states, reducing transaction costs and streamlining procedures is essential to ensure timely and effective access to resources. For the SIDS, predictable, accessible, and adequate finance remains critical to achieve their environmental and sustainable development objectives. We therefore encourage continued effort to further strengthen future GEF resources envelopes throughout the replenishment period. The Caribbean constituency supports the ambition reflected in the GEF 9 program direction, particularly in the areas of biodiversity, climate resilience, pollution reduction, and support for the SID. Achieving these objectives will require not only sufficient resources, but also accessible implementation mechanisms that reflect the unique vulnerabilities and capacities of the SIDS. We look forward to continued collaboration across the GEF partnership to ensure that GEF 9 delivers meaningful, transformative, and lasting results for all recipient countries, especially the most vulnerable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vanuesa, and welcome to the GEF Council. Next in line, we have Lilian representing the Southcon. Floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. En nombre de la circunscripción Cono Sur, quisiera agradecer a la Secretaría por la preparación de los documentos y al Gobierno Uzbekistán por la cálida acogida y la excelente organización de esta reunión en Samarcanda. Nuestra circunscripción espera participar de manera constructiva en las discusiones de esta semana, contribuyendo al fortalecimiento del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial y en sus mecanismos asociados, en un contexto de los desafíos ambientales globales que requieren cada vez mayor cooperación, coordinación y soluciones integradas. La circunscripción del Cono Sur recibe con satisfacción la conclusión exitosa de la 9ª reposición y reconoce el importante esfuerzo realizado por los países contribuyentes para asegurar la continuidad del principal mecanismo financiero que brinda apoyo a los acuerdos multilaterales ambientales. Para nuestra región, la reposición de recursos adquiere una relevancia particular, ya que el Cono Sur alberga algunos de los ecosistemas más importantes del planeta, contribuye significativamente a la seguridad alimentaria global, resguarda la biodiversidad estratégica y desempeña un papel creciente en la provisión de soluciones climáticas basadas en naturaleza. Al mismo tiempo, nuestros países se enfrentan importantes desafíos de desarrollo, restricciones fiscales, necesidades de generación de empleo, reducción de la pobreza y, por sobre todo, el fortalecimiento institucional. Para ello, consideramos fundamental la implementación del GEF 9, conteniendo que continúe reconociendo las diferentes realidades y capacidades nacionales. Las soluciones globales requieren flexibilidad para adaptarse a los contextos locales y los logros ambientales solo serán sostenibles si se construyen sobre procesos liderados por nuestros propios países, alineados a nuestras prioridades nacionales, acompañados por mecanismos de financiamiento accesibles, previsibles y eficientes. Nuestra circunscripción valora el fortalecimiento del enfoque de la participación de actores relevantes, la inclusión de grupos en situación de vulnerabilidad. Dichas acciones deben desarrollarse en consonancia con las circunstancias nacionales, respetando los principios de apropiación nacional y liderazgo de los países en la definición e implementación de sus prioridades. En relación a los esfuerzos para movilizar recursos adicionales desde las múltiples fuentes, reiteramos que deben complementarse y no sustituir al financiamiento concesional, el cual continúa siendo esencial para muchos países. Asimismo, subrayamos que el creciente énfasis en el financiamiento combinado, la participación del sector privado y mecanismos innovadores de la inversión deben preservar por sobre todo el principio de apropiación nacional y el carácter impulsado por los países que históricamente ha caracterizado al GEF. De cara a la implementación del GEF 9, el Cono Sur continuará promoviendo un equilibrio adecuado entre la ambición ambiental y viabilidad de implementación, entre la innovación y la simplicidad operativa y entre los resultados globales y las necesidades nacionales de desarrollo sostenible. Finalmente, nuestra circunscripción manifiesta la necesidad del aumento del piso mínimo del STAR a $8 millones para todos los países que aún no lo han alcanzado. En este sentido, se solicita sea considerada en la revisión de medio término de este STAR y su abordaje en la negociación del siguiente replenishment del GEF 9. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Lilian, y bienvenida al Consejo. Next in line, we have John, alternate member for Denmark, Latvia, Lithuania, and Norway. John, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Our constituency welcomes the results of the replenishment for GEF 9 and are happy to approve the summary of the negotiations as well as the annexes to the summary. The GEF is a high priority for our constituency. Its role as a financial mechanism for multilateral environmental agreements and its ability to provide synergies between them makes it unique and highly valuable. We value the GEF's strong track record in delivering results and its ability to leverage additional resources, making it one of the most cost-efficient instruments in environmental finance. We particularly welcome the strengthened focus on mobilizing private finance, as the funding needs are increasingly beyond what can be covered by public funds. We also highly value the increased funding to LDCs and SIDS and the portfolio level target, which contributes to funding being allocated to countries most in need. We look forward to following the progress of GEF 9, and we have high expectations for the results it will achieve. Thank you.
Many thanks, John, and also welcome to the GEF Council. And we will now have Regina, representing Mexico, Central America, and Venezuela. Regina, floor is yours.
Gracias, Noemi. Good morning, colleagues. Before beginning my intervention, I would like to thank the government of Uzbekistan for hosting the 71st GEF Council meeting, as well as the GEF Secretariat for presenting these working documents. Our constituency appreciates the information provided on the GEF 9 replenishment. While we recognize the challenging resource environment surrounding this replenishment cycle, we remain optimistic about the continued evolution of the Latin American region. Over the past decade, countries in the region have significantly strengthened their institutional capacities, technical expertise, and implementation experience, positioning them to make even more effective use of GEF resources. In this context, it is important to think strategically about how to leverage all available GEF financing opportunities beyond traditional allocation mechanisms. We believe there is significant potential to further promote regional and multi-country initiatives that respond to national priorities while generating broader environmental benefits. In this regard, our constituency considers it essential to continue working closely with neighboring countries to develop regional and transboundary projects under different GEF windows, rather than waiting for project concepts to be brought forward exclusively by implementing agencies. Such initiatives can strengthen regional cooperation, enhance impact, and contribute to addressing shared environmental challenges across borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Regina. Now I'll give the floor to Mfatso, representing Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Mfatso, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Southern African countries welcome GEF 9 replenishment as a critical opportunity to address urgent regional priorities, particularly drought resilience, food system transformation, land restoration, and biodiversity conservation. But emphasize that the scale of available funding remains far below the region's needs to meet 2030 global targets. While the increased focus on least developed countries integrating program and drought in dryland aligns strongly with the Southern African vulnerabilities, the reliance on blended finance and private sector mobilization requires significant capacity, institutional strengthening, and risk-sharing support to ensure equitable access. The region, therefore, calls for enhanced grant-based financing, simplified access modalities, and stronger support for country-driven and regional coordinated approach, including transboundary initiatives, so that GEF 9 resource can effectively catalyze the much larger investments required to achieve sustainable development, climate resilience, and environmental protection across Southern Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mfatso. Also, welcome to the GEF Council. Next, we have Carolina, on behalf of Council Member Luciana, representing Ecuador, Colombia, and Brazil. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me thank the government of Uzbekistan for hosting us in this wonderful city of Samarkand. Our constituency takes note of the conclusion of the 9 replenishment negotiations and acknowledge the collective efforts that made agreement possible under challenging international circumstances. At the same time, we must express concern regarding the overall level of financial ambition reflected in the replenishment outcome. The initial envelope remains so far below the levels discussed throughout the negotiation process and below recent replenishment cycles, at a time when climate crisis reached a level of utmost emergency and developing countries face increasing environmental obligations, rising implementation costs, and growing expectations under multilateral environmental agreements. This context reinforces the importance of ensuring that GEF's institutional evolution does not inadvertently compensate for reduced public financing by shifting disproportionately towards financial engineering, blended finance, or modalities that may dilute the fund's core concessional character and the obligations undertaken by donor countries in international environmental law. We welcome positive outcomes from the replenishment process regarding indigenous peoples and local communities, including the targets of 20% for RPLC's related allocations. These are important advances which should be reflected consistently across implementation decisions, including agency expansion criteria. We therefore suggest that demonstrated experience working with and supporting IPLCs be included as a standalone criteria, in line with the approach with SIDS and LDCs. Looking ahead, we attach particular importance to the establishment of the ad hoc working group on GEF architecture, agreed as part of the GEF 9 replenishment package. The working group should provide an important opportunity to advance concrete and structural improvements to the fund's governance arrangements, with the view to ensuring more balanced participations of developing countries in decision-making processes. These countries play a unique role in generating environmental benefits at scale and in delivering outcomes that are central to the mandate of the convention served by the fund. The GEF9 moves towards increasing complex programming and financial modalities. Government arrangements must remain firmly grounded in the principle of country ownership and responsible to national priorities. With regard to the annexes of the document, our constituencies would like to make a few comments concerning the proposed GEF9 programming directions. Our constituency positively recognized the two aspirational targets agreed, that is, 35% of total GEF9 reprogramming for seeds LDCs, as well as 20% to be directed to RPLCs. These are the only two targets agreed at the replenishment negotiations and should receive the same treatment in the document summary of negotiations. Additionally, we acknowledge the importance of the integrated program focusing on protection and restoration of tropical forests, including strategic ecosystems such as the Amazon, given the critical role to generating global environmental benefits. Finally, our constituency would welcome additional clarity regarding how the criteria for country participation in integrating programs will be defined and applied in practice, particularly concerning private co-financing mobilization and linkages with other funds. We believe it is important to clearly distinguish between clarifying criteria and desirable elements that should not become unintended barriers to access for countries. We also encourage that the Council remain fully informed throughout this process and have opportunities to review it. Our constituency remains committed to supporting a strong, ambitious, balanced and country-driven GEF9. Thank you.
Many thanks, Carolina. Next in line, I have Barthelemy, Gisela, Annette. Okay, the co-chair would like to have some replies to the comments received so far. So, Chair, over to you.
Thank you, Noemi, and thanks to everybody for the strong support to the package that we presented. I think there's a continued consensus. Obviously, a lot of the implementation and rollout will be key for addressing some of the issues that you have raised, in particular the capacity of countries to access the different incentives, whether it's blended finance or other incentives that we have for IPs. There is in the package and in the allocation table a budget for the country engagement strategy, and this will help our staff and the Secretariat with the OFPs to roll out and start the socialization of GEF9 in terms of the content, as well as work with as many countries as we can to support them in their decisions on how to best use GEF resources. The several comments that I've heard this morning on the need for a country-driven and a country priority decision-making are music to our ears. We will support this at every single instant, and this is something that is characteristic and needs to be in place for the success of the GEF. These are country-driven projects. Agencies are here to support and help implement these projects. So we have that as a fundamental parameter in the application of the country engagement strategy. In terms of the comment on the star floors, I believe those topics were discussed during the negotiations, and the package that we have reflects the consensus on that and many other topics. And then lastly, on Brazil's comments, I agree with everything. That's a good interpretation. We also will have a paper this afternoon, I believe, on the lead agency selection of integrated programs. That is the first step that we put in place in the cycle to select the lead agencies. We will bring the results of that to the December Council, and we can include in that report the proposal for the next step, which is the call for proposals for countries to submit expressions of interest to participate. And your concerns could be included in the report that will come to the December Council, and that will allow us to incorporate any further comments into the call for expressions of interest, which would happen in the first half of 2027. With that, I'll hand back to Noemi.
Thank you, Chair, for those responses. So next in line we have Barthelemy, Gisela, Annette, Andrea, Gabriela online, and others that I will name in due time. So Barthelemy, representing Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and Sao Tome and Principe. Barthelemy, vous avez la parole.
Merci Noémie. Donc, je voudrais prendre la parole aujourd'hui au nom de l'Afrique centrale, de la circonscription Afrique centrale. Donc, le groupe Afrique centrale salue avec beaucoup de satisfaction les efforts fournis par le secrétariat du GEF dans le processus donc, de la reconstitution du GEF 9 et surtout remercie le secrétariat des différentes proportions accordées au PMA et aux communautés locales, donc les 35% et les 20%. Toutefois, je pense que le groupe Afrique centrale a donc souligné quelques aspects importants dans le cadre donc, du processus de reconstitution. D'abord, les indices qui sont donc utilisés, le groupe Afrique centrale note qu'il n'y a pas l'indice de la biodiversité. Donc, il faudrait véritablement tenir compte de l'indice de la biodiversité dans les calculs donc, qui sont effectués par rapport donc, au GEF 9. Ça veut dire quoi? Il faut prendre en considération le volet biodiversité au niveau de l'Afrique centrale parce qu'effectivement, l'Afrique centrale dispose donc d'un paquet très important, d'une potentialité importante en termes de biodiversité. Et vous savez tous que l'Afrique centrale, donc le bassin de Congo, est un bassin, le deuxième poumon donc après l'Amazonie, et donc qui peut donc capter 1,7 milliard de tonnes donc, de carbone par année. Et donc il est extrêmement important donc, de tenir compte de ce biome forestier critique et qui joue un rôle important dans l'atténuation du changement climatique. Aussi, nous avons noté aussi le fait que dans les fonds STAR, il est extrêmement important de pouvoir augmenter l'allocation STAR du FEM comme appui aux pays africains. Je pense que cela permettrait donc aux différents pays de faire en sorte que les pays soient donc responsables. Parce qu'effectivement, nous avons donc noté qu'une forte considération des efforts fournis par les gouvernements en matière de suivi, parce qu'effectivement, il faut des responsabilités, bien évidemment, dans les gouvernements pour le suivi, l'évaluation et l'implication de tous les partenaires en général et des bénéficiaires en particulier sous la coordination de l'administration donc des gouvernements. Aussi, je pense que l'Afrique centrale a noté l'importance de pouvoir réorienter et restructurer les responsabilités des agences d'exécution et de mise en œuvre des projets. Les États membres de l'Afrique centrale sont très reconnaissants des efforts fournis donc par différentes agences qui confient les fonds au FEM pour que ce dernier fasse une allocation dans différents pays en fonction des projets d'investissement prioritaires. Il est alors nécessaire que les missions des agences d'exécution soient bien définies et séparées de la mise en œuvre des projets pour faciliter le suivi et l'évaluation des activités sur le terrain. Cette proposition est faite dans le but de renforcer l'appropriation des projets par le gouvernement, mais aussi assurer un contrôle pour plus de transparence, de redevabilité et de durabilité. Voilà quelques éléments que je tenais à mettre donc à la disposition du GEF. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Barthelemy. Next in line will be Gisela. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. First of all, we would like to thank the government of Uzbekistan for the warm hospitality to the GEF Council and Assembly in this very fascinating country. We welcome the successful conclusion of the GEF 9 replenishment negotiation and commend the Secretariat, the Trustee and the Co-Chairs for guiding a rigorous and inclusive process that reflects a careful balance between ambition and realism. The comprehensive package before the Council provides a solid and coherent framework for the next cycle. The GEF comes at a moment of acute global environment urgency. The agreed programming direction offers a credible and strategic response to the interconnected global challenges addressed by the facility, anchored in the shared vision of healthy planet and healthy people. Italy particularly welcomes the strong emphasis on integrated and scalable programming, which is essential to deliver transformational impact across focal areas, strengthen synergies with multilateral environmental agreements, and enhance coordination with international financial institutions, including multilateral development banks and climate funds. We also supported the reinforced focus on private sector engagement, mobilizing non-sovereign finance through blended finance, non-grant instrument, and closer collaboration with the NDBs will be critical to addressing the nature finance gap and enhancing the catalytic role of GEF resources. In this regard, we welcome the expansion of innovative financial tools. Continued and enhanced support for least developed countries and the vulnerable states remain central. Tailored approaches, long-term capacity building, and an effective country platform will be essential to ensure ownership, sustainability, and lasting results. We also appreciated the renewed focus on inclusive approaches, including strengthening engagement with indigenous people and local communities, as well as the participation of women and youth. In this context, we commend the whole-of-society approach, which can help scale impact, improve coherence at country level, strengthen the civil society, and unlock additional financing. The agreed policy directions strike a careful balance between ambition and implementability. Measures to streamline access, strengthen results and risk management, and reinforce the partnership architecture will be key for effective GEF9 delivery. Turning to the financial framework, we note that confirmed pledges remain below the overall programming envelope. This highlights the importance of maintaining a prudent and disciplined approach to resource allocation and financial planning, ensuring full alignment with available resources. In this regard, we welcome the additional flexibility introduced in the allocation framework, including the possibility of adjusting resource distribution over time, which will help ensure responsiveness to evolving financial conditions. We therefore take note of paragraph 21 and support continued openness to additional pledges during the replenishment cycle, while underlining the importance of aligning programming decisions with confirmed resources. We support the proposal allocation framework, including the increased attention to international waters, which is essential for implementing the BBNJ agreement and advancing the protection of marine environment. We also welcome the commitment to revisit the allocation model under GEF10. Finally, we look forward to the Council endorsement of GEF9 package and to working together to ensure its timely effectiveness and successful implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gisela. We now have Annette, followed by Andrea. Annette, representing Germany, floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Naomi, and I'd like to start with thanking the host and Your Excellency for your kind words in the beginning. And ever since I was a child reading about Samarkand and the Silk Road, it was a dear wish of mine to come and visit. So I'm extremely grateful to actually finally manage to come. Germany welcomes the Bonn Consensus and the collaborative spirit of the cooperation during the replenishment process, which culminated in January in Bonn. We are pleased that the final package reflects what we have worked on together over many months. Stronger private sector engagement, a clear focal area distribution, and a financing framework that offers predictability. But it also opens windows into innovations in the future replenishments, like, for example, reforming STAR. It is important for us that the non-grant instrument window and blended finance are clearly anchored in the GEF9 programming directions and financing framework. The 10% allocation for NGI and the emphasis on cooperation with MDBs send the right signal that private capital mobilization is not an add-on, but a core function of the GEF. We also welcome the agreed focal area split, which highlights the GEF's unique strengths in biodiversity, land, water, and chemicals and waste, while maintaining climate change as a central overarching priority, including through the Rio Marker target. It's also a great success that we're ensuring the necessary funding for the most vulnerable countries like LDCs and SIDS. Especially on the special challenges for SIDS, as we just heard, we request Secretariat to proactively implement the Bonn Consensus in a way that enhances their opportunities. Finally, the decision to keep the envelope open for additional pledges during the cycle and to adjust the allocation table proportionately is a practical way to combine realism about current fiscal constraints with a pathway to higher ambition. So we do encourage all contributors who are still finalizing pledges to do so quickly, so that the GEF 9 picture becomes as clear and predictable as possible for recipient countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annette. We will now continue with Andrea, representing Australia, New Zealand, and the Republic of Korea, followed by Gabriela, who is joining us online today. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. I would like to extend our appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan for hosting this meeting in the beautiful city of Samarkand. Sorry. I'd also like to thank the Secretariat and the World Bank for the summary of negotiations for the GEF 9 replenishment, which we support. Thank you. We are grateful that the aspirational targets for LDCs and SIDS, and including the 20% for IPLCs financing, has been included in the paper. Finally, we see that the GEF 9 replenishment will help to direct resources to the most vulnerable, to the LDCs and to SIDS, and to recognise IPLCs as central partners in delivering this important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. We will now continue with Gabriela, representing Switzerland and Central Asia, followed by the CSO network. Gabriela, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi. Can you hear me well in the room?
We hear you well. We still cannot see you, but hopefully soon. But we hear you well.
Okay, good, great. So the voice from the outside world, I guess. First, we would like to thank Uzbekistan for hosting the 71st meeting of the GEF Council and the GEF Assembly in the beautiful historical city of Samarkand. We are especially proud that one of our constituency members is hosting this first council meeting assembly in Central Asia. And I personally apologize for not being able to travel to Samarkand and participate in person, but greatly appreciate that you're enabling this hybrid participation for myself and our constituency team. We're very happy to adopt the summary of negotiations of the GEF 9 replenishment and would like to thank the GEF Secretariat as well as the trustee for the excellent work. Switzerland is pleased with the technical outcome of the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations. We particularly welcome the strengthening of integrated programming across environmental topics, the enhanced engagement of the private sector, the adjustment of the GEF processes, the increased focus in the most vulnerable countries, and the strengthening of the whole of government approach. We would have loved to see a higher contribution to the climate change focal area, but can agree to the replenishment compromise, given that the share of the budget flowing to non-grant instruments has been increased to 10%, with substantial benefits for climate change mitigation. Switzerland will contribute at least 132 million Swiss francs to GEF 9, subject to parliamentary approval. We would have been willing to contribute more and to increase our contribution in US dollar terms if other contributors had been willing to increase their contributions as well. We are disappointed by the substantially lower replenishment compared to GEF 8 and hope that contributors that have not yet announced a pledge will do so in the coming weeks and months to make the GEF replenishment picture as clear and as predictable for recipient countries, as Annette just pointed out. In light of this, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan for their announcement just now and willingness to contribute to the replenishment during the opening. Your Excellency, Minister Aziz Abdukakimov, congratulations on your decision. It is great to see your leadership, and we hope many other countries will follow your lead. Thank you very much. Back to you, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. We managed to see you and hear you well here in plenary, so thank you for your participation online. I'll now give the floor to Faisal, CSO Network, followed by Stefan. Faisal, floor is yours.
Naomi, Council members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Assalamu alaikum. The GEF CSO network welcomes the summary of negotiations of the 9th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund and the enormous amount of work that has taken place over the last 18 months to support a robust GEF replenishment. We also thank the GEF for facilitating the participation of representatives of the CSO network in all replenishment meetings. This has demonstrated GEF's commitment to the whole of society approach. The strong support of all participants in the GEF 9 replenishment process for strengthening the active engagement of CSOs, IPLC, women and youth in GEF 9 have led to a number of very important new elements to be included in both the programming and the policy direction and other key elements. We would like to highlight two key elements for praise as follows. Firstly, a package of measures to be introduced to enhance the level of GEF financing to IPLCs, women and youth, including, firstly, the adoption of an aspirational target of 20% of GEF 9 programming to be directed towards actions by IPLCs. Secondly, the updating by mid-2027 next year of the 2012 Principles and Guidelines for Engagement with Indigenous People. Thirdly, the refinement by 2028 of all relevant GEF financing mechanisms, policies and guidelines to ensure their responsiveness to IPLCs, women and youth. The agreement to allocate 100 million of GEF 9 resources to directly support the GEF 9 Inclusive Conservation Initiative for financing action by Indigenous people represents a 300% increase over GEF 7 and GEF 8 funding and should be commended. With regard to the aspirational target of 20% of GEF 9 programming to be directed towards actions by IPLCs, this is a very important step for the GEF Trust Fund, bringing it in line with similar commitment already made 4 years ago for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. In order to ensure the effective implementation of this new commitment, a number of clear actions are needed in our opinion. Firstly, a clear definition of actions by IPLC to enable clear guidance to project proponents and developers, as well as to enable effective implementation and tracking. We propose that this build on the ongoing work to finalise guidelines for tracking support for IPLCs by the GBFF, and secondly, draw on the extensive experience of the GEF CSO network and its members in developing and implementing projects and programs for IPLCs. Secondly, we believe it's critical that an effective tracking mechanism is established to ensure that commitment levels at project approval are implemented, monitored and reported during project implementation. With regard to the GEF Small Grants Programme, we are a bit disappointed that despite apparent strong support during the replenishment process to increase the level of resources for the SGP, the final allocation adopted only maintained a similar level of support as in GEF 8. Taking into account the decline in purchasing power of the US dollars, this represents a significant decline in real resource allocation. We are therefore happy that from the beginning of GEF 9, recipient countries will be able to allocate a portion of their STAR resources to enhance the level of SGP funding in their respective countries. Given the strong results demonstrated by successive evaluation of the SGP, as well as the strong positive feedback from many recipient countries, we call for a robust process to be undertaken in the next 12 months to enhance the level of SGP resources in line with the commitment of the 20% of resources for IPLCs. Next, we also note positively the call in the replenishment documents for the strengthening of the execution roles of regional and national NGOs and CSOs in SGP programming. We hope that this will be systematically done to enhance the effectiveness and sustainability of SGP programming. Finally, we congratulate all of the donor countries that have already pledged funding support to the GEF 9. However, we note with some concern that several countries that have previously been core GEF donors have yet to finalise their pledges for GEF 9. While we acknowledge the ongoing work by these countries to secure resources, we call on them to expedite the process to enable effective planning and use of GEF 9 resources. In closing, we would like to highlight that although the GEF 9 replenishment is robust, the overall level of finance does not match the urgency of environmental challenges and the clear needs from recipient countries. GEF must redouble efforts to scale up and enhance leverage of resources to meet collective global 2030 targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Faisal. Before we continue, just a reminder for Council, we are already running a bit over time, and we still have 10 more speakers, so we do invite participants to be succinct in their interventions. Thank you. With that said, I will now hand it over to Stéphane, representing France, followed by Yang. France, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Noémie. I'm going to speak in French and try to be brief. Tout d'abord, pour remercier le gouvernement ouzbek pour son accueil dans cette magnifique cité de Samarcande que la délégation française a eu grand plaisir à parcourir hier. Nous souhaitions également remercier les équipes du trustee, du secrétariat et les collègues pour l'ensemble des réunions de reconstitution et les débats très riches qui nous ont permis d'accoucher de ce compromis très satisfaisant que nous pourrions en effet appeler le consensus de Bonn. Donc nous sommes tout à fait disposés à approuver la décision proposée et nous considérons que le FEM dispose désormais de directions programmatiques et de réformes ambitieuses pour les 4 ans à venir. Alors il y aurait beaucoup de points positifs à souligner, j'en retiendrai seulement un, qui est l'allocation renforcée en faveur des PMA et PEID, qui pour nous constitue vraiment une grande priorité. Et donc ce résultat mérite désormais un soutien financier important, massif, pour que le FEM puisse continuer à contribuer à la réponse à la triple crise planétaire qui nous menace tous. La France, je souhaite le rappeler, a annoncé une contribution de 180 millions d'euros, ce qui, compte tenu de notre rééquilibrage budgétaire en cours, constitue vraiment un effort très important. Bien sûr, et cela a été rappelé par beaucoup d'intervenants, le tour de table des financements reste à ce jour décevant, inférieur au scénario bas. Pour nous, c'est d'abord le résultat d'un tour de table de plus en plus étriqué, d'une concentration des financements de plus en plus forte sur une poignée de pays. Et très clairement, on a la manifestation aujourd'hui que ce n'est pas soutenable. Et donc le meilleur moyen de dépasser les limites financières, c'est d'élargir le tour de table, d'élargir la base des contributeurs, aussi et surtout en tenant compte de la nouvelle réalité économique et financière qui, je pense que nous serons tous d'accord là-dessus, a beaucoup évolué depuis 1992. Et donc pour conclure, nous souhaitons appeler tous les pays qui n'ont pas encore contribué à le faire et à le faire dès que possible. Alors bien sûr, le trustee a rappelé que désormais il est possible de contribuer sur l'ensemble du cycle. C'est une évolution positive, mais nous savons tous que dans l'intérêt du business model du FEM, il est important de pouvoir annoncer les contributions dès que possible. Dans la mesure où les pledges peuvent toujours être annoncés sous réserve d'approbation parlementaire, c'est d'ailleurs ce que la France a fait, je pense que nous avons toutes les flexibilités nécessaires pour pouvoir faire des engagements politiques le plus vite possible. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. I will give the floor to Yang, representing Council Member Li Cheng from China.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Uzbekistan for its warm hospitality and thoughtful arrangements, and highly commend Uzbekistan for its important role in addressing global environment challenges. The successful conclusion of the GEF 9 replenishment demonstrates the strong commitment of all parties to supporting the fund's development and working together to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. To better achieve our shared goals, I call on all donors to honor their pledges in full and on schedule. And we encourage the GEF Secretariat and implementing agencies to carry out their work effectively in accordance with the strategic planning and objective of GEF 9. Strengthen performance monitoring and evaluation with the products, deepen and leverage GEF partnership, and make the products more systematic, innovative, and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now continue with Perpetua, followed by Sabina, IPAC, Masayuki, CBD, Aliona, Nanette, Cam, and we will conclude with Ben. With that said, Perpetua, representing the Pacific Islands, floor is yours.
Thank you, and I join others in conveying our appreciation to the government and the people of Uzbekistan for the excellent hospitality extended to us. I thank the co-chairs of the Council for guiding the 71st GEF Council meeting. And I also further acknowledge the GEF Secretariat for the arrangement of the meeting and the support being provided to Council members. The Pacific constituency welcomes the summary of the 9th replenishment negotiations. We acknowledge the recognition of for the most vulnerable, the SIDS and LDCs. While there is consistent need to enhance finance available for the 9th replenishment, it has also been noted the fragmentation of global environmental financing as important constraint that must be overcome. To ensure timely and proactive response for Pacific SIDS to environmental resilience, our constituency seeks that capacity building should be provided to strengthen accessibility, capacity of countries to GEF resources, and that country engagement strategy can be tailored for country needs. Furthermore, our constituency looks forward to see an expansion of agencies available to support Pacific Island countries in mobilizing GEF resources to support needs and priorities under the GEF 9 cycle. Streamlining of processes and programming requirements is essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pepe. Next in line we have Sabina representing North Africa, followed by APAC. Sabina, have the floor.
Mr. Chair, as I'm taking the floor for the first time, allow me at the outset to extend on behalf of the North Africa constituency our thanks to the government and the people of Uzbekistan for hosting the 8th GEF Assembly and related meetings and for their warm welcome and hospitality. Mr. Chair, on behalf of the North Africa constituency, I would like to extend our thanks to all parties involved in the 9th replenishment process to further improve GEF's performance and impact. I would also like to commend Egypt for its efforts and work representing our continent in this process. In this regard, we would particularly put the stress on the necessity to preserve GEF character as a grant-based facility, thus increasing allocation to non-grant instruments must not be done at the detriment of other grant components. While we agree that private sector engagement and the use of blended finance offer considerable potential to our countries to unlock innovative financing, however, they cannot substitute for concessional resources. In addition, it is essential to support countries' capacity to better approach the private sector in order to fully benefit from this instrument. Predictable, adequate, and country-driven access to resources must remain at the core of the GEF, and the STAR allocation should be protected to ensure that recipient countries are not adversely affected by methodological adjustment. Furthermore, implementation of GEF 9 should continue to be guided by the principles of country ownership and country-driveness, with national priority determining programming decision and any coordination mechanism remaining voluntary and responsive to national circumstances. Finally, as we are celebrating the 8th GEF Assembly under the theme, The Last Sprint Towards 2030, implementing the nature, climate, pollution, GEF 9 agenda, We believe that we should all maintain our ambition, including donors, in order to enable countries to honor their engagement through GEF support as the unique financial mechanism to many multilateral environmental conventions. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabina, and welcome to the GEF Council. I'll now give the floor to Giovanni, representing IPAC, followed by Masayuki. Giovanni, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Distinguished Chair, co-chairs, members of the GEF Council, country representatives, to esteemed participants online, and to our prestigious hosts here in Samarkand. As chair of the GEF Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, I speak not only from this role, but from lived realities of indigenous peoples' relationship with nature. With us in this 8th GEF Assembly are more than 30 indigenous leaders from different regions of the world. Their presence in the history of GEF assemblies is the largest to date. And this is not accidental, but rather a statement of trust in what the GEF is building. GEF 9 gives us reasons to participate effectively, and I am proud and honored about what that means in practice. For the first time in the history of the GEF, indigenous peoples had a seat at the replenishment table, and there we shaped together from that seat the allocation of $100 million in direct access financing to the inclusive conservation initiatives for indigenous peoples. This is 4 times the investment of each of the previous 2 cycles. And we know what exactly indigenous peoples can do. With just $25 million, the GEF 7 ICI is already conserving more than 7.6 million hectares. That is what happens when funders place their trust in indigenous peoples and to work alongside us. Apart from the $100 million set aside fund, GEF 9 also sets a target of 20% of GEF financing to support actions by indigenous peoples and their communities. We invite GEF to follow the approach of the GBFF and its guidance on what counts as actions by indigenous peoples and their communities, so that indigenous peoples' priorities can lead the way. Indigenous peoples' frontline work on biodiversity and climate is unmatched and remains to this day uncontested. And for the first time, that work will be visible in the way it deserves. The inclusion of indigenous peoples and indigenous and traditional territories in the corporate scorecard means our contributions will be counted, our territories recognized, and our results disaggregated alongside women and youth. We have always been there. That's our lifestyle. Now the data will tell our story and will amplify our voices. The path towards a dedicated GEF policy on indigenous peoples, the no objection process for indigenous peoples-led projects, and the prospect of indigenous peoples organizations accredited as implementing agency is not a collection of isolated commitments, but a game changer. To donor countries that brought this replenishment to life, we are very grateful. With full and effective participation of indigenous peoples, your contribution reaches further than any document can show. It reaches forest guardians and the Arctic ice keepers, the desert communities and the highland farmers, the ancestral waters, river protectors, and the coastal peoples who have conserved and held these ecosystems together for millennia. Together, this forms the heart of the planet. Any harm on that heart means a collapse of the body. Unprotected indigenous traditional territories means a collapse of biodiversity and ecosystems. So to those still reflecting on their contribution, we extend our hand to the chair, co-chairs, the GEF Secretariat, our allies from the GEF Science and Technical Advisory Panel. Your support made this possible. Finally, a healthy heart for a healthy planet, and a healthy planet for healthy people. That is a goal we all share. That's why we are here. We are committed and honored to the trust you have placed towards our indigenous people's capacities. With your support, we move closer together. And as they say here in Samarkand, Kataramat, thank you, gracias, maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Giovanni Katarahmat. And just a quick reminder that we're running over time, so we do invite the interventions to be succinct. I'll now give the floor to Masayuki-san, who is intervening on behalf of Council Member Tsuyoshi-san from Japan, followed by CBD. Masayuki, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So this is our first intervention as Japan's delegation. I try to make a very, very short intervention. So we would like to express our sincere appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan for hosting this assembly and the warm hospitality extended to all participants. Japan highly appreciates the GEF-9 package, including the strengthened support for seeds and LDCs, as well as its enhanced efforts to mobilize private finance, like NGI windows. At the same time, one important challenge remains, namely the expansion of the donor base. So in this regard, we almost echo French colleagues. As financing needs for addressing global challenges continue to grow significantly, reliance solely on traditional donors is no longer sustainable. With the expanding role of the GEF and the broadening scope of its support, securing a wider and more diversified funding base has become essential. In this context, while expanding the donor base is indispensable, it's equally important that contribution be made in an appropriate manner, taking into account a contribution, particularly from those taking into account each country's capacity and circumstances. To this end, we need to encourage the participation of new donors while also promoting voluntary and constructive contribution, particularly from those countries with the capacity to contribute. So Japan would like to encourage or request the GEF Secretariat to further strengthen its effort in this end. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Masayuki-san. Next we go with CBD, Aliona, Nanette, Cam, Ben, Megan, Isaac, Charles, and then we will conclude to hear back from the chairs to move to the next agenda item. CBD, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As it is my first council meeting, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Asad Naqvi. I'm the Director for Implementation Support at the CBD Secretariat. It's an honor and pleasure to join you. I would like to thank the people and government of Uzbekistan for hosting this meeting, the hard work of the GEF Secretariat, and all the funding partners who contributed to GEF 8 replenishment and have committed for the GEF 9 replenishment. You would have seen that the GEF 8 replenishment results have been super impressive, especially from the CBD side, and I will like to refer to those. My first point is that as the videos that we have seen and statements that we have made and heard, they clearly show the positive socio-economic impact of biodiversity-related actions. However, when we look at the financing side, every dollar spent to support nature is countered by $30 that are harmful for nature. And we need to change that trend. And that is an opportunity that GEF 9 replenishment possibly offers us, because the impact of that 1:30 ratio are very visible in terms of the cost of degradation that the ministries of finance, both in developed and developing countries, are struggling to handle. And that comes at the same time, as we showed, as we have seen in the videos, that nature is the GDP of the IPLCs, it is the GDP of the poor, it is the GDP of those who have been left behind in the process. The data shows that 60 to 80% of the income and livelihood opportunities of these groups depend on ecosystems and ecosystem services. I appreciate the topic or the title chosen for this meeting. We are in the last final sprint. And that matches very well with the CBD's Global Biodiversity Framework, which has a deadline of 2030. And this is the time when we can really accelerate our efforts. We have communicated the expressed need of CBD parties to the GEF Secretariat, which are around, that they need about $5 billion from the GEF to meet the ambitions that they have already committed to and planned for in their national biodiversity action plans. As we see, the current commitment is lower than $5 billion, and only a small proportion of that will go to biodiversity. But we would like to make sure that we express to you that the GEF 8 has delivered strong results on biodiversity. At the COP17, the world will undertake a global review of the collective progress that we have made on biodiversity or achieving the GBF goals. It is the first time that 125 parties to the CBD have submitted their national reports on time. Never happened before, thanks to GEF 8 support for that one. And on the basis of that, we will determine how do we move forward collectively. On the GBF, because GBF is not only focused on biodiversity, it provides a framework of addressing interconnected challenges of biodiversity loss, of pollution, of climate, and connected with the ambitions for prosperity and economic development. It also has targets, which many of you may have seen, on repurposing the harmful financial incentives that can create the fiscal space for feeding the hungry, providing shelter to the homeless, educating every child, and creating socio-economic environment in which we all have a prosperity on a healthy planet. So, to conclude, we would like to support and reinforce the call for more ambitious and generous replenishment that corresponds with the urgency and the scale of action that is required, not only to conserve, halt, and reverse the biodiversity loss challenges, but to ensure the prosperity on this planet. This is the last sprint, and we are grateful for GEF to keeping the window open till the last step. You can join at any time. So we look forward to welcoming you at COP17, and we would like to request that you take into consideration the funding needs assessment that CBD parties have expressed. Thank you very much for the floor.
Thank you very much, Assad. I'll now give the floor to Aliona, representing Eastern Europe, followed by Nanette. Aliona, floor is yours.
Dear Noemi, dear chair, co-chairs, thank you so much. I would like to express our deep gratitude for Uzbekistan government for such a wonderful event and hosting 8th Assembly. Our constituency fully support and welcome the tremendous work committed by the GEF Secretariat, but also by the GEF countries. Also, our constituency expressed our deep concerns regarding securing developing countries' star allocation, issue that was raised by my colleagues previously. Indeed, a new vision on a mixed financial support were reflected in a summary. And this is so stringent needy, and we fully agree that private sector will play a key role. Also, would like to mention that we have to take into account the lessons learned from previous projects, completed or uncompleted from previous GEF cycles. Taking this into account, I would like to invite for continued discussion at the extended workshop constituency that will take place in Moldova in September this year. Thank you for support, for trust, and honoring our region with the first event after GEF replenishment and GEF assembly. We're waiting for you in Moldova for continuous discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Aliona. And I want to give the floor to Nanette, representing East Africa, followed by Cam, Ben, Megan, and Isaac Charles, before we hand it over to the chair to conclude this agenda item. Nanette, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Chair, co-chairs, council members, and colleagues, good morning. This is my first council meeting, and I speak on behalf of the Eastern Africa constituency. Firstly, I would like to thank the government of Uzbekistan for hosting us here in the beautiful Samarkand. I would also like to thank the GEF Secretariat for their continued support to our respective constituencies and for providing summary of the negotiation. Our constituency welcomes and acknowledges the GEF 9 replenishment package, taking into account the challenges and expectation for more financial support and access to initiatives in view of the expanding role of the GEF. Hence why we support the request for contribution from other donors. We do acknowledge the effort made during the rounds of negotiation in order to achieve the different targets amid the occurrences of the global challenges and the risks. We support and we welcome the increased support and collaboration with other partners, such as the private sector and the local communities, as well as CBOs. We also take note of the continued increased support and focus to the LDCs and the SIDS in view of their special circumstances, though we will echo all the previous statements with regards to the STAR allocation. We do welcome the focal areas identified, especially in areas of biodiversity, chemicals and waste, as well as climate change. However, we reiterate the need to continue the streamlining process to access for funds. Our constituency do acknowledge the need to improve the working collaboration with other executive agencies at the country level, and most particularly when it comes to the implementation, the evaluation, and the reporting. At the same time, we do believe in the existing capacities of our constituency and remain committed to improve our institutional mechanisms and pledge that we will work in collaboration with the other neighboring countries for successful implementation of our programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nanette, and also welcome to the GEF Council. Cam, you're next in the floor, followed by Ben.
Thank you so much to the GEF and to the government of Uzbekistan for hosting us here today. I love this country so much. This is my second time in a month. I also wanted to thank you for the significant efforts, coordination, and strong collaboration across the council members and secretariat for pulling this document together. We recognize the compromises that we had to make to arrive here today with this package. And we'd like to thank all the contributors, and in particular the recipient contributors, for their contributions. Canada supports endorsement of this ambitious and forward-looking package, recognizing that this is an important step in positioning the GEF to respond to the scale and urgency of global environmental challenges. As we move forward into the implementation phase of GEF 9, we'd like to highlight 3 areas which we fully support and will be eager to monitor progress. First is the support for Indigenous peoples, which we see as critical to achieving our environment goals, including the expansion of the Inclusive Conservation Initiative envelope to $100 million and the aspirational target of allocating 20% of financing to Indigenous peoples. The GBFF has exceeded a similar target, and we look forward to seeing continued progress across the broader GEF Trust Fund. Second is the enhanced support of LDCs and SIDS, which we recognize as vital to ensuring resources reach the most vulnerable to climate and environmental impacts. And finally, we're really encouraged by the increased use of non-grant instruments. This will complement public sector ambition by mobilizing additional private sector resources while maintaining GEF as a grant-based institution. What will be important is to be strategic where scarce grant finance is allocated. So in closing, we see this next cycle as an opportunity to build on the progress of the previous GEF replenishments, while also advancing a stronger, more integrated and impact-driven approach to delivering global environmental impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cam. And I give the floor to Ben, representing the UK.
Thanks, Naomi. And as you requested, I'll be brief. Firstly, many thanks to Uzbekistan for their hospitality and welcome to their country. We very much welcome the effective working across the negotiation meetings by countries, the trustee, the GEF Secretariat and observers. And we welcome the result of a very positive forward-looking package of programming and policy recommendations within GEF 9, for GEF 9. And particularly to name just 2, the strong private sector package and support for IPLCs. We reassure you that we remain strongly committed to GEF, recognizing it as a very effective and unique institution in responding to a triple environmental crisis, as referenced by Uzbekistan in the opening statement. we welcome the outcome of the GEF 9 negotiations, and we endorse the summary of the negotiations document and the recommended decision. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Ben, and also for being mindful of the time. Megan, you have the floor, followed by Isaac Schals.
Many thanks, and I'll try to follow Ben's lead and be very, very quick as well. So firstly, we'd like to thank our gracious host, Uzbekistan, for welcoming us to Samarkand this week. We welcome the agreement reached at Bonn on the 9th replenishment of the GEF, following lots of hard work by everyone in this room, and most especially the Secretariat during the replenishment period. In particular, we would highlight for welcome the increased focus on LDCs and SIDS under the 9th replenishment. Conscious of the fiscal challenges facing many of us, finance from private sources are increasingly important as part of the overall financial mix. And given this, GEF 9's focus on blended finance and non-grant instruments are also an important point to note for this replenishment. Speaking now briefly in a national capacity, I'd also like to take the opportunity to confirm Ireland's pledge to the 9th replenishment, as recently agreed by our government. Ireland was happy to be contributing €12.5 million to the GEF 9, which is a 25% increase on our GEF 8 pledge, in recognition of the continued relevance of the GEF and our commitment to its work under this replenishment period. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Megan, representing Greece, Ireland, Portugal, and Spain. And last but not least, we have Isaac Schals. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I represent the West Africa Coastal Constituency. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the GEF Secretariat and people and government of Uzbekistan for hosting the 8th GEF Assembly meeting. We do appreciate the collective effort by the GEF Secretariat in the 9th replenishment, and we are ready to approve it. We do acknowledge the effort made in coming up with the impact programs for the GEF 9th replenishment. However, the constituency is concerned about an existential global issue, that is coastal zone erosion, which is affecting livelihood, food security, and taking away large portions of our coastal land, which seems not to have been given prominence in the impact program. We therefore encourage council members to have a second look at the impact program to include coastal erosion management, and therefore there should be a concerted effort in addressing this global challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have one last raised flag, which is Hrishikesh from India, representing Council Member Iyer. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me join others in thanking Government of Uzbekistan for hosting us here. Many thanks to GEF Secretariat for organizing this meeting and all the efforts that have been put into it. We welcome and endorse the summary of negotiations for GEF 9. Our constituency reiterates our strong support to the GEF partnership. We hope that the lessons learned from GEF 8 are fully incorporated in the frame forward, especially the need to make the process more simplified and for the increased capacity building initiatives, the issues which are raised by our colleagues also. We reaffirm our commitment to constructive engagement within the Council and with the GEF Secretariat, and with the best of wishes for the GEF 9. Thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and also welcome to the GEF Council. I don't see any other raised flags, so with that I will hand it over back to the Chair for final remarks.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody for this overwhelming show of support. I just wanted to address one comment that I forgot to address in the first round from Brazil on the working group on governance. Just to mention that this will be a priority of the GEF Secretariat as of next week. Once we finish the assembly, we will engage with Council for the initial nominations, and the working group can effectively take place as soon as July. It would be expected to report back to the December Council with a definition of a TOR and the composition of members. So I just want to reassure everybody that that is a priority among the many priorities once we roll out GEF 9. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I also would like to reiterate Claude's thanks to the Council for having supported the summary of negotiations and the replenishment process. It's been a pleasure working with you all and hope to continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Maitreya and Claude and Naomi for managing that, and thank you for all the comments. They're very much appreciated. Since there's no other calls to the floor, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document GEF/C71/02. I don't see any objections, so the draft decision is approved. Thank you. And I would now hand over to the Chair for the next item. Over to you, Claude. Thank you very much. I will now invite my colleagues Fred Boltz and Mohammed Bakar from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF/C71/03, the work program for the GEF Trust Fund. Fred?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, esteemed GEF Council and members of the GEF Partnership. I have the pleasure to be joined by my dear colleague, Mohammed Bakar, who's the head of Integration and Knowledge Management this morning. Mohammed and I are going to start the presentation by sharing some highlights of the GEF 8 cycle results achieved by the GEF Partnership, achieved by all of us, and with great thanks and congratulations for your extraordinary efforts over the past 4 years. The biodiversity focal area resources will be 94% expended by the end of GEF 8. Efforts across the GEF 8 programming pathways, focal areas, integrated programs, blended finance, and the small grants program are expected to result in over 100 million hectares of terrestrial protected areas created or under improved management. That's 2 times the size of Uzbekistan. Among the many important projects, 2 biodiversity blended finance efforts were groundbreaking. The Indonesian Coral Reef Bond, the first outcome-based bond for marine protected areas, and Madagascar's Lemur Bond, a novel blend of STAR, NGI, and LDCF resources that will finance an outcome payment bond for conservation in Madagascar. The climate change focal area resources will be 100% expended by the end of the GEF 8 cycle. GEF 8 programming is expected to result in over 2.2 billion metric tons of CO2 equivalent mitigated. 2 important global programs were expanded in GEF 8 financing to accelerate the development and investment of integrated e-mobility systems worldwide, and with chemicals and waste programming to strengthen circularity across the e-mobility value chain. Secondly, the world's largest climate transparency portfolio, supporting nearly 100 countries with core financing to enhance climate planning, policy, and reporting aligned with the Paris Agreement. Land degradation focal area resources will also be 100% expended by the end of GEF 8. Land degradation-related outcomes include more than 10 million hectares of land and ecosystems restored through initiatives such as the Great Green Wall in the Sahel, the GEF's largest multi-trust fund program to date, and the Central Asia Water Land Nexus program with International Waters that will improve land and water management in 2 critical river basins, supporting 80% of the populations of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. Chemicals and waste focal area resources will be 95% expended by the end of GEF 8. Chemicals and waste-related outcomes include more than 260,000 metric tons of chemicals of global concern and their waste reduced through initiatives such as the Chemicals and Waste Financing Partnership Facility, which uses GEF resources to de-risk concessional and private investment in key polluting sectors across Asia, and the global elimination of mercury and non-ferrous metals program, which will foster mercury-free production in the non-ferrous metals sector, copper and aluminum, whose demand is surging with electric vehicles and renewables. In the international waters focal area, it will be 99% expended by the end of GEF 8. IW and related programming in the marine sector include the creation or improved management of over 1.9 billion hectares of marine protected areas. That's over 5% of the world's ocean, including through ambitious initiatives such as the Unlocking Blue Pacific Prosperity Partnership, a public philanthropic initiative that will support all Pacific Island nations to sustainably manage 100% of their ocean territories. Additionally, international waters supported BB&J enabling activities in over 60 countries, enhancing progress towards adopting this global agreement, and achieved improved management of 59 shared water systems, including the Kubango-Okavango River Basin, with an innovative conservation trust fund. Blended finance NGI resources will be 100% expended by the end of GEF 8. NGI contributed to achievements across the core indicators, including 23% of the land and ecosystems under restoration outcome. In addition to the several examples that I mentioned in previous slides, blended finance highlights include the Latin America Caribbean Debt for Nature Conversion Facility that helps countries address debt burdens and support biodiversity conservation at the same time, and a SIDS investment model in Dominica that addresses the nation's debt burden from fossil fuel dependency by shifting energy production to renewable geothermal sources. The Small Grants Program will be 100% expended by the end of GEF 8. Through the GEF 8 SGP, local civil society organizations on the front lines of conservation will achieve extraordinary GEBs benefiting the global community, including nearly 7 million hectares of landscapes and 300,000 hectares of marine habitat under improved practices, benefiting some 870,000 local people, half of whom are women stewards of nature. GEF's enduring support of IPLCs has resulted in the conservation of over 7.6 million hectares of terrestrial and marine conservation areas since GEF 7. This will scale with GEF 8 efforts to deliver more funding directly to Indigenous executing partners, building their capacity to manage funds while supporting their long-standing environmental stewardship. By the end of 2026, the GEF 8 Heart of Conservation Initiative will fund 10 Indigenous-led initiatives, including 5 Indigenous-led funds. And GEF 8 efforts are helping to build the future we need by strengthening the capacity and leadership of youth with the $10 million Fonseca Leadership Program, which has supported 250 fellows from 52 countries, 42% of whom are young women leaders. With that, now let me pass the mic to my dear colleague Mohammed to describe the extraordinary results of our integrated programming investments in GEF 8.
Thanks very much, Fred, and good morning, Council. So as you already heard from the opening remark from our interim CEO, GEF 8 has been quite extraordinary in terms of progress that we've made. And I'll just highlight the 11 integrated programs that were included in the GEF 8 programming directions through a concerted effort involving countries, GEF agencies, and obviously my colleagues and team in different divisions within the GEF Secretariat. We worked really, really hard to deliver all 11 programs, utilizing fully the $1.65 billion that was allocated to be programmed by countries, and bringing in an additional $11.2 billion in co-financing. 15 of the agencies, the 18 agencies were fully involved in the programming, bringing together dozens of partners, some of which are listed on these slides, to broaden the partnership and leverage the expertise that is needed to deliver these programs. The 11 programs obviously expanded the coverage of the integration agenda with more drivers responsible for global environmental degradation being addressed, and as shown on this slide, recognizing the interlinkages between the GEF focal areas and across multiple dimensions of the social ecological systems that underpin the well-being of humanity. This framing not only supports countries to invest in nature-positive, net-zero and pollution-free pathways to sustainable development, but also addresses the growing urgency to scale up actions for a healthy planet, for healthy people. Obviously, with more countries comes greater ambition. The number of countries participating in the integrated programs was 98, representing 68% of the GEF recipient countries and from across all of the GEF regions. This includes 31 LDCs and 22 seeds, reflecting the increased interest of these countries and the opportunities that we created through our extensive consultative process. Engagement by the seeds was greatly enhanced by the dedicated Blue and Green Island program, which included 15 discrete country projects in addition to those from the other programs as well. The other advantage that, of course, the programs demonstrated is financial leverage and innovative financing. So as I mentioned, the $11.2 billion co-financing was mobilized from diverse sources, including other IFIs, development agencies, and the national governments themselves. The integrated programs mobilized 45% more co-financing per project on average, with a substantial higher commitment from the national governments. Beyond the significant co-financing, the IPs created potential pathways for countries to scale up financing through innovative and practical options, such as private finance. And across the portfolio, the programs are indeed working to strengthen enabling environment, mobilize private capital, and develop pipelines of bankable investments to scale, to bring them to scale. These investments have amplified the potential for GEF results and impacts, further expanding what you just heard from Fred in terms of the focal area results that are expected. Because the IPs are anchored on focal area strategies, they clearly help to amplify and increase the effectiveness of GEF investments across multiple dimensions. The focal area resources were prioritized for programs that will maximize contributions to core indicator targets. As a result, they amplify the potential for global environmental benefits, with contributions to those core indicator targets far exceeding those from standalone focal area investments, as reflected by the real markers that we track. And indeed, all the 11 programs contributed to multiple targets under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. In addition to the global environment benefits, these programs are helping to create pathways to position the GEF for influencing transformative change in systems. As shown on this slide, the 5 systems on the top row have emerged as a major priority for transformation, and science is telling us that global efforts to invest in safeguarding the planet must consider the urgency to shift these systems towards sustainability. For the GEF, this means creating pathways that leverage our focal area investments to deliver not only the nature-positive, low-carbon and pollution-free pathways, but also the global environmental benefits and the levers that will help governments to move this towards transformational change. And we focus specifically in helping countries to target policy coherence, multi-stakeholder dialogues, financial leverage, capacity building, and knowledge management as some of those levers that we are prioritizing. As a result, we are building momentum for collective action. The programs increasingly adopting a whole-of-society approach, engaging a broad range of stakeholders, including the private sector, financial institutions, civil society, indigenous peoples, communities, youth, and academic research institutions to co-create and implement solutions. These multi-stakeholder platforms help to align incentives across sectors, strengthen ownership, and enable more inclusive and scalable and durable outcomes. At the country level, policy coherence is being operationalized as a core delivery mechanism and is embedded across the full project cycle, strengthening alignment between policies, investments, and institutions. It is increasingly achieved through early upstream engagement and sustained whole-of-government coordination, enabling stronger ownership and resilience to political change. We're also finally strengthening adaptive management across the programs. There have been concerted efforts to strengthen interoperability across the programs aimed at enhancing coordination, knowledge exchange, and alignment of approaches across the portfolios. These efforts focus on creating practical mechanisms for collaboration, improving information flow, and leveraging complementarities among the programs to maximize impact at scale. This picture you're seeing is one that we took at the first Global Forum on the GEF integrated programs, which was jointly organized with UNEP to foster knowledge exchange and learning by countries, agencies, and technical partners. And consistent with our knowledge management and learning strategy, we plan to use this and other convenings to foster adaptive management during implementation of the program so that lessons learned can help inform future programs. As the GEF 8 program transitions to implementation, we look forward to the GEF 9 rollout and even greater momentum and expectation in their delivery. I'll hand back to Fred to continue the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. In all, focal areas, integrated programs, blended finance, the small grants program, and efforts by Indigenous peoples and local communities will yield extraordinary results from GEF 8 investment, achieving or greatly surpassing 6 of 10 GEF 8 outcome targets. And this is particularly significant for all of us for the GEF partnership, given that several targets for GEF 8 were set at 2 to 4 times GEF 7 levels. They were stretch targets, many of which were surpassed. Targets for marine protected areas and habitats, land and ecosystems under restoration, greenhouse gas emissions mitigation, as well as shared water ecosystems and sustainable fisheries management will be significantly surpassed. Many congratulations again to all engaged in this important endeavor. Next, I'm pleased to present to you the June 2026 work program for the GEF Trust Fund, the 8th and final work program of the GEF 8 cycle. The June 2026 work program requests $129.5 million of program and project financing and $11.9 million of associated agency fees for a total of $141.3 million from the GEF Trust Fund. The 16 projects in this work program are fully aligned with the GEF 8 programming directions and compliant with GEF 8 policies and safeguards. 1/2 of the projects in the June work program are integrated across multiple focal areas and/or trust funds in full alignment with the GEF 8 integration approach. The June 2026 work program is expected to leverage $828 million of expected co-financing, of which 78% is investment mobilized co-financing. The overall co-financing ratio is 6.4 and investment mobilized ratio is 5.0 for this work program. At a portfolio level, cumulative GEF 8 co-financing ratio is 8.1 excluding EAs, enabling activities, and is 7.5 including enabling activities, surpassing the GEF 8 targets. The work program will support the environmental efforts in more than 19 of GEF recipient countries, at least 12% of the countries that the GEF supports, perhaps more given the global reach of 2 important projects, the Critical Ecosystem Protection Fund and the Blue Nature Alliance. The work program also supports work in 7 of the least developed countries and in 4 small island developing states. 8 of the 18 GEF implementing agencies will deliver the important work of this June work program. IFIs represent nearly 30% of the portfolio collectively, with projects by the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, IFAD, and the West African Development Bank. UNDP is responsible for managing the highest share of financing for this work program, followed by an important share for Conservation International. Notably, GEF 8 aggregate shares for all agencies are below the 30% threshold. UNDP is highest for GEF 8 at a currently 29.8% share, just below the 30% threshold. The work program has a moderate risk profile overall, with higher relative risks in the context category and moderate risks in both innovation and execution. The GEF 8 portfolio to date makes an important contribution to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets. More than 3 billion hectares of land and seas will be directly managed for biodiversity conservation. 59 shared water systems will be under improved management, and over 10 million hectares of land and ecosystems will be restored. The GEF 8 portfolio will also mitigate more than 2 billion metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions and reduce 261,903 metric tons of chemicals of global concerns and their waste. And GEF 8 investments will benefit more than 32 million people from the conservation, sustainable use, and restoration of natural ecosystems. Over half of those beneficiaries are women. We thank you for your kind attention and consideration. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Fred and Mohammed. Very, very solid and over delivery in terms of GEF 8. This last work program is modest, but there are over 200 million in MSPs that will also be processed between now and the end of June. With that, I will now open the floor and ask Noemi to manage the flow of demands, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before giving out the floor, we're almost 1 hour behind schedule, and we still have to go over the budget. Our bellies will soon remind us that it's close to lunchtime, so I do invite Council to provide succinct comments. Thank you for that. First in line, we have Datuk. Welcome to Council, Datuk. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the East Asia constituency. Firstly, we would like to convey our sincere thank you to the GEF and also the Uzbekistan government for hosting this meeting. The constituency welcomes the continued support of the GEF Trust Fund in addressing key environmental challenges across the region and recognize its important role in biodiversity, climate change, international waters, land degradation, and chemicals and waste. As we move towards GEF 9, the constituency highlights several shared priorities. First, countries continue to face growing challenges in pollution and waste management, particularly marine plastic litter and land-based pollution. We encourage continued support for regional and multi-country approaches to address these transboundary issues. Second, climate change impacts are intensifying across the region, including floods, droughts, and coastal degradation. We encourage continued support for integrated approaches that deliver both climate and biodiversity benefits. Third, we see strong potential in scaling up nature-based solutions, including ecosystem restoration, mangrove rehabilitation, watershed management, and sustainable landscape approaches, which provide multiple environmental and socio-economic benefits. Fourth, the constituency underscores the importance of strengthening capacity for project implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and impact assessment, including enhanced knowledge sharing and regional learning. Finally, we encourage the GEF to further support the use of innovative technologies, including digital tools, artificial intelligence, and remote sensing to strengthen environmental management and project delivery, while ensuring accessibility and capacity building for developing countries. Chair, the East Asia constituency remains committed to working with the GEF Secretariat, agencies and partners to ensure impactful, country-driven and transformative environmental outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Datuk, representing Southeast Asia, and also welcome to the GEF Council. We now have Lilian from the South Cone, followed by Regina. The floor is yours, Lilian.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. Nuestra circunscripción agradece a la Secretaría del GEF por la preparación del documento correspondiente al plan de trabajo para el Fondo Fiduciario del GEF y reconoce el esfuerzo realizado para avanzar en la programación final de este ciclo de reposición, manteniendo la consistencia con las direcciones estratégicas y las políticas operacionales del Fondo. Se destaca que los Estados miembros de esta circunscripción vienen realizando esfuerzos significativos para avanzar en la utilización y programación de sus recursos del STAR correspondiente al GEF 8. En este sentido, es importante seguir acompañando el fortalecimiento de las capacidades y el apoyo a los puntos focales operativos, considerando el rol central que desempeñan en la coordinación y articulación institucional de la cartera GEF. Esta Constitución considera fundamental preservar el acceso equilibrado y predecible para los países de la región con importantes activos ambientales estratégicos. Asimismo, expresamos la importancia de fortalecer las capacidades nacionales, reducir las cargas administrativas y asegurar que los mecanismos de implementación permanezcan operativamente viables para los países receptores. Destacamos que los instrumentos innovadores y de financiamiento mixto deben mantenerse alineados con las prioridades nacionales. Dichas modalidades deben representar plenamente los procedimientos y etapas del ciclo de proyectos del GEF, incluyendo la debida consulta y coordinación con los países participantes y la utilización de las cartas de endoso por parte de los puntos focales operativos en todos los casos, en aquellos casos que se contemplen actividades o intervenciones a nivel nacional. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Lilian. Ahora le cedo la palabra a Regina.
Gracias, Noemí. Our constituency welcomes the final GEF 8 work program and congratulates the GEF Secretariat, implementing agencies and recipient countries for exceeding targets across several indicators, including the creation of marine protected areas, greenhouse gas emission mitigation, and ecosystem restoration. These achievements provide a strong foundation for advancing the objectives of GEF 9. In particular, our constituency highlights the support provided through enabling activities, as well as the rapid progress made toward implementation of the agreement under the United Nations Convention for Diversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, especially considering the short time that has elapsed since its adoption. Therefore, our constituency also highlights the importance of strengthening support for coastal and marine countries that are advancing integrated ocean governance, marine spatial planning, and blue economy strategies aligned with biodiversity conservation and sustainable use objectives. Our constituency reiterates its commitment to multilateral
Thank you very much, Regina. And we have an next in line, Annette, Andrea, CSO Network, Stephanie, Carolina, and then we will give Fred a couple of minutes to respond for the comments before we continue with the list of participants. With that said, Annette, floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Noemí, and thanks very much to Fred and his team for the presentation and the excellent results. And we are happy to see that the programming is reaching almost 100%. That's wonderful. The strong execution confirms again that GEF resources are being used efficiently. Again, a signal to wayward donors to come up. It's positive that 6 out of 10 core indicators are on track to fully meet their GEF 8 targets, and some clearly surpassed targets. So congratulations. However, 4 indicators remain clearly below target. Could the Secretary please explain in more detail why this is the case and how this will be addressed going forward into GEF 9? We are concerned about the downward trend in co-financing. The overall co-financing ratio has declined to below the 0.1 to 7 target, even if investment mobilized still meets the 1 to 5 benchmark. How will the Secretariat address this issue? We appreciate that context and execution risk fulfill the GEF risk appetite. However, innovation risk remains at moderate rather than high. Is the Secretariat aware of specific obstacles to high innovation risk and possible solutions to overcome them? It's good to see that the GEF 8 portfolio targets for agency concentration have been achieved. However, the overall distribution is still quite uneven, with 33% going to just one agency. Might that be a reason for the downward trend of co-financing? Moving towards a lower agency ceiling and higher IFI target in GEF 9 will require further efforts. What will be the Secretariat's first steps for this purpose? And finally, Germany has technical concerns about the following GEF projects and requests that the Secretariat sends final project documents for Council review prior to CEO endorsement. That's GEF project 12280. GEF project 12080. GEF project 11994, GEF project 12277, GEF project 12289, GEF project 12291, and GEF project 12295. We will share detailed comments in writing. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Annette, and we will indeed appreciate the written comments as well. I'll now give the floor to Andre, followed by Andrea. Andre, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi. We welcome the final work program. It is a relatively small but still meaningful program, and it will, as we have seen, bring the total GEF Trust Fund programming to 97%, so nearly exhausting the available resources by the end of GEF 8. We particularly welcome the inclusion of at least 2 projects benefiting our constituency members, including our host, Uzbekistan. And we are also pleased about the strong aquatic focus for both oceans and freshwater, and about the significant allocation for the NGI, a share in line with the proposed GEF 9 share for NGI. It is good to see that with this work program, GEF goals are achieved, or in some cases even overachieved. That might, of course, also raise the question about appropriate target setting, but we trust that the GEF 8 achievements have been duly considered when setting the GEF 9 goals. Finally, we will submit more detailed comments for a selected handful of projects in writing to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. And now we have Andrea, followed by Sagar from the CSO Network, Stefania and Carolina. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the Secretariat for the work program, which we support. We see good progress, and we note that programming is anticipated to be 97% by the end of the GEF 8 cycle. We do note some concern, as others have raised, that 63% of projects in this work program are being put forward by only 2 organisations, Conservation International and UNDP. We are pleased that the non-grant instrument and small grants program will achieve full programming in GEF 8, and we really welcome the strong GEF 8 achievements, including exceeding targets across MPAs, emissions reductions, shared water ecosystems and land restoration. While the work programme supports both SIDS and LDCs, only 4 SIDS and 7 LDCs are included. We support in our region the Pacific investments in Solomon Islands and in Niue, including significant restoration, resilience and emission reduction outcomes. We also support the Global Blue Nature Alliance as a major ocean initiative. We welcome the approval of enabling activities and MSPs since the 70th Council, particularly those supporting BBNJ ratification and implementation and biennial transparency reports. We reiterate that GEF funding, including for CBIT, remains critical to supporting countries' Paris Agreement transparency commitments. Finally, we welcome the Global Flyways Grant Mechanism. This is an important regional program that supports biodiversity and wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Sagar, representing CSO Network, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. The GEF CSO Network welcomes the proposed work program for the GEF Trust Fund. We commend the GEF Secretariat, agencies, and the recipient countries for strong delivery across GEF 8. We want to highlight 2 projects in this work program as a high point for civil society engagement in GEF 8. The continued support for the Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund will enable over 100 CSOs to lead conservation across 4 biodiversity hotspots, improving management of 389,000 hectares of protected areas and restoring 68,000 hectares of land. The Global Flyways Grant Mechanism on the East Asian Australasian Flyway creates a dedicated grant instrument for CSOs across 6 countries. Together, these 2 projects represent close to 20% of this work program, going to or directly through civil society. This is the highest share we have seen, and we name it deliberately. It shows what is possible. As GEF 9 begins, we ask, can this be the floor and not the ceiling? We also welcome several projects where community governance is central, not supplementary. The Reef to Reef approach in Solomon Islands, GEF ID 12289, IPLC co-management in Malaysia, GEF ID 12277, and community-led landscape restoration in India, GEF ID 12066. These are the kinds of designs we want to see replicated across GEF 9 from day one. The GEF's whole of society approach is not a slogan, it is a commitment. But how can we talk about whole of society if we don't bring whole of society to the table? We raise this in the context of Uzbekistan Risk Mitigation Facility, the project GEF ID 11994, a blended finance project in this work program designed to mobilize over $1 billion in private renewable energy investment. We support the climate ambition, but the project's own PIF shows during the identification phase, civil society organizations were not consulted. Affected communities were not consulted. Private sector developers were. Stakeholder engagement plan is promised only before CEO endorsement, not before this council takes a decision today. We ask the Secretariat, how does the GEF stakeholder engagement policy of 2017 apply within NGI structures? As GEF scales up blended finance, this question matters more, not less. We ask that community engagement and consultations be required before council approval and not deferred after it. Finally, the GEF 9 replenishment process agreed to an aspirational target of 20% of resources. The program sets an encouraging precedent. We ask the Council to ensure that the first GEF 9 work program are designed with this target in mind from the start, with clear indicators to track it, not just count it. Following this meeting, we will submit additional written comments on selected projects in the work program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sagar. Stéphanie, vous avez la parole.
Bonjour à tous, je vais m'exprimer en français. D'abord, la France remercie le secrétariat, les points focaux et les agences pour la préparation de ce programme de travail. Nous sommes à l'heure de la clôture de FEM 8. Et même si seulement 90% des ressources de FEM8 sont engagées à la fin de ce Conseil, nous félicitons l'ensemble des parties prenantes pour l'engagement de 97% prévu, si nous avons bien compris, avec les projets de taille moyenne, MSPs, etc. Donc bravo pour cet accomplissement. Nous nous félicitons aussi que l'ensemble des cibles d'allocation thématique des aires focales soient atteintes telles que prévues et que le niveau de cofinancement de GEF8 soit conséquent. Nous apprécions que la plupart des indicateurs d'impact aient été dépassés, pour certains largement dépassés, mais comme d'autres avant nous, nous regrettons que 4 indicateurs sur 10 restent en retard. Et nous aimerions avoir les retours du secrétariat sur les enseignements à en tirer pour la mesure des impacts attendus pour FEM9. Concernant ce work programme, ce programme de travail spécifiquement, la France accueille favorablement la présentation d'un projet en Ouzbékistan sur la fenêtre Non-Grant Instrument. Là aussi, félicitations, et c'est un très bon signal sur la mobilisation du secteur privé. Mais comme l'Allemagne, nous regrettons que le ratio de cofinancement diminue encore sur ce conseil, sur ce work programme, comme au précédent conseil, et n'atteigne pas la cible de 1 pour 7. Et nous regrettons aussi que nous ayons, in fine, une agence qui dépasse encore 30% sur ce work programme, mais surtout sur l'ensemble de FEM8. Et donc, première question, est-ce que cette même agence dépassera les engagements de 30% sur GEF8 à la fin de la totalité des engagements prévus avec les medium-sized projects? Et deuxièmement, comme l'a questionné l'Allemagne et d'autres, pour les engagements de GEF9, ceci devra être de nouveau finement piloté par le secrétariat et par le Conseil pour respecter une limite qui est abaissée à 25% selon nos discussions. Quelles actions vont être mises en place pour respecter cette nouvelle limite? Merci à tous.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphanie, pour ton intervention. Now we will continue with Carolina before we pause to hear back from Fred on these initial remarks. Carolina, floor is yours.
Thank you. So we welcome the proposed work program and recognizes that the relatively modest volume presented reflects the advanced stage of implementation of the current replenishment cycle. We recognize the geographic reach of the program, including support for least developed countries and small island developing states, as well as a strong biodiversity portfolio. We remain concerned by the continued concentration of programming resources in a relatively small number of implementing agencies. While established institutions clearly play a role, excessive concentration may limit institutional diversity, reduce competition, and constrains opportunities for broader participations by capable entities from developing countries. Overall, we support the work program and encourage continued efforts to improve institutional diversity, implementation effectiveness, and responsive to country-driven needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Now let me give the floor to Fred to respond, then we will return to the speakers list, starting with Lauren, Joko, and Gisela. With that said, Fred, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Thank you, council members, for your very important support for this work program and important comments. Many mentioned areas that align very well with our GEF9 programming directions and aspirations, the importance of nature-based solutions, innovations, strengthening operational focal points, mobilizing STAR, ensuring that NGIs have a adequate non-objection or concurrence policy and endorsement prior to execution, and maintaining the investment in enabling activities, which we uphold, and that's clearly articulated in the GEF9 programming directions. Concerns were raised. First, thanks for recognition also on the important achievements by all of us, the GEF partnership, on the core indicators for GEF 8, 6 of 10 on track, many of which significantly surpassed. Important questions raised relative to the 4 that are not on track, and let me give you a few detailed responses. One of the reasons that there are 2 notably in the terrestrial protected area creation and improved management, that the seeming underperformance may be explained by the fact that estimates at the PIF stage, at the concept, the PIF or PFD stage, generally tend to be lower than those that are indicated at CEO endorsement. To date in GEF 8, results for terrestrial areas, terrestrial protected areas have increased from 100 million hectares at PIF stage to 130 million hectares at CO endorsement stage, which would raise the overall achievement of that GEF 8 core indicator to 87% of the GEF target. So we expect further increases as the remaining pipeline matures. We'll note also that while achievements in the area of landscapes under improved practices fell short of ambitions, GEF 8 performance is proportionally higher relative to GEF 8, 73.6% versus 52% in GEF 7. I'll note also that the GEF committed to ambitious or stretch targets for GEF core indicators, 2 to 4-fold those in GEF 7 in many instances. For instance, targets for core indicators 9 and 10, chemicals of global concern and POPs, were tripled and quadrupled respectively from GEF 7 to GEF 8. Similarly, outcomes in several core indicators increased in GEF 8 relative to GEF 7. For instance, the extent of terrestrial and marine conservation areas supported increased by 36%, up from reaching over 2,000 or 2 billion hectares, up from 1.5 billion hectares in GEF 7, and this is captured under the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework Target number 3. On the concerns related to the co-financing levels in this work program, we'll note that at a portfolio level, co-financing remains above the indicated target for GEF 8. We will release in the scorecard later today or during the council meetings that the overall co-financing level is 8.0 for the portfolio for GEF 8. So while this work program has a relatively lower co-financing amount and it is a modest work program, the overall target for GEF 8 remains above expectations at 8.0. Similarly, agency concentration concerns for this work program, well noted. One agency surpassed the 30% threshold. As I noted, however, at a GEF 8 portfolio level, all agencies are inferior to the 30% target. To the question on the current status of share for one agency, UNDP, our good friends from UNDP, who commonly exceed expectations. The UNDP share presently, and that includes the MSPs additionally financed since the development of the work program, are at 29.8% for GEF 8 overall. We'll note also that in this work program, several noted that it's a modest, a small work program. FSPs only 144 million in total. MSPs approved to date from December that are included in the annex of the work program are an additional 200 million. And as the chair mentioned in concluding or handing over the presentation, we anticipate another nearly 200 million in MSPs, enabling activities and CBID investments by the end of GEF 8, and that should further balance the overall agency concentration as there's a much greater diversity of agencies participating in the MSPs relative to the 16 MSPs that we presented in this work program. Excuse me. As to the question of what further efforts will be made to make sure that we meet those agency thresholds, diversification has been an important part of reducing the overall concentration in a select number of agencies. We'll note that in this work program, Conservation International has a significant portfolio, and CI is a relatively new agency for the GEF. As you all are aware, we aim to further expand agencies, particularly to address the needs of SIDS, and that should further reduce agency concentration. Another thing that we are doing, we've begun in GEF 8 and we'll continue in GEF 9, is enhanced participation and engagement of OFPs and the broader constituencies in the country engagement strategy in dialogue with agencies so that they can better understand the full diversity of capabilities of agencies serving their regions. We've actively included agencies in dialogues related to what they're able to offer regions, and that gives OFPs a better idea of who they might draw upon, which has also led to further diversification of the agencies. Thank you to the CSO network for highlighting the important projects that are supporting CSO engagement and participation in project execution. Both CSO and Indigenous peoples and local communities support and engagement. Thank you for that recognition. We're doing our best indeed to walk the talk in uplifting and enabling civil society organizations and IPLCs to serve as stewards of the global environment on the front lines of conservation. On the concern related to Uzbekistan, give me a moment to pull up my notes on this. I do have a response for you. So we very much appreciate the CSO network raising the concern that there was inadequate civil society consultation in the development of the PIF for the Uzbekistan NGI. The GEF Secretariat formally notified the agency of the need for stronger stakeholder engagement at concept review in March of this year. The World Bank responded immediately in late March with a clear commitment to action. We'll note that since the project is just at the concept stage, comprehensive consultation is not yet required, and indeed a full stakeholder engagement plan will be prepared in accordance with World Bank requirements and shared with the GEF Secretariat during project preparation. The stakeholder engagement plan will include a detailed mapping of all relevant stakeholders, including civil society and local communities, and a documented record of consultations conducted during project design to ensure that critical metric is fully satisfied prior to CEO endorsement. And with that, Chair, I'll pass the microphone back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred, for these very useful responses. We will now continue with the list as speakers as follows. We have Lauren, Yoko, Gisela, Anders, Granta, Megan, James, Laura, and Barthelemy so far. Okay, now I see Dauda as well. Well noted. Thank you, Dauda. Okay, now Lauren, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi, and I will be speaking on behalf of Norway and Denmark. We thank you for the work program, for the presentation, and I would like to thank my colleagues who've raised similar questions that we had and for all the answers from Fred right now, so my intervention will be quite short. We welcome that the work program includes 7 LDCs and 4 SIDS, and we encourage continued focus on these countries in future programming and GEF 9. We thank you also for all the explanations in terms of the outcome targets. And like others, we also expect that the target setting for GEF 9 will take into weaknesses that you've identified, in the GEF 8 target setting and delivering on those targets. On agency distribution and concentration, we had the same concerns as other colleagues, and we would like to ask for continued attention to this issue, in GEF 9. We will be following this closely. And then finally, on a local note, like France also mentioned, the blended finance operation in Uzbekistan is a useful example of how the GEF can help mobilize larger volumes of private capital for the energy transition. And we encourage the GEF to continue exploring how to increase co-financing mobilization from the private sector. And we will be sending some comments in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lauren. We still have 12 speakers to go, and again, we're over time, so we will benefit from having succinct comments. Thank you in advance. Yoko-san, floor is yours, followed by Gisela. Yeah, you have to click on the speaker, and then it will turn red. There you go.
Sorry.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Noemi. I'll be brief. Japan appreciates the formulation of the proposed work program, and the cumulative progress is spread evenly across all 5 focal areas, which facilitates the implementation of relevant conventions. Recognizing the interlinkages among biodiversity conservation, climate change mitigation adaptation, as well as land degradation issues, we would like to see more projects which generate further synergies. From this perspective, we welcome that the current program includes 2 multi-trust fund projects. In order to promote the blended finance, we welcome the development of the NGI project in Uzbekistan, the host country for this session, and especially to raise the GEF's presence in Central Asia. We expect the World Bank and the GEF to work together on supplying the increasingly in-demand renewable energy so as to reduce climate change risk. In the area of biodiversity, we particularly welcome the regional project on the East Asian Australasian Flyway proposed by the ADB. Under the vast flyways covering across the region, socioeconomic benefits for approximately 330,000 people are expected, and we comment that it would reconcile ecosystem conservation with sustainable use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joko-san. I'll now give the floor to Gisela, followed by Anders. Gisela, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. We welcome the last GEF 8 work program as a well-structured and timely package of intervention, contributing to reach 97% by the end cycle. This confirms strong delivery, but also calls for careful reflection on the closing phase of the replenishment. We appreciate the highly integrated nature of this work program, with significant share of multifocal area and multi-trust fund projects, over half of their portfolio, ensuring more systemic and cross-sector impact. We also note with appreciation the thematic distribution of resources, reflecting a balanced prioritization while maintaining a strong focus on nature. And we also welcome the geographical distribution, with global projects representing the largest share, followed by Africa and Asia. We note positively that at least 5 country-specific projects are implemented in African countries, complemented by broader regional and global benefits. And we will encourage to increase this trend. We also acknowledge the strong results achieved at the portfolio level, with several core indicators already exceeding targets, demonstrating the effectiveness of GEF programming in delivering global environmental benefits. Like others, we have some little concern about the co-financing ratio. We note a slight decrease compared to the previous work program, and we would welcome further clarification about the drivers of this trend, while recognizing the continued strong catalytic role of the GEF. We commend the continuing expansion of innovative financial instruments, now reaching full programming under GEF 8, and like Franz and Lauren mentioned, initiatives such as the Uzbekistan Risk Mitigation Facility really illustrate the potential to mobilize private investment at scale, and we encourage further scaling up of such approaches, particularly in LDCs and more fragile contexts. Again, we acknowledge the progress in advancing policy coherence and integrated approach, critical to address structural drivers of environmental degradation and ensure sustainable long-term impact. Also, in this case, regarding the distribution among agencies, we share the same concerns like others, and we would encourage an even stronger involvement of multilateral development banks. And yes, I stop here, just to interesting time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Giselle, also for keeping us on time. And I'll now give the floor to Anders, followed by Corentin.
Thank you, and good morning, colleagues. We will also be rather brief, as much has been covered. As Frans and many others said, we also have concern over the strong concentration in this work program, and given the clear signals coming out of replenishment and also what we'll discuss later in this council in terms of broadening the number of implementing agencies, we would expect to have more balanced concentration of agencies in GEF 9. As Germany, France, Italy and others mentioned, we also have some concern with the low level of co-finance in this particular work program, but we see that that might be a bump in the road, and we feel quite reassured about the very positive signals we have gotten. Also taking into account additional private capital, adding additional co-finance in GEF 9. On what Italy said, we agree that several targets are already overachieving. That's great. But in line with what Norway and others said, we also believe we have to look at the targets where still more could be done to ensure that we have a stronger legacy in GEF 9 than what we have had in GEF 8, where we already see some overachievement on some of the targets, which is something we should also celebrate. On civil society's point on whole of society, we agree that we should look now for GEF 9 how we can run with this reform and implement it broadly. It's a great occasion to have more resources for an inclusive way of carrying out projects at a country level, and we should make the most out of it. And finally, in line with what France, Norway, Japan and others said, we believe that Project 1194 here in the host country of Uzbekistan is actually a rather innovative way of mobilizing co-finance with PPPs and IPPs and sort of using a limited grant base to be catalytic in attracting more resources, and must say that it's rather impressive the way we have gone from megawatt to gigawatt scale in Uzbekistan in its transition, and this project could be contributing to that journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. Now I give the floor to Corentin, followed by Megan. Corentin, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. And many thanks to Fred and Mohamed for the useful presentations. We welcome and support this work program, and we thank the operational focal points, the agencies and the Secretariat for preparing it. It's a particularly limited one, but very relevant for most of the focal areas. We don't really have comments as such on the project proposals, but these are more remarks on some information presented or not presented in the document. First, we note that with this work program and the planned funding for the remaining MSPs and enabling activities, 97% of the GEF 8 resources will be programmed. This is a very good score, and we wish to congratulate the agencies and all the actors who contributed to this. Now, in terms of lessons learned, could you identify some good practices or possible improvement from the GEF 8 experience to try to reach still a higher percentage of the programming of the GEF 9 resources? And also, how will the remaining resources be used? Will it be carried over to the GEF 9? In this case, to what focal area or to what strategic intervention will it be allocated? This work program is quite limited compared to previous ones. Some previous work programs were really much larger, and for our constituency it was sometimes quite challenging to review much larger work program with much more project proposals. So perhaps we were not the only ones. And do you think it would be possible in the future to submit slightly more balanced work program to the Council to facilitate the review of these and yet to better spread the workload? Also, we appreciate the Table 5 presenting the resource share implemented by each agency, also at the portfolio level, by the end of the GEF 8. But when such a table is presented, could you consider also indicating the percentage of resources implemented by the MDBs altogether during the GEF 8? We think this information is useful because, as you know, we established a target for the MDB for the GEF 9. And finally, we note in the presentation and in the document the cumulative contribution of the GEF 8 to the targets of the KMGBF. So based on this table, we also understand that the GEF 8 doesn't seem to have contributed to the target 18 about the harmful incentives and subsidies eroding biodiversity, although this is quite critical for the GEF since it's about financing and policy coherence. So is our understanding correct, or has this target been omitted in this section? Sorry. If you confirm the GEF did not contribute at all to this target 18, even indirectly, could you suggest measures or actions to make sure that the GEF 9 will contribute to this target 18? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kalanta. And I give the floor to Megan, followed by James. Megan, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. So first of all, we very much welcome the work programme, which accounts for 2.8% of the GEF 8 resource allocation and reaches 90.2% of the GEF 8 target allocation, which is really something to be welcomed. We'd like to highlight the expected level of co-financing, which exceeds the GEF policy target. The breakdown by co-financier shows that the majority of co-financing is expected to come from GEF implementing agencies, followed by the private sector, which exceeds that provided by their recipient countries' governments. We also place particular emphasis on the promotion of the non-grant instruments and the GEF's integration through multi-focal area and multi-trust fund projects. We'd like to emphasise the importance of assessing the cumulative contributions of GEF 8 programming to the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And while recognising that the ambition for funding for biodiversity increased considerably under GEF 8, we would have similar questions to others about the terrestrial areas indicators, so I welcomed your explanations on that earlier on, and I won't go into it too much further now. We welcome the alignment with the GEF's policy on gender equality, as well as the assessment on policy coherence of GEF 8 projects and programmes. Gender remains a priority focal area for our constituency, and we look forward to continued focus on it under GEF 9. Similarly, policy coherence and ensuring country-led programming underpinned by cross-government national planning remains important to the longer-term efficiency and efficacy of the GEF. We look forward to continued focus on this under GEF 9. We welcome the distribution of funding, particularly the funding allocated to 11 SIDS and LDCs, and this is also a key priority area for our constituency, and we welcome the GEF's continued efforts in this area. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Megan. James, floor is yours, followed by Laura.
Thanks very much. I'll take this opportunity to thank the government of Uzbekistan for hosting this meeting. First, we want to encourage the GEF to focus its work programs on issues at the nexus of biodiversity conservation and global security, such as illegal fishing, logging, wildlife trafficking, as well as practices that unfairly disadvantage U.S. businesses and threaten health, such as transboundary pollution and the disposal of toxic waste. Addressing environmental challenges that affect Americans in a variety of commercial sectors, such as mercury pollution and illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing remain a U.S. priority. In that light, we are concerned that there are no full-size mercury-related projects in this work program and want to ensure that funding for mercury programs will be fully utilized by the end of GEF 8. We echo the concerns raised by others about agency concentration in the GEF 8 work program. Increasing projects with IFIs that leverage private sector finance is an important priority, and we look forward to seeing more projects from IFIs in GEF 9 work programs. We note that 2 projects in the work program and 18 projects approved through delegated authority are labeled as global. While we understand that some projects are implemented in multiple countries, the GEF must be more transparent about its countries of implementation. In the future, we request that projects implemented in multiple countries list those countries in all relevant documents. As we've previously noted in other meetings, we'd like to see the GEF and agencies move away from the use of buzzwords and focus on clear objectives that describe where programming is delivering value. We continue to see projects that use the framing of the SDGs and their outcomes, and would like to see project outcomes describe specific objectives rather than blanket references to the SDGs. We'd also like to see agencies move away from using terms like gender and towards descriptions that accurately represent project objectives such as women's empowerment or supporting women and girls. The United States seeks a balanced approach to economic growth, energy security, and environmental protection, one that promotes American jobs, economic prosperity, and energy dominance. In line with this, we're opposed to the earmarking of funding in the GEF 8 envelope for activities that support implementation of the Paris Agreement and UNFCCC. Countries should be able to use GEF funding for projects that deliver global environmental benefits and support their national needs. As a result, we oppose any project that supports the implementation of biennial transparency reporting. This includes 17 projects that were approved intercessionally. The United States requests that the following statements be reflected in written record of the Council meeting. First, the United States, in light of its policies related to development projects involving countries that have engaged in a pattern of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights, opposes and therefore does not join a Council decision that would support GEF Project 12295 in Sudan. The United States, in light of its policies related to development projects involving countries that have engaged in a pattern of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights, whose governments are not addressing trafficking in persons, and that do not have in place a functioning system for reporting to civilian authorities, audits of receipts and expenditures that fund activities of the armed forces and security forces, opposes and therefore does not join a Council decision that would support GEF Project 12080 in Eritrea. The United States, in light of its policies related to development projects in Zimbabwe, opposes and therefore does not join a Council decision that would support GEF Project 11987. And finally, the United States, in light of its America First foreign policy, does not join consensus on the approval of GEF projects 12293, 12283, 11994, and 11577, and I request that this is reflected in the report of the meeting. We will submit further detailed comments on the work program by email ahead of the deadline and written comments on the 17 projects approved intercessionally, including all projects related to the implementation of the Paris Agreement and in countries that trigger U.S. voting mandates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. So we have 5 speakers in line. So in the interest of time, I suggest that we hear from them before giving some minutes to Fred to address those comments. So with that said, we now have Laura, Barthelemy, Dauda, Ben, and Perpetua. And then we also have China. Okay, thank you. So, Laura, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Noemi. As this is the first time that I'm taking the floor, let me also thank Uzbekistan for hosting us here in very beautiful Samarkand and for all the excellent arrangements. I would also like to thank the GEF Secretariat for good preparations for this Council meeting and for the presentation of the work program. We would like to commend the Secretariat for putting together this last work program for the GEF 8, which we can approve. In particular, we note positively that key cross-cutting and innovative instruments, such as the non-grant instrument and the small grants program, are now fully programmed. However, we note that based on the work program and the overall GEF 8 progress, chemicals and waste, as well as biodiversity, may not yet be fully programmed by the end of this cycle. We thank also those colleagues who already raised the questions we had also regarding the agency concentration and lower co-financing ratio, and thank the Secretariat for the answers we already got. However, it is encouraging that the private sector provides a large share of co-financing, nearly 30%. It demonstrates that GEF funding is effective in attracting additional resources and helping to scale up investments beyond what public funding alone could achieve. And finally, like Ireland, we welcome the confirmation that all projects are expected to comply with the GEF gender equality policies. This is an important priority to our constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Barthelemy, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Noémie. La circonscription Afrique centrale note avec satisfaction le programme de travail du projet du GEF 8 qui présente les faciès de résultats et donc d'impact tangible obtenu. La circonscription donc Afrique centrale met un accent particulier sur les programmes intégrés présentés par Mohamed et recommande au GEF de continuer à soutenir financièrement les programmes intégrés sur le GEF 9 qui ont un plus grand impact, une transformation systémique à tous les niveaux avec une forte implication des communautés locales et peuples autochtones. Et la circonscription donc Afrique centrale encourage aussi le secrétariat du GEF à organiser le forum sur les programmes intégrés, donc ce qui permettra donc le partage d'expériences, d'approches pour une programmation plus intégrée. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Barthélémy. Now I give the floor to Dauda, followed by Ben, Pepe, and then we conclude with Young. With that said, Dauda, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to show our appreciation to the government and people of Uzbekistan for hosting this council and associated meetings in this historic, beautiful city of Samarkand. We welcome this pro-work program and thank GEF for the hard work for coming up with this document, and also Fred and Mohammed for the presentation. Particularly on the Great Green Wall Initiative in GEF 8, of which a number of countries in my constituencies are involved. The West Africa Sahel constitutes a very diverse, challenging with respect to biodiversity, land degradation, climate change, which has still impacted negatively on our lives and livelihood of the people of the area. It is our collective view that in addressing environment and social challenges such as climate change, biodiversity losses, land degradation, desertification, chemical and waste requires an integrated and holistic approach or strategy involving sectors with collective responsibility to achieve project targets, objectives, and global goals to make this planet Earth a better place for us to live. We saw some concern with respect to the concentration of agencies, taking into account some of the delays experienced during the implementation. On a final note, we will also strongly recommend that GEF and associated implementing agencies to work tirelessly and make the needed resources available for the countries concerned to implement this project without further delay. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dauda. Ben, floor is yours.
Many thanks, Naomi. And also, as others have said, many thanks to Fred and Mohammed for their very full presentation. We are broadly supportive of the work programme, and we welcome clarification from Fred on the overall portfolio target on co-financing over the period of GEF 8. Was a concern from us, but it's good to see that that remains above 1 to 7. As others have said regards the MDB engagement, we also noted in relation to the World Bank that their share, I think, from this work programme leads them to having 7.4% over the course of the whole of the GEF 8 period. I believe that is a significant reduction from the GEF 7 period. That low level of engagement from MDBs in GEF 8 needs to be reversed, as others have said, in GEF 9. We welcome the section on risk management and some of the increases around appetite for risk, innovation risk, but agree with Annette that point that we need further progress to get that to the agreed appetite level that the Council has set. There are some projects where risk management could be better articulated, and we will elaborate further in written comments. We would also provide written comments around the feasibility of Project 12295, which we'd like to see before final approval. It's unclear how the worthwhile objectives to this project can be carried out in the current context. Just to conclude, we support approval of this work programme. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Pepe, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. I'll be very brief. The Pacific constituency recognized the geographical coverage of the work program and welcomed the participation of 4 states and 7 LDCs. It is good to see the progress and commitment made by the IAs in supporting the countries in the Pacific, including Solomon Islands and Niue. It is encouraging to see a Pacific Seeds doing a multi-trust fund project, a particular way to effectively program the available GEF resources, taking into account the capacity challenges faced by Pacific countries in accessing GEF resources. This performance is related to matters raised by this constituency for a wider availability and engagement of GEF agencies to the Pacific come the GEF 9 cycle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pepe. Last but not least, Mr. Yang, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Naomi. China welcomes the encouraging progress achieved under GEF 8 and highly commend the hard work by GEF Secretariat behind those figures. And moving forward, it is essential for GEF to stay committed to its core mission and maintain grant-based business model, fully mobilize the joint efforts of receiving countries and implementing agencies, and continuously enhance the effectiveness of the products. China would approve the proposed work program and welcome the GEF to increase its support to seeds, including proposed products in St. Vincent and Grenadines, the GFID 11541. But I want to emphasize that one China principle is a universal consensus of the international community and a base norm of the international relations. In this regard, we urge GEF and UNEP as the implementing agency that all process of the product implementation must strictly adhere to the One China principle. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Council. This concludes the list of speakers as far as I can see. Now let's give some minutes to Fred to address these questions before we move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you, Council members, for these important comments. Let me return briefly to the agency concentration questions, and I noted some initial responses on how we will manage that in GEF 9, but I also wanted to note and refer to the GEF 9 policy directions, ensuring an active and diverse GEF partnership, where we have noted that managing the ceiling of 25% in GEF 9 will include proactive monitoring of the pipeline, supported by automatic tracking and alerts, and more active engagement with agencies and countries as the ceiling is approached. If that threshold of 25% is breached, measures that the GEFSEC will take include temporarily freezing new approvals for the relevant agency and conditional approval until other agencies' portfolios grow, or portfolio rebalancing as needed via project transfer. On the concerns related to co-financing that were noted in the first round and reiterated, I think all understood that for this work program, co-financing is low relative to our 7.0 ratio target. However, in aggregate for GEF 8, we exceed the target with all modalities of investment. That includes FSPs, MSPs, enabling activities, and CBIT. The co-financing ratio is 7.5. Excluding enabling activities, the co-financing ratio achieved for GEF 8 will be 8.0. So we've significantly exceeded the target at a portfolio level for GEF 8. Related to many appreciated and we acknowledge and are grateful for your appreciation of the 97% programming that we anticipate achieving by the end of GEF 8. There's currently 230 million in the pipeline, so that figure may increase if we're able to successfully conclude the entirety of that 230 million. Remaining funding from GEF 8 will indeed be carried over to GEF 9, so we will be able to use that funding in GEF 9, and that will be incorporated in the overall replenishment figure. On the question related to MDB's reporting in GEF 9, we will certainly take that into consideration. I don't see why that we would consider that a difficulty or a problem, so we will take that into consideration and endeavor to include that in our reporting in GEF 9. On Target 18, we'll note that a very limited number of countries decided to use their STAR to work specifically on Target 18. However, all 91 countries participating in the umbrella program to support the development of biodiversity finance plans, which is the GEF 8 enabling activity, are working on identifying harmful incentives for biodiversity and supporting implementation of Target 18. We'll report on accomplishments of this umbrella program as results are achieved. So thank you for that important note. Corentin, you raised that point. Thank you. I should note also that we have an MSP related to Target 18 that is approaching CEO endorsement stage. This will establish an innovative financing mechanism on reforming environmentally harmful incentives and pilot test models in several countries. Oh, indeed, the project was just CEO endorsed. The implementing agency is Conservation International. The project is called ARTSI, A-R-T-S-I, if you'd like to take a look at that particularly. The core indicators explanation that I gave earlier related to the stretch targets that we set in GEF 9 related to expectations for increases in the core indicator achievements as projects move from PIF to CO endorsement stage for terrestrial protected areas. I'll just note that we included an explanation in the work program cover note. Please take a look at that, and we're happy to provide any further clarification as helpful. On the comments related to fully expending our mercury resources, indeed, there are several projects currently in the pipeline that we anticipate approving by the end of GEF 8. We expect to expend approximately 91% of mercury funding. The reason that it's not 100% is that several enabling activities for the Minamata Convention did not materialize. They were expected and did not materialize. Countries did not submit those enabling activity proposals as expected. On the concern related to global projects that have no clearly identified countries of implementation, we'll note that when the global projects and regional projects proceed to CO endorsement stage, LOEs are required, and those LOEs will be presented at CO endorsement, identifying all countries that will benefit from the project. That gives some flexibility in the design phase to identify relevant countries. However, it also gives Council the ability to review and approve upon on the inclusion of countries at the CO endorsement stage. Excuse me. I'll note very stridently that all GEF projects will continue to comply with our gender requirements and safeguards. That remains a fundamental requirement of all GEF projects. On the participation of MDBs, yes, this is something that we will continue to encourage and enhance. I did note for this work program, we were pleased to see that approximately 30% of the work program is implemented by IFIs, and we expect that there will be continued growth of MDB and IFI participation, particularly with the important blended finance proportion or blended finance engagements in GEF 9. And I should note, related to blended finance as well, co-financing expectations for NGI for GEF 8 largely far exceed the target ratio of 7.0. Indeed, we expect that NGI co-financing will be 18.6 to 1 for GEF 8. Very encouraging, and many noted the encouraging results in this one, or expectations from this one work program for the project in Uzbekistan on private sector investment mobilization. And I'd say that performance in GEF 8 is a very strong indication that we have a promising path ahead for GEF 9. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Co-Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred, and thanks, Mohammed. Again, thanks to all the great council comments. Let me just take 1 minute to explain a little bit about the 97% and the carryover and all of this. It's not random. There's a plan. When we say 97%, it's 97% of the 5.33 billion which represented the GEF 8 envelope. In a perfect world, that 5.33 billion would have been deposited at July 1st of 2022, and we would have been able to spend 100%. That's not how the GEF works. In some cases, certain countries have challenges in meeting their pledges over the 4-year period. When that happens, we're not able to spend that money because the trustee only allows us to spend what's in the trust fund. So a large part of that 3% is actually money that is pledged but is not in the trust fund, and that money will be carried over to GEF 9. Now, you've seen this, those who have participated, and if you've read the summary of the negotiations of GEF 9, the financial table and that defines the envelope for GEF 9 is composed of 4 different inputs. One are new pledges by countries. The second is projected income over the 4-year period, and that's the trustee that makes that determination. The third is carryover from GEF 8, and the last one are reflows from the NGI. The estimate in GEF 9 is that the sum of those 4 is 3.9 and a fraction right now. That 3.9 will be spent in accordance with the prorated allocation table. So this is all fit in. There will not be any discretionary decisions on how we use carryover as opposed to any other sources of funding. There's one package of funding, and it will be expended according to the plan that you've just approved in GEF 9. With that, since there are no further questions, I will invite Council to adopt the draft decision that's included in the document GEF C71/03. As I see no request for the floor, the decision is adopted. Thank you very much. I will now pass over to the co-chair for the next agenda item.
Thank you, Claude. I'd now like to open agenda item 4, and I'd like to invite Mr. Peter Lallis, he's coming, good, from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF/C71/04, which is the GEF Business Plan and Corporate Budget for 2027. Just to note also, we are running a little bit over time, so we will press ahead with this item and maybe temporary pause the item depending on when we break for lunch, but we'll keep on going now. Over to you, Peter. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Co-Chair, and hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce the GEF Business Plan and Corporate Budget for FY27. This document presents the combined FY27 budget request for the projected administrative expenses of the Secretariat, staff, and the trustee. The FY27 budget request is designed for effective and efficient delivery of the first year of the GEF 9 programming and policy agenda, the ongoing project portfolio, and related work demands. Priority areas of delivery for the Secretariat in FY27 include, and let me list a few, support for a strong start to the GEF 9 programming and policy agenda in line with the GEF 9 replenishment, support for the conventions and new mandates of the GEF, including the Treaty on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction that has recently entered into force, ongoing priority work in operations, policy implementation, portfolio monitoring, communications, knowledge and learning, in line with the new directions and priorities of GEF 9, enhanced engagement and partnership with countries, indigenous peoples and local communities, women, youth, and other partners and stakeholders, and expanded capacity in systems, data, and analytics in support of all of these core work areas. The FY27 request before you reflects efficiencies and savings to deliver these work needs. As shown in the document, the request is for an increase of 1.2% compared to the approved budget in FY26, below the level of inflation. The FY27 staff salaries line reflects these efficiencies. It keeps staffing at zero growth in FY27 with no new positions. The increase of 0.4% in the staff line from the approved budget of FY26 is below inflation and the projected annual salary rate increase of the World Bank, which applies equally to the staff at the GEF. The underrun on staff costs in FY26, which is noted in the document, was due to unexpected turnover at a high level, and especially the freeze we applied to 8 open positions budgeted under the approved budget of Council in earlier sessions for reasons of fiscal prudence pending the outcomes of the replenishment. For FY27, we propose to continue the freeze for the majority of these positions. We plan to open just 3 to meet urgent GEF 9 demands: for blended finance, for a long vacant country officer position for Latin America and the Caribbean, and the high demand work of our events team. The others are in the FY27 budget line but remain frozen. This also provides some space for decisions on needs of the new CEO when the new CEO arrives. For variable costs, the FY27 request is virtually flat in real terms, rounding to a 0% increase from FY26. This reflects a reduction on outreach and communication and flat costing for the other budget lines. For consultants, which is part of the variable costs, the increase, if you saw the table 3, the increase in extended term consultants' ETC costs is countered by a corresponding decrease in short-term consultant costs. This reflects updated contracting modalities at the Secretariat's host institution, the World Bank. The combined cost of the ETCs and the STCs of consultants, in other words, remains well below a few years earlier, as the enhanced staffing that we've had has enabled savings through less need for consultants. The FY27 travel request, another part of the variable costs, is a 3.8% increase from the approved budget of FY26. This reflects inflation and is needed to meet core work demands as we launch GEF 9 in the coming fiscal year, as set out in some detail in the document. The request on travel is in fact a 5% decrease from the earlier FY25 request of the Secretariat that was approved by Council of $2.170 million, reflecting some continuing efficiencies on this budget line over time. Let me say here we appreciate questions we've received in advance of this meeting about rules relating to GEF travel and the class of travel. The Secretariat is bound by World Bank rules for the travel of its staff, but this does not preclude the possibility of GEF staff choosing a lower service of travel. And we want to say we're very mindful of constraints on donor budgets, and we will be and we're ready to explore ways to move ahead on this topic within the World Bank rules as we go forward. On fixed costs, the Secretariat is also pleased to confirm significant continued savings, particularly for office space. This is thanks to the highly favorable arrangements for the lease renewal reported to Council last year with help from our colleagues at the World Bank, including favorable rental rate, several months of free rent per year, and a significant landlord contribution for rental reduction. The increase in costs indicated in the document for Council meetings assumes and is based on the assumption, it was based on the assumption that in FY27 there would be 2 in-person Council sessions. But if Council decides this week to hold one of these 2 sessions virtually, and that's a decision I think that will come under any other business, this budget line can be reduced significantly. So it could be reduced from the current request of $700,000, which is for 2 in-person Council meetings, to $400,000, reflecting the substantially lower cost of the virtual meetings. So we can determine as we have the Council decision on that, the cost of this, and it could go down significantly. The increase in costs for office equipment and IT systems reflects one-time updates in the GEF portal to align to updated and simplified project review requirements in GEF 9 and to upgrade the portal's underlying platform, now 10 years old, which is a couple of lifetimes in the IT world, for higher efficiency going forward. The Secretariat is also pleased to confirm the earlier resolution on cost recovery by the World Bank, with the World Bank, in accord with decisions of GEF Council at a rate of up to 11% of direct costs. As reported last year, this also has led to major savings through the updated arrangement with the World Bank on budgeting work. And Nicholas next to me is part of the reason that we have created so many savings. We have some in-house budget expertise now, and the new arrangement is saving us a lot of funds. We are also pleased to report that we are projecting to stay within the budget agreed by Council for the staging of the GEF Assembly, this week here in Samarkand. Here, I would like to mention a special thanks to the team at the Secretariat, led by Council Secretary Noemi, and many others, working with many others, for their diligent, careful, and tireless work in staying on budget and staging this assembly in close cooperation with the host government, all the workers that you've seen, and everyone around us to make this happen on budget. With this below-inflation budget request for FY27, and here I'll conclude, this is the final year, FY27, of the GEF 8 administrative budget cycle. The Secretariat is now able to project that it will stay within the GEF 8 four-year budget envelope approved by the GEF 8 replenishment, FY24 through FY27. This is also shown in the document before you. The document also presents the budget requests for STAP, the trustee, the CBIT Trust Fund, and the Nagoya Protocol Implementation Trust Fund. Thank you, and I turn it back to the Chair.
Thank you, Peter, for those remarks. I'd now like to open the floor for any questions and comments from the room. Just a note, as I mentioned earlier on, we are running a bit over time, so if any comments and questions can be kept brief, then we can head to lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. As you mentioned, it's almost lunchtime and our bellies know it. So to catch up in time, the co-chairs are proposing that we open the floor now up until 1. Wherever we land at 1, we pause, and if there are still raised flags, we will resume at 2. We will have a 1-hour lunch instead of a 1 hour and 30 minutes lunch to catch up on time. So if there is agreement from Council, I see some heads. So thank you for the support. So with that said, the floor is open. As mentioned, we will pause at 1 for lunch. All right. Andre, thanks for kicking us off. Floor is yours.
The intervention will be done by Gabriela online, if that is possible.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Gabriela.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thanks. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Thanks for the preparation of the document and the draft decision. However, we don't agree to the current proposed draft decision, so I'll go straight into the suggested changes and amendments. First, we question the need for 2 full in-person council meetings next year. While we do see the case to have the January meeting in person to introduce the new CEO, we question the need for the second in-person meeting and therefore suggest that the meetings in June and December next year could be held virtually, and would like to ask the Secretary to indicate what the cost savings would be to hold both of those meetings virtually instead of in person. And then second, we have some additional suggestions for economizing costs in the budget. We would like to restrict air travel to economy class except for staff with level GH and above for flights above 8 hours. But this will not only lead to reduced cost, but also to reduce generated greenhouse gas emissions by GEF staff travel, which is fully consistent with the mission of the GEF. And we understand but we understand, as outlined by Peter, that we cannot unilaterally decide to reduce business class as we are bound by staff rules of the World Bank, but we would like to include the following in the Council decision. I'll read it in, but I also ask colleagues to work in the room and with the Secretariat and then possibly circulate language that could be acceptable to all Council members. Our suggestion would be the GEF Council requests the GEF Secretariat, under leadership by the new CEO, to find solutions to substantially reduce business class travel, including through a dialogue with World Bank on any adjustments that may be made to its travel policies, and in parallel to these efforts, strongly encourages the GEF Secretariat staff to use economy class flights. We believe this is consistent with many policies in governments sitting around the table. Then we further request lowering the staff increase compared to expected 2026 actuals to inflation adjustments, so to around 3%, unless GEF Secretariat can provide a compelling case for the increase. We believe even with this reduced growth rate, it will be possible to ensure a smooth implementation of the GEF 9 programming directions, and the needed staff with a proven track record in the management of non-grant instruments and private sector engagement can be hired. We would thank you for explaining the reasons for not fully using the 2026 staff budget and why you believe these issues will not occur in the next financial year. Can you explain and list the positions that will be unfreezed in the 2027 budget? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. I'll now hand it over to Anders, followed by Lilian.
Thank you. I can fully support the intervention made by Gabriela in Switzerland. Firstly, to say we also note with concern the increased extended term consultant costs, but we also received an explanation for you. So just to make a pointer that we have noted a quite substantial increase. Secondly, on page 6, 15C, we welcome that you have included clarity on how you plan to restructure staff resources within existing budget to take into account recommendations from MOPAN and the outcome of the replenishment in terms of increasing staff resources for blending finance. This will evidently be necessary, and we welcome that that is well reflected in terms of the MOPAN recommendation on staffing for blended finance and gender. Next, in line with what Switzerland said, we find it very difficult to justify to our citizens that we would have two in-person meetings. We do not see the added value of that, given that we have a good established culture of having meetings virtually, every second one of them, and we see the need to have a meeting with a new CEO, but the proposal to have a meeting in January and the others virtual would be a good solution. Similarly to what Switzerland raised about flights, we also note your flexibility there to review the policy within the scope of the World Bank policy on a voluntary basis. We think that would really send the right signal to our citizens, both in donor countries and implementing countries, because to us it would be very difficult to justify spending resources on business class tickets, which should, to a larger degree, go to implement results at the country level. So that's a very clear expectation. And in line with what Switzerland said, as long as our delegation worked in this business, we have an established policy that we do not fly business on public money. Finally, also wanted to pick up some details for questions on the STAP budget on page 25. We note that there has also been a rather significant increase in terms of staff travel, meeting and events, both in estimated expenditures for last year and in increases for this year compared to the budget requested last year. We also note that panel member travel, meetings and events, there is a similar trend. And we think in view of the ongoing work with the ad hoc working group on STAP, we also need to reflect on sort of the division of labor between STAP, between the communication team, between the CEO, to ensure that we use the resources as efficiently between the three different functions. While we certainly see that there is a need to carry out this work, and we recognize fully the independent role of the staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. I'll now hand it over to Lilian, followed by Lauren, Regina, and Stefan. Lilian, tienes la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. La circunscripción agradece a la Secretaría por la preparación del documento Plan de Negocios del GEF y el presupuesto corporativo para el año fiscal 2027 y reconoce los esfuerzos realizados para mantener una gestión administrativa eficiente, transparente y alineada con las prioridades estratégicas del GEF 9. La circunscripción reconoce los esfuerzos orientados a mantener la eficiencia operativa y fortalecer las capacidades institucionales dentro del sistema. Sin embargo, la circunscripción considera relevante evitar el crecimiento excesivo de las estructuras administrativas, plataformas y mecanismos paralelos que puedan reducir recursos disponibles para una efectiva implementación en terreno. Asimismo, se resalta la importancia de continuar fortaleciendo la simplificación operativa, la modernización de los sistemas y la transparencia y la reducción de los tiempos de acceso al financiamiento. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Lilian. Lauren, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi. And thank you to the Secretariat for the budget and the work plan and for the explanations provided as well. To start, we would like to also support the suggestion and the suggested decision modification made by Switzerland. And we would just like to mention that in terms of the travel class and traveling economy class, for us it's important in terms of emission reductions. And I think we've been mentioning in several council meetings that for us, greening the operations of the GEF is also a priority. So that falls within that. You provided a lot of explanations, Peter, in terms of the staff budget and the costs. And we had a lot of questions based on the document, like, for example, the increase in the extended term consultants of 443%, I think, and the increase of 7% compared to the executed FY26 budget. And thank you for your explanations. And I think we would like to encourage strongly that in the next document for next year, that you provide a bit more explanation so that we don't have all these questions for you at the council meetings. And that goes also for the staff for the blended finance. For us, it's really a priority that the Secretariat has qualified and enough staff working on blended finance and GEF 9, and I couldn't read that from the document, so I'm very happy to hear that from you now. Then in terms of the portal, we're very happy that it's going to be upgraded, and we hope that it will allow for easier access to information and also will facilitate the work of the Secretariat in terms of communicating, on results, both to the countries but also to us as donors. And we also assume that you use AI tools in terms of, accumulating results, for example, and you can use that in communication. And we would like to know, for example, how the data and analysis unit at the Secretariat uses AI tools, and maybe that could be provided in the next report, some information on that. And then finally, like Sweden on STAP, we noted the increase in the expenditure in FY26. Maybe you could provide an explanation on that. And we were just wondering, in terms of, we are having discussions on changing possibly the mandate of the STAP, and how will that affect maybe, their budget in FY27. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Regina, tienes la palabra, followed by Stefan.
Gracias, Noemi. Our constituency extends its appreciation for the efforts undertaken by the GEF Secretariat throughout the GEF 8 cycle, particularly regarding budget allocation and resource programming, which represent a high complex exercise given the increasing demand for limited resources. At the same time, we underscore the importance of beginning discussions on the operationalization of GEF 9 beyond aligning the replenishment guidelines across the different focal areas and financing instruments. Effective operationalization will ultimately determine how these priorities are translated into implementation and concrete impact on the ground. In this sense, this document is particularly relevant as it serves as a bridge between the strategic decisions adopted during the replenishment process and their practical execution in future programming cycles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regina. Stéphane, vous avez la parole, followed by Datuk.
Merci Noémie. Tous nos points ont déjà été faits par les intervenants précédents, donc je vais essayer d'aller vite. Merci beaucoup au secrétariat pour cette proposition de budget qui, selon nous, exprime déjà un véritable effort de sobriété. Néanmoins, nous soutenons totalement les propositions qui ont été faites précédemment pour aller plus loin, notamment la proposition de la Suisse soutenue par la Suède et la Norvège pour limiter à une seule réunion en présentiel l'année prochaine du Conseil. Entre la réunion de janvier ou celle de juin, nous sommes assez agnostiques pour ce qui nous concerne. Deuxièmement, la proposition faite par les mêmes chaises pour réduire encore le budget de voyage, en limitant notamment fortement le recours à la business class. Et par ailleurs, j'ai un point plus général que je souhaiterais faire sur la présentation du budget que vient de faire à l'instant la Norvège. Je pense vraiment qu'il n'existe aucune institution financière où on demande au Conseil de se prononcer sur un budget de 36 millions de dollars avec une information aussi pauvre. C'est vraiment très très compliqué pour nous de comprendre les tenants et aboutissants. Je pense notamment à la chronique d'équivalent temps plein, sur lequel vraiment, conseil après conseil, j'ai moi-même demandé ici à ce que davantage d'informations soient fournies. Le nombre d'équivalents temps plein en début, en fin de période, le turnover, les vacancies, les recrutements prévus. Je dois dire que même le fonds vert, qui part de loin en ce domaine, présente aujourd'hui à ce Conseil une information bien plus détaillée. Donc c'est quand même assez révélateur et j'espère que des progrès seront faits à l'avenir dans ce sens. Et dernier point, je voudrais là aussi soutenir la demande, la question de la Norvège s'agissant de la montée en puissance de la fenêtre de financement mixte. Donc dans la mesure où le secrétariat prévoit de maintenir constant le nombre d'agents, comment comptez-vous monter en compétence sur cette question fondamentale? Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. I will now give the floor to Datuk, followed by Corentin.
Thank you, Chair. Our constituency welcomes the GEF business plan and corporate budget for the fiscal year 27 and appreciates the Secretariat's continued efforts to strengthen the effectiveness and impact of the GEF partnerships. As the GEF moves towards GEF 9, we see an opportunity for further strengthen the role of MDBs and GEF agencies beyond financing and implementations, particularly in technical leaderships, technology transfer, knowledge sharing, and also capacity building. Many developing countries continue to face challenges in assessing and deploying emerging environmental technologies and innovative solutions. In this regard, we encourage MDBs and agencies to support structured, regional and country-level gap analysis on environmental priorities, technological readiness, institutional capacity and financing needs. These would help countries better design evidence-based and impactful GEF projects, particularly in our constituencies. We also encourage stronger efforts in facilitating technology transfer and knowledge sharing, which is very much needed by our constituencies, including through regional knowledge platforms, communities of practice, and South-South cooperation to enable countries to learn from proven solutions and scale successful approaches. In addition, we see value in developing regional flagship initiatives that build on country strengths and demonstrate innovative solutions, which can then be replicated across the region. Chair, we believe that addressing environmental challenges requires not only finance, but also access to expertise, innovations, and effective partnerships. Strengthening the strategic role of MDBs and GEF agencies in these areas will enhance the catalytic impact of the GEF and support more transformative outcomes. We thank the Secretariat and look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Datuk. And I give the floor to Corentin, followed by Megan. Corentin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. And in the interest of time, I'll try to be brief. We thank the Secretariat for proposing this budget, since this request is designed to keep the GEF Secretariat within the GEF 8 administrative budget. It's very positive that the issue with the World Bank relating to the office space and cost recovery could be solved in positive terms. Concerning the short-term consultants, we would like to know how this general tendency of reduction of the short-term consultants undertaken by the World Bank is likely to affect the operational work of the GEF, also in terms of the human resource management. And we also support the savings measures proposed in the document, and we also support more measures like an optimal reduction of the Secretariat travels in business class and the request to the Secretariat to fly as much as possible in economy class. And we are also in favor of holding only one meeting in person per year, so we can certainly support the updated Council decision text proposed by Gabriela. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Corentin. And I give the floor to Megan, followed by Gisela.
Thanks very much. And I guess firstly, I'll just start by supporting some of the suggestions made by Gabriela from Switzerland, specifically on the proposal around in-person meetings for next year and also on air travel. Then moving on to our own comments. So I just have a couple of comments and then some questions at the end. Firstly, we'd like to thank the Secretariat for the detailed presentation on the financial year 27 budget. We support a continued emphasis on financial discipline. It's positive to see a continued focus on the efficiency and cost containment. The financial year 27 budget stayed broadly stable, but we need to take a mid-term view of this as well. In this regard, we acknowledge the use of savings from GEF 7 to absorb additional World Bank cost recovery charges. It will be helpful to understand whether this is intended as a temporary solution or an approach beyond financial year 27. We also welcome continued efforts to improve complementarity with the Green Climate Fund and other climate finance mechanisms. We strongly support the increased emphasis on monitoring, mid-term reviews and early risk identification during implementation. Going forward, we could think of including metrics such as disbursement speed, implementation performance, project completion rates and environmental impact indicators. In terms of events, we know the CEO's proposal to retain the same budget for events in financial year 27 as 26. Financial year 26 included the replenishment meetings, and we just query whether the events planned warrant the same budget allocated for financial year 27. So some more information on those events would be really useful. We welcome the action for the country engagement strategy, supporting and building capacity in recipient countries, ultimately leading to more country-led projects to remain a key priority for the GEF. Transparency is core to the UNFCCC, and 2026 will see the delivery of the second round of BTRs under the Enhanced Transparency Framework, and it's important that parties are supported in delivering on this aspect of their UNFCCC obligations. So we welcome the continued good engagement between the GEF and the CBIT implementing initiatives such as ICAT. And then just a couple of questions from our side. One, what concrete metrics would the Secretariat use to demonstrate that GEF reform and simplification efforts are reducing transaction costs and accelerating delivery? How does the Secretariat assess the operational risks associated with maintaining zero staff growth under the expanded GEF 9 mandate? We note the reference to hiring freezes in financial year 26, but also the well-explained need for experienced staff to deliver on the work programme for financial year 27. So will the hiring freeze continue into financial year 27, and how will this impact on programme delivery? And then I think, as has been raised by other people on the staff budget, we know the travel, meetings and event spend for financial year 26 was almost twice the budget requested. So what's the reason for the increased spend? Financial year 27 is seeking an increase to the estimated amount for this subhead, but less than the actual financial year 26 spend. So are we expecting a similar overrun for financial year 26, and what contingencies are in place to mitigate against this? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Megan. Gisela, floor is yours, followed by Annette.
Thank you. We thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive presentation of the financial year 27 business plan and budget, and we appreciate the continued efforts to ensure delivery within agreed envelopes and to generate efficiency. We would like to stress that any budget growth should remain firmly anchored in a context of strong fiscal discipline and demonstrable efficiencies. In this regard, we have a reservation about the proposed level of expenditure, particularly in light of the GEF 9 replenishment contest, which remain not only modest in scale, but also not yet fully secured given the current status of pledges. In our view, this uncertainty should lead to a more conservative and risk-aware budget approach, especially for administrative expenditure. We know that while headline increases appear limited, there are underlying upward pressures, notably on travel, fixed cost, in-person meeting and IT investments, which cumulatively risk setting a higher cost baseline for upcoming cycle. In addition, we would like to request a further clarity regarding the application of the World Bank candidate cost rate of up to 11%, including the underlying cost drivers of this level of charge, how efficiency gains are being ensured within this ceiling, and whether there is scope to contain or reduce this cost component over time. In our view, additional efforts could be made to further prioritize expenditure and identify additional efficiency, building on the positive track record of saving observed in previous cycles. Maintaining a disciplined approach to administrative costs is essential to preserve credibility vis-à-vis contributors, particularly at a time when securing contributions remain challenging. We would welcome any proposal addressing the right discipline. We ask the Secretariat to ensure that the budget appropriately balances ambition with financial realism and supports an effective start of GEF 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gisela. Now let's hear from Annette, Andrea, and then we break for lunch to continue with the list of participants after the break. Annette, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Naomi. I think I can be very brief. So we do thank the Secretariat, staff and the Trustee for the business plan, financial year 27 and the budget proposal. And it's good to see that the Secretariat's request stays within the overall GEF 8 envelope and provides the resources needed for a strong start to GEF 9. I'm looking at the proposal from Gabriela in Switzerland that was supported by many members and colleagues. I'm actually on the GCF budget committee with 12 to 20 meetings a year. So we go into a lot of detail on travel in particular. And so for me, this feels a little bit like balancing Scylla and Charybdis. I'd like to see a little bit more detail here, a little less detail in GCF, which is of no concern to you. So looking at that, I think the point about travel, yes, of course, scientifically, economy is less emissions intensive, so it's preferable. I think that's very clear. Secondly, I don't want to get us into micromanaging the Secretariat. I think that's also clear because it's a firmly established rule of the roles we are all performing. So I could see us sort of taking a strategic decision, like for example, capping the budget line or anything, and leaving really that to you, the travel policy of the World Bank. The travel policy might be discussed with the World Bank, whatever, but not getting into micromanaging what you guys are doing. So I don't yet agree with the suggestions Gabriela made around adding on to the decision text, so I think we need to discuss that further. On the two virtual meetings, I do see value in meeting in person. It makes communication much easier. It fosters understanding between us, especially for new members that are new to the council, etc., etc. I also see that there's more and more constraints, fiscal constraints. We don't have the number of contributors that we used to have, so it's a smaller and smaller number of contributors. Contributors are falling away, so this is also extremely unfortunate. New contributors are not coming along, also extremely unfortunate. So possibly that's one of the consequences we need to take to go into two virtual meetings. I think it's not welcome, it's not useful, but maybe that's something we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annette. And I give the floor to Andrea. Pleasures.
Thank you, Noemi, and thanks to the Secretariat for the business plan and the 27 corporate budget, plus your additional explanation. We appreciate that. Like others, we are concerned at the travel costs being predicted to rise. We welcome all opportunities to further enhance efficiencies and to reduce travel through virtual meetings and digital connections to make savings and reduce the environmental footprint, noting the added costs of holding two in-person meetings per year, as has been raised by so many, including Gabriela. We are interested to better understand the increase in the STAT travel costs, and we do acknowledge the wide-ranging and helpful STAT briefs that they provide. Finally, non-travel related, we welcome the planned updated guidelines for engagement with IPLCs and a new policy by 2028, and would be keen to see this policy progressed even earlier while allowing for stakeholder consultation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrea and Council. So we made it at 1 p.m. So now it's lunchtime. When we come back, we will hear from Peter on his reactions to your initial comments. Then we still have 6 speakers on the list: Masayuki, San, James, Ben, Faisal from the CSO Network, Giovanni, IPAC, and Sandra. So some of you, council members, received an invitation like this one to participate in a special initiative today. All council members will get one in the next couple of days. It's to put a piece in a rather beautiful painting that we will build together day by day, slowly. So for those of you that got one, you can go into the main hall at 1:15 to put the first piece. For the rest, we will reconvene back at 2 p.m. to continue with the budget. So thank you and enjoy your lunch. So you're invited to take your seats so we can start on time. Thank you. All right, Council. So in the interest of time, I suggest that we start while people make it back from lunch, so we don't run further late on this. Okay. All right. So before we continue with the 6 remaining list of speakers, starting with Masayuki-san, I will give the floor to Peter to respond to the comments and questions that were addressed earlier before lunch. So with that said, Peter, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Noemi and Mr. Chair. Good to see everybody after lunch. It gave me a little bit of energy, which I needed, I think. First we want to thank you very much for the excellent and much appreciated comments this morning. We heard support and appreciation for the budget and its efficiencies and for the efforts that have been made to stay within the GEF 8 envelope. And by the way, we can say as we did in GEF 7, because we also stayed within the GEF 7 4-year envelope. So this will be 2 replenishments running where we're within the overall budget envelope. So thank you for those comments of appreciation. We appreciate that. We also heard a number of questions and concerns, important ones. Let me just list a couple right now. On the question of travel costs, the class of travel for Secretariat staff, and the footprint, the eco-footprint of travel. The modality and the cost of council sessions next year, which depends on how council decides to have them. The new approach to consultants at the World Bank and how we're going to manage with that. There was a question about the events team, and could we explain, since the replenishment is no longer there, if the cost is justified. I think that was from Ireland. And there were some others as well, and a few questions for staff. So I'm going to do my best to respond to this individually, but we wanted first to just make a couple of general responses or thoughts on the question of travel. let me just say, I've been also discussing a bit with Claude, and as mentioned at the outset, we are, the GEF, bound by the rules of our host institution, the World Bank. We're all World Bank staff. Most travel categories are economy, but mission travel above 5 hours, which is a lot of, a great majority of what we do, is specified as indicated at business class. And it's obviously more costly and with a higher footprint than economy class. But we wanted to add, and because just to give some context and having details in terms of the discussion, even within this framework, there are many opportunities for efficiencies and savings. Staff are diligent at the Secretariat in choosing efficient and lower cost travel, using World Bank systems and drop-down selections for choosing, you have to make a stop or whatever it is, you look at the routing. They were making a lot of emphasis to utilize digital and remote meetings whenever we can, so we reduce the travel amount, for example, the constituency meetings. Most itineraries that we get, and I'm an approver, Claude is an approver, the managers either represent the lowest available business fare if it's a business class, or if not, the manager specifically has to approve any exceptions. So there are some things in the system that work to support efficiencies even within the rules I'm mentioning. And I also just want to say that staff at the Secretariat, are working with high efficiency in producing savings. We all know this, in often exhausting tasks. So as we discuss the ideas of change, and we welcome the discussion of ideas of change, we also just want to pay some tribute to those efforts and to say that they're really impressive. So that's just something we wanted to say at the outset. So we are, having said that, we're open to exploring options to reduce class of travel, both for savings and lower footprint within the World Bank system. We appreciate the proposals for some language possibly on this, and then also the intervention by Annette toward the end, which was taking, I think, a slightly different approach to not have maybe too much micromanaging, but find a different way to enter this discussion. And we're, of course, in your hands on that, but we do very much appreciate it. We'll look forward to how that discussion goes coming up. And now I would like to just turn back to the individual comments, if I may do that. So, Gabriela at Switzerland started off. Thank you very much for the comments. The question of the council costs. Gabriela was the first, but many raised that, whether we will have 2 in-person council meetings next year, or 1 virtual or 2 virtual, and it makes a big difference in cost. And so I think that will come up under any other business. We have assumed in the budget paper that it would be 1 in-person and 1 virtual. Is that right? No, we assume two in person, which leads to a $700,000 price tag. 350. This is based on long, experience with it. But if one of them is virtual, that goes down to 400,000. If they're both virtual, it goes down a lot more. But there are pros and cons, of course, and we can easily adjust the numbers depending on what council decides. Let's see, I think Gabriela was mentioning also the text, the language that was being proposed. That was the one option for looking at the class of travel question and working for a way to explore within the World Bank system if we could, find a way to substantially reduce or change the class of travel or have better options to do that. And so again, we'll have that discussion as we go along to the next round of interventions. Let's see, I think Gabriela also mentioned a comment about staffing costs and whether I think a proposal or an idea of calibrating that against the FY26 actuals rather than the FY26 approved budget. Because compared to the FY26 approved budget, the staff increase is 0.4%, so it's below the rate of inflation and all of that. The difficulty or the challenge with that is, as I tried to explain in the opening remarks, is that the budgeting in FY26 was based on council decisions for enhanced staffing at the GEF Secretariat, which was to meet the intense demands of the GEF 8 agenda. And then as we were presenting the council paper last time, we announced that we were going to do a freeze out of fiscal prudence and to wait for the outcomes of the replenishment. And so that led to significant underruns in the FY26 budget. And so I think it would be a little bit maybe out of sorts with the way that story to rely exactly on the FY26 budget as the actuals as the benchmark for FY27. Because what we're doing now is also, as I mentioned in the outset, continuing the freeze for the majority of the positions, but opening up 3. And I hope it was helpful that we tried to explain which 3 we have in mind and leave some discretion or space for the new CEO when he comes in to have some frozen positions there and make some decisions at that. So I hope that helps to answer that. I think Andres mentioned the question of, appreciated the explanation I gave on the ETCs, which was a little more expanded than in the document itself. Appreciated the staffing priority for blended finance. There was I think agreeing on having one virtual meeting next year, which is a decision for council, and and appreciate this idea of working on the topic of the World Bank rules and the class of service. So we appreciate those comments. Lillian, thank you for recognizing our efforts to be efficient. Yes, we want to free up as many resources as possible and streamline so that we can have those applied to the projects and, and stay within the budget envelopes and do what's necessary to get the work done at the leanest possible administrative cost approach. And IEO and some others, we mentioned this in the replenishment, have given some recognition to the Secretariat's efforts to be efficient. Lauren, thank you very much also for the comments on the, the class of travel and how to, work on that whole topic and the importance of looking at it from a greening perspective. We put in some language in the budget paper on the Secretariat's efforts, both within the Secretariat and our workplace and our catering and all of that, but also reaching out to agencies so we can try to expand this green idea to the, beyond just our sphere, but to the whole partnership. And maybe I could say, we're all here in Samarkand, but this assembly place really makes an assembly venue. This beautiful Congress Hall makes many, many efforts as well to lower their footprint, to use solar panels. They recently installed, I think in 2024, solar panels for solar energy. No plastics. I don't think there shouldn't be any plastics in here. And so we're doing it. I think here's one kind of example of that. Thanks for mentioning the ETC large increase and how to understand that. I hope we've explained that. And on the GEF portal, yes, it's time for an upgrade. On the question of artificial intelligence, we have some of the new staff at the GEF are actually quite expert in that. And World Bank IT, who is our partner, also has that expertise. So in the GEF portal 2.0 or whatever it becomes, we are definitely looking at how to optimize and use the right level with the right safeguards of artificial intelligence to make it as efficient and high quality as possible. Regina, Mexico, yes, thank you on the importance of beginning the discussion to operationalize GEF 9, and this is a very relevant document. We've tried to put some of that into the business plan, looking ahead, because this is still the GEF 8 budget envelope, FY27, but GEF 9 starts in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So we hope that there's enough there for that, but we're very conscious of that, and it's very well noted, so thank you. Stefan, thank you for the comment about sobriety of the budget. We appreciate that's a nice way to look at it. We are working hard at that. On council, I think you mentioned that you would agree with one in-person meeting next year, and so that would reduce the budget line if we follow that approach. It's up to council. Also, I think you expressed some agreement with suggestions of looking at the World Bank policy and exploring ways to, reduce the footprint and the cost of travel of GEF Secretariat staff. And maybe here I can say, by the way, the World Bank rules apply to GEF Secretariat staff, but for the sponsored participants for these meetings, which we sponsor many, it's part of the system, they are economy class. They're not World Bank staff, and so we are also going as efficiently as possible for bringing and building the capacity and having people attend. More detail in the documents, I appreciate that. We will, going forward, we'll try to honor that. I'm trying also now to give more explanations on the detail on, how many positions were frozen, which of the 3 positions that we have priority for, why there were underruns. And so I hope that's helping a little bit. And, no, you didn't say Scylla and Charybdis, but somebody else did, between, a huge amount of, that was Annette, yeah. I'm Greek, so I can relate to that. But yeah, we will work to make progress and provide more explanations. I hope that'll be, I think you asked a question about blended finance, how to increase and harness the GEF 9 agenda on that. I would leave that to Claude or maybe the specialists on blended finance. Datuk, thank you for welcoming and appreciating the budget. And I think you mentioned some important topics about capacity building, South-South work, flagship initiatives. They're all well noted. We've passed those on to our teams on programming, and we will follow up on those with great pleasure. Thank you very much. Corentin, also appreciate the positive remarks on staying within the GEF aid envelope. And yes, the solution to the cost recovery, it was a long discussion, but I think we landed in the place that was a good place. Should be fair for the GEF and should be fair for the World Bank. You asked about how will the change in STCs affect our work. So we're basically adjusting to the modalities, and that's why you saw this 443% increase in the shocking increase in the ETCs, because as STC contracts are diminished based on the host institution rules, we have found ways to use the ETC format to tailor it to the targeted needs that we have for consultants, still while keeping the consultant cost in a downward trend compared to many years ago, but just where we need to enhance the skills of staff. So we're working with that. We're still figuring out exactly how it's going to work out at the World Bank overall on that. And I heard you support one virtual council meeting next year and also the discussion on travel. Megan, on Ireland, also I think you mentioned support virtual, maybe, I don't know if it was one or both, meetings next year, maybe just as a principle. Thank you for appreciating the budget and its focus on efficiency. You asked about, is the use of GEF 7 underruns like going to be a usual thing, or is it a one-time thing? And it was very much a one-time thing because of what happened. We tried to explain in the document that during the GEF 8 replenishment negotiation, we did not know that we were going to face this higher charge from the World Bank of cost recovery. And so when the envelope was finally decided of 127 million, that had not been factored in. And it was, it's not small. And so with Council's approval, we had this idea of using the $2 million each year from the underruns in GEF 7 to cover that. And if you look at the budget paper we presented here, it actually works out mathematically to help us stay within the GEF 8 budget. But that was an unusual situation. So on the events budget line, thank you. It's a correct observation. We won't have replenishment costs in FY27, and those were. We kept it flat because that line originally was created a few years ago to enable the CEO, especially the leadership, to have some ability to put together priority events that might not otherwise be possible within kind of the framework of the budget that we had, whether it's a meeting of park rangers, building capacity, a meeting of environmental legislators. And so we've kept it flat. It's not an increase, but we want the new CEO to have some ability to be able to use that. It might not be used as much, but that's the reason it's there. So I hope that helps answer. Metrics on results of reform of the simplification agenda. I think I would leave that to Claude or to Jonathan. It's a bit of the reform agenda. So, and does the hiring freeze continue in FY27, and how does it affect delivery? I tried to address that in my opening remarks, where we said we do have several positions still frozen, and they will be, until the new CEO arrives, at least in FY27. We're going to open up 3 of those for the priority areas that I mentioned. And Gisela, by the way, I'm going through this and I see there were some questions for staff, so I'm going to turn it over to Jason, I think, as soon as I finish for the questions on staff. Thank you, for Gisela, for the appreciation of the efficiency and delivery within envelopes. We appreciate your comments about the reservation of how all this might be creating benchmarks for GEF 9, because there's a different replenishment envelope than there was in GEF 8, and we're still, 1 year lag on the envelopes, and we're watching that very carefully so that we don't embed things that we can't, unroll if we need to be able to be within the GEF 9 envelope. And whether we can reduce the World Bank cost recovery rate, which took about 2 years of difficult discussions to get to. We'll always stay in touch with them on that, and if there are opportunities to do that based on what we do and the right solution, of course. But, I think we actually landed in a careful and good place that works on all sides. So I'm not sure we'll get it any lower, but we will keep an eye on that. Annette, Germany, I mentioned already. Thank you very much for that intervention on looking at the travel question and, maybe a way not to micromanage so much, but finding a little bit more general way. whether it's a cap, that's in your hands, the council's hands. So thank you very much for that. You also mentioned, you were the one that said, there's less detail here and there's more detail there. So to find the sweet spot, if I can put it that way, we will work hard to do that. And on Andrea, you also concurred in the travel cost question and asked for some clarification from staff. Welcome the work on IPLCs, which is a very big priority for us. So let me, with that, turn it over to my colleague at staff.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. So I'm speaking on behalf of UNEP, which hosts, of course, the Scientific and Technical Advisory Panel, the STAP. So allow me to briefly just address some of these, the issues that came prior to lunch regarding the FY26 expenditures and the FY27 budget requests as they relate largely to travel. So while the overall expenditures for FY26 remained below the approved budget, there was a modest over-expenditure in travel owing to meetings and events. And this was driven in large part by higher airfares and participation in several meetings that, in fact, were not originally budgeted, including the Global Forum for the GEF Integrated Programs that was convened in Nairobi last month. With respect to the overall FY27 budget request, which remains broadly flat, as you can see, the travel budget request does represent a 32% increase. This reflects both, as to my comments earlier, the anticipated cost pressures and the travel associated with staff's engagement or foreseen engagement in the IPs, in the development and the design of these IPs. More broadly, let me just say as UNEP that we too are bound by rules, in this case the UN Secretariat, which we are a subsidiary body to. And the Secretariat does continue to pursue different measures to manage travel costs and meet climate targets, including through a combination of stricter eligibility thresholds and rules around things like late bookings and more recently the rollout of a pilot program to incentivize voluntary downgrades. By way of context, the threshold at the moment for the UN Secretariat sits at flights exceeding 11 hours. That's with layovers. So finally, let me just say that UNEP is obviously mindful of the current budgetary constraints and really looks forward to working with the Council on these issues as they relate to STAP. And with respect to the ongoing review, which UNEP welcomes, this could, among other things, provide, we think, a good opportunity to discuss and explore options to redress travel costs and guidance. Specifically and more broadly, we await Council guidance on any implications it may have for the future STAP budget requirements. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Peter and Jason. We still have 6 remaining speakers. I do invite them to be short and succinct. A reminder that we're still running over time, and probably some of those comments have already been addressed as well. So with that said, I want to hand it over to Masayuki-san, followed by James. Masayuki, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Noemi-san. So we appreciate the Secretariat's efforts to keep the administrative budget within the 4-year envelope agreed at the time of the GEF 8 replenishment. So we have 2 comments. First, so Japan would like to echo with many other colleagues. We would like to express our concern regarding the increase in travel costs. In light of the current global situation, there is a risk that such expenditures will continue to rise. So therefore, we expect continued effort to review and rationalize travel-related expenses as a part of broader cost containment measures. And second, so Japan would like to support twice in-person council meetings. So because we can be close with new CEO and each other and contribute to effective outcome in in-person meetings rather than virtual meetings. In addition, we would like GEF Secretariat and other council members to think about time difference. Virtual meeting late at night will be so hard and tough in our time zone. So although it is important to consider reducing cost, but again, so it's very hard for us to join a virtual meeting late at night and 4 days or 5 days. So we would like to support twice in-person council meetings. I hope that Australian colleagues or New Zealand colleagues have the same views. So again, that we would like to support twice in-person council meetings. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those comments. James, followed by Ben. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. I'll just be very brief, given that many comments have been made. Just sort of more broadly, across the system and institutions, we're underscoring the importance of zero real growth in administrative budgets, or even the possibility of declining budgets going forward in the context of tighter fiscal conditions. And so continued budget restraint by the GEF, as typified in this FY27 proposal, will be critical in our view as the institution prepares for the implementation of GEF 9. I think we support the proposal made by Switzerland on travel, and would like to see stronger efforts to rein in travel spending, and would urge substantial reductions in business class travel. We encourage prioritization of virtual engagement and support holding one in-person meeting in FY27 and holding the second meeting virtually, as was raised by others. And then finally, we welcome the ongoing review of the STAP and look forward to reviewing its findings. We see this as a potential opportunity to identify efficiencies and generate budget savings while maintaining high-quality scientific and technical input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Ben, followed by Faisal. The floor is yours, Ben.
Many thanks, Naomi. Firstly, I'll try to be brief, but just to say, first, I think it's just useful to say up front that we totally recognise the significant work from the GEF Secretariat staff and the work that they put into having the smooth running of the GEF, particularly obvious in this last replenishment year. That said, very much welcome the efficiencies and savings which have been made, and it's good to see GEF's admin costs remaining relatively lean in this constrained fiscal environment. However, again, we agree with others that on within the context of environmental footprint of business class travel, and we would agree that we'd aim to try to seek cheaper classes of travel costs, which I think is the norm for many of us around the room. So in terms of the amendments for decision, I think we'd agree in terms of travel costs. However, just in terms of the meetings, I think it's just worth just reflecting that we previously have talked about having one virtual and one in-person meeting a year. I think that makes a lot of sense. We've talked about that, and we've done that since COVID. But I'm concerned about shifting these meetings, the virtual meetings or the in-person meetings, to the right, so that you'd end up having the in-person meetings always in December, which I think wouldn't necessarily be what you'd want to achieve, and I'm not sure if that's the best way to do that. I think one way to look at this would be to say that actually this next meeting would be an in-person meeting on an exceptional basis, given the fact that it would be the first meeting under GEF 9, and also you'd have a new CEO as well, so a chance for them to meet the full council members. So that's another way of looking at it, but then reverting to in-person and virtual alternating after that. It's also just worth flagging that I think in a previous meeting a few meetings ago, I suggested that actually it might be useful to look at the agendas you'd have for the in-person and the virtual meetings, so that the in-person meetings were more appropriate for the sorts of discussions you'd have there, and the virtual meetings would be lighter in terms of the sorts of conversations you'd have in that meeting.
In terms of comments from Norway and France, yes, totally agree that it's important to have qualified and experienced staff to ensure taking forward the blended finance and private sector work that was agreed under GEF 9. And then finally, just in terms of STAP, so we acknowledge obviously the ongoing review which is taking place, and we'll be talking obviously a little bit more about that later tomorrow. And I think it's totally right that we should be scrutinising STAP's budget carefully, and welcome Jason's comments in terms of some of the questions which have been raised here. I would also agree with Jason and also James just now in terms of using that review as a way of looking at STAP's budget as well as part of that work. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Ben. Now we give the floor to Faisal, CSO Network, followed by Giovanni from IPAC. Faisal, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Council members, the GEF CSO Network welcomes the paper on the GEF business plan and corporate budget for FY 2027. Following the successful GEF 9 replenishment process, we believe it's very important that the GEF Secretariat has sufficient budget to follow through on key recommendations and agreed reforms and actions. With regard to the support for civil society engagement, the GEF CSO Network recognises the support provided in FY 26 for strengthening the GEF CSO Network as described in paragraph 39 and 40. This has assisted us in establishing a membership unit, enhancing our website and improving reporting activities. And we're now starting work on building a civil society portal for membership and knowledge exchange. We also support the proposed additional resources for further enhancing the GEF CSO network capacity in FY 27 as specified in paragraph 41, including further enhancement to the website to improve user experience, maintaining and upgrading the membership system to attract new members, and implementing targeted communication and outreach activities to boost visibility and engagement. We believe that these improvements will strengthen the network's capacity to actively engage civil society organisations worldwide, facilitate knowledge sharing, and encourage enhanced civil society engagement in the work of GEF. This in turn will support the implementation of key GEF 9 commitments, including enhancing the level of involvement of civil society organisations, IPLC, women and youth in GEF programming, and implementation, and also meeting the target for 20% of resources to flow to IPLCs. Finally, with the GEF 9 targets to scale up flow of resources to CSOs, IPLC, women and youth, we hope that additional internal resources and manpower in the GEF Secretariat will be allocated to support the achievement of these important targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Faisal. Giovanni from IPAC, followed by Sandra. Giovanni, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. This will be very brief and succinct. To the Chair, Co-Chair, Council members and country representatives, in behalf of the GEF Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, we welcome the GEF Business Plan and the Corporate Budget for fiscal year 2027 and appreciate commitments to update the principles and guidelines for engagement with Indigenous peoples, including the development of a dedicated GEF policy on Indigenous peoples by 2028. This is a commitment we have long called for, and I'd like to thank Peter Lalas for the affirmation through his report, because this carries real meaning for global biodiversity stewards. And the timing could not be more fitting. Next year, 2027, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples marks its 20th anniversary. A dedicated GEF policy on Indigenous peoples is a powerful way to honor that milestone, because it shows that the rights enshrined in that declaration are actively recognized and supported through GEF's global environmental financial architecture. This policy will determine how best we deliver on GEF 9, particularly the 20% financing target for Indigenous peoples and their communities, the Indigenous Conservation Initiative, and the No Objection process. IPAG is ready to co-lead policy formulation on this. We will build together from the very first conversation to the next text through meaningful consultations that begins as soon as possible and leaves no voice behind. The GEF has already demonstrably shown it knows how to build trust and partnership with indigenous peoples and their communities around the world. The GEF policy on indigenous peoples is the best next step, and IPAG will be there every step of the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. And I give the floor to Sandra, followed by Rishikesh. The floor is yours, Sandra.
Thank you, Noemi. And in order to be a bit shorter, as you requested, let me state that we concur with most that has been said by other speakers. So let me get to the comments and questions we have. Could the Secretariat maybe elaborate a bit on what it's currently doing to broaden the contributor base, including emerging economies and private finance? Like Germany, Annette said, we don't want to micromanage, and like France said, and Germany also, we find there could be a little bit more detail in the budget. We don't want to micromanage, but we do miss some information. We have read in the LDCF budget that 15% is needed for country engagement, but we have not found similar details in the GEF Trust Fund budget. So we would like to know what part of the GEF budget is dedicated to the country engagement strategy. Is it also a 15% part of the GEF budget like it is at the LDCF budget? We feel 15% might be a bit high in a budget because it takes away from implementation. We do not disagree with the country engagement strategy. We think it's really important and it's a good way forward. However, we need the information in the budget and we are looking forward to receiving that kind of information. Finally, we continue to encourage GEF to enhance the sustainability of activities by strengthening the design stage. Lack of sustainability is one of the findings of the 8th overall performance study of the GEF, OPS 8. Like the Independent Evaluation Office, we assume that having a proper exit strategy will enhance sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And last but not least, and Rishikesh, floor is yours.
Thank you, and I will be very brief. We are happy to note that overall there is a flat budget in real terms for FY27. We do believe that the administrative expenditure needs to be kept at minimum and every resource should be used for the GF's core objective. In this context, we are in favor of having at least one council meeting in virtual. On travel, however, we feel that we do support the view that budget efficiencies are to be better achieved by putting in strict budget limits and leaving it to the management to decide how to follow them. I think it will be more effective than getting into the micro details of various items of expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we conclude the list of speakers. So back to you, Peter, for final remarks.
Thanks very much for the last set of interventions and remarks. Let me just go through each one. From Japan, appreciating our efforts to stay within the GEF 8 budget envelope. Thank you for that, for saying that. Echoing the concern on travel costs, and I think you mentioned an expectation to have a continued effort to review and contain those costs, and we take that very seriously, so thank you. You expressed support for 2 in-person council meetings, mentioning the big difficulties of the time zone that you experience in some other countries, I think, in that part of the world. So again, we're in the hands of council on that, and we can easily adjust the budget document to reflect the different costs for having 2 in-person or some other combination. From the United States, James, Thank you, for highlighting the importance of the efficiency across systems. Zero real growth is what you're looking for, and appreciating, I think, the continued efficiency by the GEF that is reflected in this paper. Thank you for that. I think I see you urging substantial effort for digital use of digital communication means as a very efficient way of reducing costs, travel and meetings and venues and all these kinds of things. And if I got it right, I hear you expressing a preference for one virtual council meeting and one in-person next year. So thanks. And also referring a question to staff, I'll ask Jason to come in again if there was any follow-up on that. Ben, thank you for recognizing the work of the GEF staff. We appreciate that. They work so hard. And to see the Secretariat staying lean in our administrative costs, while highlighting the need to reduce environmental footprint, and on the question of going with lower class flight classes as a way to do that, as well as reducing costs. I think you were in the one virtual, one in-person group for the council meetings next year, and also that if we do it that way, expressing a concern about having in-person in December. And maybe the way to avoid a precedent. I do have a legal background, so I hear that too, is to say that it would be exceptional because we have a new CEO coming on, or just something like that, to avoid locking ourselves into a pattern that we don't want to be locked into. So thanks for that. Acknowledging the staff review, welcoming Jason's comments, and about being able to review and look at the staff budget in that context. Faisal from the CSO Network, thank you very much for welcoming the budget and for mentioning the importance of having a sufficient budget for the Secretariat to do this work, to deliver on all of these things for all of us, together with all of us. And for acknowledging the support in FY26 to the CSO network, which is described in the document in the paragraph that you mentioned for the purposes that was set out, and also similarly in FY27. It's very important for us. This CSO support line was put into the budget a few years ago exactly for this purpose, so we could work together and help build capacity. Giovanni, thank you very much for the welcome of the document and the noting the commitment that's in the document. Yes, we put it in there very intentionally on the IPLC policy in February, in 2028, that it carries real meaning. Thank you for those words and for being ready with IPAG to work as co-lead and in partnership to make that a reality, and how important it is. I think that's it from my side. I don't know if there was anything, Jason. It's Jason, right? Yeah. From UNEP. Did you have anything you'd like to add?
Apologies for that. No, let me just reiterate the previous point that I made about the review. The subsequent comments that have come in are... That's the problem. Apologies. The subsequent comments I think that came in, we are fully aligned with. We see the review as, a normal, but more to the point, a constructive exercise, and we look forward to working with the council to ensure that the review is as smooth and efficient as it can be, and we ultimately ensure the staff's, remains as effective, relevant, and responsive to the evolving needs of the partnership. Thank you.
I just realized I missed a page of the comments, and so I wanted to get back to the last two, and I think Claude may want to come in as well. But from Sandra from the Netherlands, the question on what are we doing to broaden the constituency base, I'll leave that question to Claude. Appreciating more detail on also mentioning on the country engagement strategy and the comparison with the LDCF paper. Is it 15%? One thing I can say on that is that the country engagement strategy will be presented, I think, at the next council meeting for review, and so there will be more detail and another ability to take a look and compare at that. And the work to enhance sustainability, I think you mentioned that as well on various fronts. And India, I think, was the last intervention. Thank you very much, appreciating the flat budget, expressing the preference for one session being virtual, And then also, I think coming in on the question of travel, it's best to put in maybe limits rather than go to a micromanaging. And I think that was similar to what Annette was saying. And I think I see Annette has raised her flag. And so I think that's something still to finalize here in this discussion, what is the best approach. And I'll leave that to the chair. But maybe Claude, would you like to come in here?
Yeah, just very quickly, the CES budget is not part of the admin budget. In the allocation table, there's a separate line for the country engagement strategy. It represents 0.5% of the entire envelope. We then use that primarily to support countries. So very little of those costs cover administrative costs. They cover national dialogues, support to OFPs, and so forth. In terms of new donors, we had reported, and we have one demonstration this morning of a new donor coming on board, Uzbekistan. We still have about 4 or 5 irons in the fire with different countries, which we now realize take more than the time it takes to negotiate a GEF 9 package. So I would urge the new CEO, not that I will not take this on and I've been continuing, but I would urge the new CEO to take this on immediately in view of the fact that these relationships take years to develop for these countries to be knowledgeable about the GEF, especially when they're countries that have neither been recipients nor donors or even part of the partnership. And some of the donors that we're talking to, some of the countries that we're talking to now are not even partners to the GEF. And so it will take a lot of investment, but that's ongoing. And finally, I've committed with my senior staff and primarily Fred and Chiz that after we finish the GEF 9 negotiations and the LDCF, SCCF, that and there's a paper that will be presented in the GBFF Council on Resource Mobilization, that we will develop, and I will hand this off obviously to the new CEO, but that we would develop a family of funds resource mobilization strategy so that we can kind of make sense for our own purpose of what's needed and how we go about finding new resources, but also to make sense to the donors so that we can offer something that makes sense to donors as well, so that they don't see biodiversity in 4 different places and don't quite get the value of that. And there is value in the family of funds, so we will be developing that.
Annette, would you like to take the floor? Okay, floor is yours.
Thanks. Sorry for coming back in again, but it's in the sort of spirit of finding a solution, so hopefully helpful. So there were a couple of discussions around the travel issue amongst some people, and we'd like to propose a compromise that we're going to send to the Secretariat for sending it around so everybody has a text in front of them. There's still some, I mean, there were lots of views mentioned around business class travel that can be covered through the meeting reports and sort of reflected what was said. And then the text would actually read, the GEF Council requests the GEF Secretariat under leadership by the new CEO to find solutions to substantially reduce travel costs, including through a dialogue with the World Bank on any adjustments that may be made to its travel policies, including covered fare classes. The GEF Council appreciates and encourages any voluntary cost reductions undertaken by GEF Secretariat staff in the meantime. So hopefully that's something that people can go forward with, and yeah, we're going to send it to you and then you can circulate it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Annette. With no further requests from the floor, then back to you, Peter.
No, nothing else from me. Thank you very much. I'll leave it now to the chairs.
All right, it's back to the co-chair then.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for all those comments and interventions. Noting the comment just made by Annette that there'll be text provided to the Secretariat, what we'll do is circulate that text to Council members for this consideration. In the interim, we'll suspend this item and we'll come back to it once there's been adequate time for Council consideration of that text via email. I think, sorry, Anders, you got one?
Yeah, just to align with what Annette said, it would be useful just to have clarified on mic also in relation to the business travel regulations, if that could also be clarified in line with what you said at the opening of the meeting, so that we are fully fine with what is proposed by Germany, but if you could also elaborate on that, there would be voluntary measures taken by the Secretariat. Thanks.
Thanks for that. I think that was part of the language that Annette was mentioning, the encouragement of voluntary efforts in the meantime. So my understanding, we can look at the language, but I think that was part of the proposal.
Okay, thank you, Peter, and thank you, Anders. So we'll suspend this item, and I'll now hand over to the Claude for agenda item 5. Over to you, Claude.
Thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair. So we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is strengthening the GEF partnership agency expansion procedure. I'm going to invite my colleague Jonathan Caldecott from the GEF Secretariat to present Council document GEF/C71/05, strengthening the GEF partnership agency expansion procedure. Jonathan?
Thank you, Chair. I have the pleasure to present the Council document GEF C7105, strengthening the GEF partnership agency expansion procedure. Is there a clicker? Thank you. So the purpose of this paper is to seek Council approval for a targeted procedure to add additional agencies to the GEF partnership under the conditions that were agreed by participants to the GEF 9 replenishment. The paper also proposes related policy amendments to streamline GEF agency compliance monitoring through a more continuous and risk-based approach. So just a little bit of history to this issue. There was a decision at C68 in December 2024, and then again in June 2025, Council approved the targeted expansion approach and asked the Secretariat to come back with a detailed procedure that could be implemented under GEF 9. Since then, during the replenishment discussions, participants considered whether additional agencies may also be needed in addition to the 2 or 3 that were initially, the 3 or 4 that were initially discussed, in order to address further implementation capacity related to capacity both with IPs and LCs and with the private sector. So I would just like to stress that this document before Council is about the process. It doesn't propose any particular number of agencies to be added at this stage. Instead, it proposes a procedure to identify potential candidates with a fast-track assessment pathway where applicable, consistent with the multilateral climate funds coordination initiatives that we have been working on over the past years. The focus is on entities that can help address gaps related to SIDS and or LDCs, the private sector, IPLCs. This will be an iterative process with Council, and the number of entities and other specifics would be discussed with Council as the process moves forward, specifically through a report to Council with possible decision points as early as the next meeting. The proposed procedure has 5 stages. Stage 1 is an initial desk review by the Secretariat. This would assess whether the potential candidate entities meet the criteria that I'll explain in the next slide. Stage 2 would be a targeted intervention. Entities that meet the criteria would be invited to confirm whether they're interested. Stage 3 is the main assessment stage. There are 2 possible pathways here. Entities already accredited by the GCF and or the Adaptation Fund may go through a fast-track assessment. Entities without such accreditation may go through a standard assessment, which is a more in-depth review if that's needed. So this approach, as I mentioned, responds directly to one of the key recommendations from the process to increase harmonization and coordination among the multilateral climate funds. So also in the spirit of this collaboration, we could also work with sister funds to collect the available information on the agencies in order to minimize the administrative burden on candidates. At the stage 4, Council would then consider the recommended entities based on an independent assessment. And then finally, stage 5 is the conclusion of the legal and operational arrangements with the trustee, including the financial procedures agreement and the like. So this process would be organized in 3 rounds. The first round would look at entities accredited to both GCF and Adaptation Fund. Round 2 looks at entities accredited to either one or the other. And if a sufficient number of candidates in the first 2 rounds are not identified, specifically representing a capacity to enhance GEF implementation in the areas that were identified in GEF 9, we would then look at entities without GCF or AF accreditation, and a gap analysis could also accompany that to inform whether we needed to explore additional agencies beyond that cohort. The criteria would be these 8 that you see before you in the Stage 1 desk review. The first 2 are new and reflect the fast-track approach and track records in SIDS and or LDCs, as well as with IPs and LCs and the private sector. These are the criteria that were included in the GEF 9 policy recommendations and the annex in the paper that was approved this morning. The remaining criteria are refined from the previous agency expansion that the GEF went through in 2013 to 2015. They cover alignment with GEF strategic priorities, networks with CSOs, and the like. Entities would then advance to the more formal independent assessment stage in Stage 3 if they meet the criteria. It should be recognized that it may indeed be challenging to identify agencies that have extensive experience in all of these areas. The objective, therefore, will be to identify a cohort of new agencies that collectively would achieve the thematic and geographic objectives that were agreed in the GEF 9 replenishment. So these would be then presented to Council for further guidance and decision as needed. In terms of the timeline, upon approval, the Secretariat could initiate the process, that is from next month, under the fast-track pathway covering rounds 1 and 2. The process is expected to take about 9 months. In that scenario, recommended candidate entities could be presented to Council as early as June 2027, following, of course, the update on progress that we can provide to Council at C72 in December 2026. If the standard pathway is needed, because a sufficient number of candidates isn't identified through the first 2 rounds, the overall process would take a little bit longer, possibly 14 months. And in that case, we would provide a further progress update and seek Council approval for the independent assessment panel in June 2027. Again, this timeline is all indicative. It's going to depend on where we end up in the first few stages. The other element in this paper has to do with risk-based compliance monitoring. The paper proposes a related update to the GEF's compliance monitoring approach with agencies. This is linked to the expansion procedure because expanding the partnership also requires a review of new agencies' compliance. So under the current framework, agencies undergo a compliance assessment once per replenishment cycle. As the other multilateral climate funds have similar processes, this was identified as one of the key areas for harmonization among the funds to reduce duplication and respond more efficiently to policy or agency capacity changes that may happen within the replenishment period. So the proposed approach is to move toward a continuous risk-based compliance monitoring in line with that done by the other funds. It means that formal assessments would be triggered if there are material changes as outlined in the document, including amendments to GEF policies, significant changes in an agency's governance, its systems, or changes in the accreditation status with the other funds. So per the GEF monitoring policy, agencies are expected to notify the Secretariat of any such changes. At the same time, the Secretariat would maintain ongoing oversight through the annual bilateral portfolio reviews that we already undertake with agencies and monitoring of developments in the peer multilateral climate funds. The decision points then, the final slide here summarizes what the components of the decision are before Council. In short, it would authorize the Secretariat to launch the GEF 9 agency expansion process, provide a progress report update at the next Council meeting at C72, and submit a proposal for recommended agencies to Council by C73. So as I mentioned, this would be an iterative process to allow opportunity for Council guidance and direction throughout. It would also approve the minimum policy amendments to move to the agency compliance, to the risk-based approach that I mentioned. So with that, I thank you and hand back to the chair, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Jonathan. At this point, we'll open the floor for comments and questions, and Naomi can direct traffic here.
Thank you very much, Jonathan and Chair. Before I open the floor, just another reminder that we only have 3 hours left if we do aim to conclude the meetings at 6 p.m. as initially scheduled. And we still have 4 agenda items to go through in that time. We also have a 3.5 days Council meetings, thus limited flexibility to push agenda items to the next day. But with your support, I'm sure that we will be able to make it. So in advance, thank you for providing succinct and short comments. With that said, the floor is now open, and I saw Lilian, your flag came in first. So tienes la palabra, Lilian.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. La circunscripción del Cono Sur agradece a la Secretaría la preparación del documento y reconoce los esfuerzos orientados a fortalecer la capacidad operativa y representativa de la Alianza de Agencias del GEF. Valoramos positivamente los esfuerzos para ampliar las capacidades de implementación y facilitar el acceso a recursos. No obstante, consideramos importante que este proceso continúe desarrollándose de manera ordenada, transparente y complementaria, evitando superposiciones de funciones y preservando la eficiencia y la coherencia del sistema. Asimismo, apoyamos los esfuerzos de armonización entre fondos multilaterales que permitan reducir cargas administrativas y optimizar recursos institucionales. Consideramos igualmente valioso que se contemple una evaluación futura de los resultados de esta expansión, de manera que las lecciones aprendidas puedan fortalecer procesos posteriores y contribuir a una representación cada vez más equilibrada de las distintas regiones. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Lilian. We will now continue with Laura, Andrea, Sitzel, Nicolas, James, and Ben, in that order. Laura, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi, and sorry being a bit late. We can also support the suggested way forward. We find that the targeted expansion of the GEF partnership under the GEF 9 is important in strengthening delivery where it is most needed, particularly in least developed countries and small island developing states. As evaluations have shown, only a limited number of agencies are active in those regions. We also welcome the greater harmonization across multilateral climate funds and aims to reduce unnecessary duplication by building on accreditation with peer funds such as the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. Strong fiduciary standards, environmental and social safeguards, gender equality and stakeholder engagement remain important to us. Independent assessment is central to ensuring credibility and trust. Finally, regarding the process for the targeted invitation, we wonder whether the GEF intends to invite the UN Capital Development Fund. The UN CDF seems to be very strong in their delivery to LDCs and SITs, particularly with financial products. So would this fund qualify for a standard assessment by an independent panel? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, also for the short and straight to the point comment. Andrea, the floor is yours. Andrea, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm sure I wasn't first up. Look, thank you. We welcome the expansion of the GEF partnership under GEF 9 to include 3 or more additional agencies, focusing on SIDS and LDCs, and looking at the gaps in CSO, IPLCs, and the private sector. The proposed expansion procedure represents a welcome step forward. It improves access for SIDS and LDCs, it enhances MCF harmonisation, and it offers a more efficient risk-based accreditation and compliance approach. The inclusion of a fast-track pathway for agencies accredited to the GCF or the Adaptation Fund and the transition to continuous compliance monitoring are significant improvements that respond to long-standing concerns regarding duplication and administrative burden. To reduce the documentation burden on applicants, we recommend using or supporting existing GCF Adaptation Fund accreditation documentation, board-approved accreditation reports, and a concise gap analysis rather than full resubmission. We also support the proposed amendments to the GEF policy on monitoring agency compliance and related policies. We appreciate the work by the GEF Secretariat in harmonising accreditation standards and policies across the Adaptation Fund, the Green Climate Fund and the GEF. We continue to strongly encourage the GEF to ensure that any new agencies do represent the regions with the greatest need and least representation, especially LDCs and SIDS. We do ask why the fast-track process would still take at least 9 months. And just on the minimum eligibility criteria, which we support, we would like to see language added to reflect the evidence of the agency's impact as well as outcomes. And in addition to the agency providing documented positive outcomes, we consider that documenting challenges and how these were managed is an important aspect of monitoring, evaluation, reporting and learning. And finally, with regard to the criterion 5, networks with CSOs, IPLCs and the private sector, we do note that the private sector in the Pacific and in other SIDS regions is small, and accessing blended private finance in these areas can be challenging. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'll now give the floor to Sitzel, followed by Nicholas. Sitzel, floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much for the floor. So our constituency would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for a clearly articulated approach for expanding the GEF partnership under GEF 9 with additional agencies. And we agree to the recommended council decision. We would also like to know, however, what has been done since the council meeting in June on this agenda item. We also appreciate the efforts made by the GEF Secretariat to enhance harmonization and streamlining across the multilateral climate funds. And we wonder also whether the GCF and the adaptation funds experience with potential new agencies should also be taken into consideration under criterion 1. We also appreciate the very clear articulation of the capacities of potential new agencies to mobilize resources and engagement with private sector actors. We would suggest to more clearly articulate under the scoring guidance for criterion 7 the extent to which proposed agencies have experience in catalytic blended finance and innovative financing models. Also, as mentioned during the council meeting last June, we would suggest adding an assessment element, possibly as part of criterion 5, looking at the potential new agencies' experience working closely with national ministries, including the diversity of ministries engaged with. And we believe this is key if the new agencies are to deliver on the whole of government approach intended for in GEF 9. We would also like to ask if you envisage any role for the Council in the process, for instance, in terms of outreach to potential new agencies. And finally, we support the proposal to request the GEF Independent Evaluation Office to evaluate the expansion process and its outcomes, and we would like to ask for the Council to be updated during the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sitza. We'll now continue with Nicholas, followed by James. Nicholas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you for your presentation. Germany also welcomes the planned expansion of the GEF partnership and the shift to risk-based compliance monitoring. It is good to see that the proposal puts a clear focus on better access to funding, in particular for LDCs and SIDS, and that it tries to avoid duplicative checks with other climate funds. We have a few questions and remarks. Council had previously agreed to add up to 3 new agencies. The new paper leaves the final number open. Could the Secretariat further explain when the final number of new agency will be decided upon and what criteria it will use for its decision? In any case, we prefer to avoid a long and costly expansion process with too many parallel assessments. Another ask we have, the 3-round procedure is helpful, but the practical handling is not fully clear to us. For instance, if rounds 1 and 2 identified good candidates, but fewer than the desired number, will these agencies move ahead to assessment and the council decision, or will they have to wait until round 3 is finished? And lastly, we support using capacity to leverage co-finance as a criterion, but practice shows that co-finance can be defined in different ways. We are not only looking at co-financing, but specifically at private sector mobilization. So could the Secretariat please clarify which definition it will use and how it will make sure that all candidates are assessed under the same clear and transparent rules? Finally, we see this expansion as an important step for the future shape of the GEF partnership. We welcome the planned progress report in December 26, or for the next council meeting, and would encourage the Secretariat to keep council closely informed throughout. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. James, you have the floor, followed by Ben.
Great, thank you. We're open to supporting a limited strategic expansion of the GEF partnership, but would note it's important that any such expansion address clearly demonstrated gaps in the current network, and that new agencies should clearly demonstrate tangible added value. Agency expansion should not increase overhead, and Secretariat staffing growth should remain constrained. We appreciate that the paper recognizes gaps in private sector engagement, particularly given the replenishment's ambitious targets for the use of non-grant instruments. The GEF should prioritize agencies with demonstrated private finance capabilities and a strong track record of mobilizing support. And so in that sense, I just echo the comment made by the colleague from Germany just before me. With respect to agency oversight, the United States supports the shift toward continuous risk-based monitoring in place of periodic reaccreditation. This approach should improve efficiency and better align oversight with actual institutional risk. However, existing safeguards must remain intact and apply to new agencies, including the current accreditation standards and performance metrics. In terms of how the new oversight system will operate in practice, we welcome further clarity on the following 2 questions. 1, how will underperformance be identified and addressed in real time? And 2, is there or will there be a clear off-ramp for de-accreditation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. And I give the floor to Ben, followed by Rishikesh. Ben, floor is yours.
Many thanks, Naomi, and many thanks, Jonathan, for setting that process out. Firstly, just to say that we welcome the streamlined approach for accrediting, which is in line, as you said, with harmonisation and coordination across MCFs. And we agree that I think we should put on the slide, which is the sort of 3 broad criteria which came out of that GEF 9 negotiations in terms of looking at this fast-track approach, supporting LDC SIDS, and then also supporting private sector and IPLC relevant agencies into the cohort for GEF 9. I think that my understanding of the position we ended up on GEF 9 was that we went beyond the 2 to 3 agencies, and we talked about more than that, as I think it says in the paper. However, I think overall we had some concerns and some mimics a bit what other people have asked questions about in terms of some of the sequencing and the sort of potentially perceived priorities in some of those 8 minimum criteria and how those will be taken forward. I think the important thing ultimately about this is that it delivers a package of agencies, whether that's in December or beyond, which will cover those 3 areas, LDC, SIDS, private sector, IPLCs. I think that obviously within those 8 criteria, there's going to be some of those criteria where some agencies will do well and others less well across those 3 groups of agencies. So I think it'd be useful to make sure that the decision that we're taking is actually going to deliver that agreement out of that GEF 9 approach. So it'd be useful to get some clarification on that and how you want to take that forward. I think the main point, I think, which is important here is the decision we take in this decision. It talks about to implement the adopted procedure. Obviously, we need to make sure that we're clear what that adopted procedure is and ensure that is very clear for us so we do get the outcome that we're aiming to get. And then finally, just to say that we welcome the adoption of a continuous monitoring of agency compliance, which I think is a good step forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ben. Now we will hear from Rikshisek and Regina. Floor is yours.
So thank you, Naomi. We welcome the proposed expansion of agencies. We only have one concern which we would like to flag. We feel that some of the eligibility criteria, specifically the proposed accreditation criteria, may narrow the pool of potential agencies available for smaller countries in our constituency, specifically Maldives. We'll just therefore urge and encourage that a broader and more inclusive approach be kept in mind, keeping in mind the specific and peculiar circumstances of some of the smaller countries. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for that very straight-to-the-point comment. Note well taken. Now we'll hear from Regina, followed by Datuk. Regina, floor is yours.
Gracias, Nomi. Our constituency welcomes the efforts undertaken by the Secretariat to strengthen and expand the GEF partnership under GEF 9, particularly on the focus on improving access for SIDS and LDCs. We recognize the value of establishing a structured and transparent expansion procedure, including clear eligibility criteria and independent assessment mechanisms to safeguard the integrity, fiduciary standards, and operational effectiveness of the partnership. In this regard, we consider it important that the implementation of this expansion be closely monitored and periodically assessed to evaluate its effectiveness, operational efficiency, and contribution to strengthening country-driven approaches. Looking ahead, our constituency encourages continuing to explore gradual pathways for the potential accreditation of capable national agencies beyond SIDS and LDCs, accompanied by sustained and targeted capacity building support, local knowledge, and capacity to adapt effectively to national legal frameworks. In this context, it will also be important for the efforts to expand access are accompanied by measures that address asymmetries across countries and agencies within constituencies. At the same time, we recognize that strengthening national access is a progressive process that requires both continued support from the GEF through clear policies and guidance, as well as parallel efforts by national institutions to build the technical, fiduciary, and operational capacities necessary to engage more effectively in increasingly complex financing modalities, including blended finance approaches. While country ownership does not depend exclusively on implementation through national agencies, important challenges have emerged in the implementation of projects by some international agencies, particularly in our region. These include reduced in-country presence due to budget constraints, project management by staff without sufficient knowledge of local languages or contexts, and administrative or fiduciary procedures that may not always align smoothly with national legal frameworks and institutional realities. We therefore encourage continued efforts to simplify accreditation pathways, to strengthen local institutional capacities, promote greater in-country engagement and localization of expertise, as well as improving alignment with national systems, particularly in the Latin American and the Caribbean region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regina. I will now give the floor to Datuk, Isaac, Charles, Stefan. Then we will give Jonathan some minutes to provide some initial reactions. Then we will continue with the remaining 10 participants requesting the floor at this time. With that said, Datuk, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The East Asia constituency welcomes the Secretariat efforts to strengthen the GEF partnerships and to refine the procedures for agency expansions. As the GEF evolves, it is important that the partnership remains inclusive, responsive, and reflective of diverse national capacities. In this regard, the constituency emphasizes the importance of expanding opportunities for qualified national institutions to join the partnerships. I think Regina also mentioned more or less the same. National agencies and institutions possess strong contextual knowledge of environmental priorities, development plans, and stakeholder dynamics, enabling more effective implementations and stronger country ownerships. National stakeholders, including the private sector, also contribute valuable understanding of local implementation realities. Many countries have developed strong institutional capacities in environmental and climate programs. Greater participation of national agencies would enhance ownership, improve efficiency, and strengthen the sustainability of outcomes. While international agencies remain important for global expertise and technical support, effective implementation often depends on strong collaboration with national institutions that understand local contexts and can translate global approaches into national action. The constituency, therefore, encourages continued efforts to ensure that agency expansion procedures are transparent, accessible, and proportionate, while maintaining fiduciary and environmental standards. We also support continued capacity building to enable qualified national institutions to meet partnerships requirements, including consideration of local entities as potential new agency. Chair, a more inclusive partnership will definitely help ensure more effective, efficient, and country-responsive delivery of GEF 9 resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Datuk. Isaac Charles, yes. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Naomi. Thank you for the presentation. The West Africa Coastal Constituency welcomes the expansion of the GEF partnership. Following the procedure for the selection, one of the criteria is considering regional or international entities accredited by the Green Climate Fund or Adaptation Fund. The constituency would like to find out if national entities will be allowed to participate in this procedure, and is there any criteria for national entities to participate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Stefan, then we will pause to give it back to Jonathan for some thoughts. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Merci Noémie. Nous sommes très heureux d'approuver cette proposition. Tout d'abord pour passer à un système de suivi continu basé par le risque, inspiré par d'autres fonds. C'est une réforme de FEM9 vraiment à laquelle nous sommes très favorables. Et deuxièmement, pour étendre la liste des agences de mise en œuvre. C'est une réforme très importante, je dirais même urgente, que nous avons poussée depuis des années. Et donc, à ce titre, nous soutenons à la fois les critères proposés et le process, même si, comme l'a remarqué ma collègue de la Nouvelle-Zélande, on aurait aimé que le process fast-track soit bien plus court que ce qui est proposé ici, c'est-à-dire 9 mois. C'est une décision importante pour 3 raisons. Elles ont été déjà mentionnées, donc je vais être très bref. L'accès au financement, bien sûr, en particulier des pays les plus vulnérables, les PMA et les PUD. Deuxièmement, c'est une réforme qui permet de traiter la déconcentration des agences, dont nous nous plaignons ici à ce micro, conseil après conseil. Et troisièmement, parce que c'est une avancée très concrète en matière de synergie et de coordination avec les autres fonds verticaux. Et de ce point de vue, sachant que le fonds vert dispose d'un pool de 120 agences de mise en œuvre, aujourd'hui effectives, et que sur ces 120, 35 sont également accrédités par le fonds d'adaptation, il nous semblerait assez incroyable que le secrétariat doive aller chercher au-delà d'autres agences. Nous pensons qu'il y a déjà largement de quoi faire après avec ce pool. Donc pour conclure, nous souhaitons maintenant que le secrétariat puisse mettre en œuvre de manière diligente cette décision et nous lui souhaitons plein succès dans cette aventure. Je voudrais juste, pour terminer, faire écho à la question des États-Unis sur un processus de désaccréditation. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. Now let's give some time to Jonathan to address these questions before coming back to Corentin, Anders, and Vanuesa, and others. Jonathan, floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much, Noemi. Thank you very much to council members for these very constructive and helpful comments and questions. So let me just say that, again, reinforce the iterative nature of this exercise that the council would be approving. We would first go through a process of looking at the agencies that are already AF and GCF accredited upon approval of the process by council, and then see where we end up, and would come back to council in December with a progress report and possibly a decision for approval of a first wave of a first cohort of agencies for expansion. So just to address the question from Stéphane from France, it is entirely possible that the fast-track approach could take less than 9 months. But of course, we need to start that process, which we would do beginning immediately after this meeting, and then see where we end up. And that goes to the first question from Finland. Laura, we need to first go through that process of assessment. So I can't comment on one particular agency or another, and whether they would be whether they would meet the criteria. We would be going through that process and then coming back to the council in due course. Andrea, thank you for the comments on reducing documentation requirements. We had thought a little bit about approaching the other funds, and would definitely do that and see what we can get to minimize the burden on agencies that would be coming to the GEF. And you also had the question about why the fast track would take at least 9 months. We'd built in time for a thoughtful exploration of potential candidates. We also have to send the invitations, and there may be a delay in response, as they may need to go through a process on their side. But it is entirely possible that we could in the report that would come to the December Council, thinking we would have between now and November, which would be the posting period, to see where we land at that point. Agree that evidence of impact and outcomes and document the challenges would be an important part of that assessment of the alignment with GEF objectives and GEF requirements. And there were a few comments as well about the minimum standards, and just to assure the council that the 4 GEF minimum standards, that is fiduciary, the minimum fiduciary standards, the environmental and social safeguards, the stakeholder engagement, and the gender equality policy would all still apply. It's just the reassessment of agency fitness against those 4 minimum standards that would be moved to this risk-based approach. To Sito's question, Denmark's question about what we have done since June, we have actually gone through a preliminary gap analysis of the policies between Adaptation Fund, GCF, and ourselves. We were also in the middle of the GEF 9 replenishment. We wanted to see where the GEF 9 participants came out on the policy recommendations before moving definitively. But as soon as we had that clarity and direction, I would say, we felt confident coming to council with a decision on the process, again, that we could start immediately in July. I also appreciate the idea to look at an ability to work with a diversity of ministries, also in line with the GEF 9 recommendations to move to a country platform or whole of society approach. To the question about the role for council in reaching out, we hadn't anticipated that based on the process and criteria that we have. We would start with the AF and GF accredited entities. If we come up with a cohort of agencies that look like they meet the criteria that are established in GEF 9, then we wouldn't imagine necessarily a role for council in reaching out to identify entities. But of course, if we can't in that first stage of process, then that's there may be a role for council. I envision that the next role for council will be considering our report and update in December, and then providing the guidance and decisions that are needed at that point. And I think that also goes to Nicholas, your question about when will the number be decided upon. We would envision that if we come to a December council with the first assessment of the state of play of possible entities, that would be the time when council could give guidance as to whether that's sufficient or whether we need to cast the net even more broadly. If agencies that may not meet the round 1 and round 2 criteria, yes, they would wait until we've gone through that process, and because it will be a sequential process. Thank you, James, for the comments on cost. Indeed, on the safeguards, as I said, the 4 minimum standards remain. The underperformance issue, we don't have currently in the GEF an ability to de-accredit entities unless they don't meet the minimum standards. If there is in the review of the fitness of the agencies, we determine that a standard isn't being met. The current approach is that agencies develop an action plan to address that. And we've seen that in the past. So instead of de-accrediting and essentially shrinking the partnership by removing an entity's ability to use GEF funds, instead it's more of a constructive approach as a partnership where they work on improving internal policies and procedures. The assessment will be not necessarily in real time, but we will be using the annual bilateral portfolio discussions that we have with agencies on how the portfolio is performing. We would use that moment to go into this deeper analysis with the agencies. We were also looking at moving that to a 6-monthly frequency instead of annual. Also, we're developing a dashboard that will be used internally to start, and then also with the agencies. And that dashboard will enable us to identify, along with the agencies, issues that pop up in a more real-time, on a more real-time basis. Yes, thank you to Mexico on the need for close monitoring and assessment. Again, this expansion of the agencies has only been done twice in the history of the GEF. So we should move in an iterative process. We should move in a deliberate process with full information to council, which is why we already anticipate this coming back to you it would be realistically within 5 months with a paper on where things stand. National access, national institutions were raised by more than one council member. Currently, the criteria include regional or global reach, so national entities wouldn't normally fit that criteria. There's also an implication with the ability of the trustee to sign financial procedures agreements. that we also need to keep in mind. And in that respect, UN agencies and multilateral development organizations would have an easier path to finalize the financial procedures agreements. Thank you. And I think, Stefan, I addressed your question about the 9 months and can we move faster. And it may indeed be entirely possible to work with the pool that we have with the Adaptation Fund and GCF. We need Council's guidance and decision to move forward, and then we'll start that process. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. We still have 12 speakers in line. Some of the comments, questions have already been addressed. So we will again invite to acknowledge them, but not necessarily to say the same things again. With that said, I will now give the floor to Corentin, followed by Anders. Corentin, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. We welcome this detailed document and thank the Secretariat for the hard work. We appreciate the consideration of the lessons learned from the previous process. Overall, we would like to keep this expansion process as efficient, fair, and useful as possible. So let me share a few remarks about the proposed approach. First, we believe it would be interesting if the document could mention the number of agencies currently accredited by both the GCF and the Adaptation Fund, just to get a general idea of this amount. Now, concerning the output of the assessment and the ideal number of new agencies, we believe that given the administrative burden of this process, it should not be repeated every 5 or 6 years, so to say. This is why we should make sure to identify an appropriate set of new agencies via flexible and actionable output. In this sense, we wonder if this output could not be a kind of ranking of, let's say, the best 6 to 8 agencies. Doing so, we could proceed via a two-step approach. The Council could decide to accredit an initial set of, let's say, 3 to 4 new agencies, with the possibility to accredit later more agencies based on the actual needs and based on the result of this ranking, if it appears that the initial set is not sufficient. I'm talking here about a ranking, but it could be any kind of classification, but with more granularity or nuance than just a binary categorization, recommended or not recommended, such as currently proposed. We have the impression that any kind of ranking, a color code or a classification in perhaps 2 or 3 categories of recommended agencies would be more actionable than a blunt list of recommended agencies. Otherwise, we fear that it will be extremely difficult for the Council to decide on that. Now, it's about the conditions to trigger the third round and the priority given to the agencies accredited by the GCF and the Adaptation Fund. We are a bit confused here because we fear that doing so, some good candidate agencies with no expertise on climate, but with a clear expertise in the 4 other focal areas of the GEF, may be discarded and discriminated, although perhaps very active in LDCs and seats. Indeed, the document explains that the round 3 may not be triggered if the required number of suitable candidate agencies are identified during the round 1 and 2. But these agencies, accredited by the GCF and the Adaptation Fund, are supposed to have an expertise on climate, but not necessarily in the other focal areas of the GEF. So we fear that this process might rule out relevant agencies. And this is also why we believe that the round 3 should be triggered in any case, even if the sufficient number of good candidates is identified at the end of round 1 and 2. This would ensure that all candidate agencies relevant for the GEF mandate are treated equally. Do you understand the concern and what could be done to avoid such a possible discrimination? Now, concerning the proposed criteria of the review, we wonder if we could not also include the complementarity with the sectoral focus and mandate of the current list of agencies. So I'm not talking here about the focal areas of the GEF, but about the sectoral focus like agriculture, energy, trade, perhaps sustainable urban planning. These are just examples. And this dimension may be already implicitly covered by one of the proposed criteria, but in this case, we would appreciate if this dimension could be mentioned more explicitly in the review questions of the given criterion. What do you think of this idea? And finally, we support the idea to invite the IEO to evaluate this process. We would appreciate if this evaluation could also assess the fast-track approach, because as highlighted above, we wonder if this fast track and the priority given to climate entities would not be a bit discriminatory, particularly in light of the entry into force of the BBNJ and the possible adoption of the Plastic Treaty in the near future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kalanta. Now, let's hear from Anders, followed by Bernoise. Anders, for yours.
Thanks. I will try to be brief and concise. Sweden welcomes this reform. We think it's very useful to find more efficient organizations. We overall find the document rather sound and balanced, and we agree that there is a justifiable added value of identifying organizations which are well suited to work with SIDS. As we said previously, and which we think is largely reflected well in the document, it's critical that we base this assessment on results provided, cost efficiency of the organization, and added value in terms of expertise in the focal areas where we as a whole get a broad mix, and sort of seeing the point of quarantine that we also have to take into account BBNJ in the future, potentially plastics within the chemicals and wastes. So sort of all organizations would have to justify themselves on objective criteria. At the same time, we would not want to see agencies selected largely on political considerations. While Sweden is all in favor of harmonization, and it's useful to make as little bureaucracy as possible between the different funds, at the same time it's important that all candidates are evaluated on what they specifically bring in the context of the GEF. We should be careful not to have the lowest common denominator of some of the other funds to set the baseline, because not all of the examples we have in some of the funds might be great, to put it that way. And we might not do ourselves a favor to bring some of them into the GEF. We also find it important that all agencies in principle can work in many contexts. A bit in line with what Ben and UK said, it's important to strive for a broader added value where we see that the agencies we select can fill different functions of the fund, and ideally more than one function sort of to be utilized in different types of projects. Finally, it's important that in any consideration of priorities or rating, in line with what Coretan said, we see some sympathy for that in terms of reducing bureaucracy, but we should not build in procedural inflexibilities which could prevent other organizations who have currently not applied from applying in the future, because it's important that any good organizations which might pop up but have not applied yet can also apply in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. And I give the floor to Bernoise, followed by Pepe. Bernoise, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. The Caribbean constituency welcomes the ongoing efforts to expand and diversify the GEF partnership through the accreditation of additional GEF agency. We support an efficient and timely completion process while maintaining the high standard and safeguards that underpin the credibility of the GEF. For SIDS, a broader agency network can improve access to GEF resources, strengthen implementation capacity, and enhance regional ownership of environmental programming. We therefore encourage consideration of the needs and priorities of underserved regions, including the Caribbean, in the agency selection process by the selection of new agencies that are familiar with the countries they serve. In this regard, the Caribbean constituency strongly support the accreditation of the Caribbean Development Bank as GEF agency. Given its strong development track record, regional presence, and deep understanding of the unique of the Caribbean SIDS. The bank is well positioned to facilitate more responsive, efficient, and impactful delivery of GEF resources in the region. We also welcome the participation of specialized institutions that can contribute technical expertise and strengthen the implementation of multilateral environmental agreements across the GEF partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuesa. And I give the floor to Pepe, followed by Carolina. Floor is yours, Pepe.
Thank you, Noemi. The Pacific constituency welcomed the work by the Secretariat as reflected in the paper. We share the sentiment expressed around the table. The 5 stages procedures is recognized in efforts to prioritize with existing accreditation under PF multilateral climate funds and should be used to provide harmonization of delivery and implementation modalities. We noted the 8 eligibility criteria highlighted in the paper, in particular the criteria 1 and 2, as we see this to responding directly to the needs of SEEDs and LDCs. In appreciation of criteria 3 to 8, however, with the private sector in the Pacific SEEDs are mostly in microscale. Hence, it is encouraged that some specific consideration is given when using these criteria. We would also seek that consideration is given to regional agencies as they hold significant knowledge and understanding of the region. Monitoring is crucial, and we encourage the Secretariat to continue transparent monitoring and evaluation of performance to ensure effectiveness and responsiveness of the procedure to needs of SEEDs and LDCs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pepe. We will now hear from Carolina, followed by Gabriela, who is joining us online. Carolina, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So our constituency welcomes the effort to strengthen and diversify the GEF partnership. We recognize the rationale behind expanding the implementing agency network and agree that greater institutional diversity can strengthen effectiveness, innovation, and representation. However, we would like to express concerns regarding the proposed eligibility framework. Given the strategic importance assigned to IPLCs under GEF 9, including the indicative 20% allocation target, it would be inconsistent if the priority were only marginally reflected in accreditation criteria. We therefore suggest that demonstrated experience working with and supporting IPLCs be included as a standalone criterion, following the same logic used for SEEDs and LDCs. To be precise, we are quoting figure 2 on page 5 and paragraph 12 of the document. We also encourage the Secretariat to place greater emphasis on demonstrated experience supporting IPLC's designed solutions through established institutions with proven fiduciary governance and implementation capacity. The objective should be evidence of credible mechanisms that enable resources to reach IPLCs transparently and in a manner consistent with country ownership. In addition, we remain concerned that the current formulation may allow institutions to demonstrate IPLC's experience primarily through third-party expertise. In our view, applicant institutions should be able to demonstrate their own institutional track record and experience in engaging with and supporting IPLCs. Finally, in line with the Chair's remark during the morning session of the Council meeting today, we would appreciate clarification regarding how the guidance and recommendations provided by Council members will be reflected in the operational documents that the Secretariat will develop in the coming months. We would welcome confirmation that key recommendations raised during the discussions can be captured in the highlights of the Council and subsequently take into account during implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Gabriela, joining us online. Floor is yours, followed by Sabria.
Thank you, Noemi. We thank the Secretariat for the document and can support the proposed draft decision. We support strengthening the GEF partnership as a targeted expansion of up to 3 additional agencies, and we'd like to underline that again because some mentioned that it's not clear how many agencies we're talking about. In our view, it's clear that we're talking about 3 additional agencies. And as we've said in the past, any expansion must be need-based and grounded in evidence and science. And as we've also mentioned before, we believe the local and regional expertise and targeting should primarily come by operating through national and regional executing agencies, which is a particularity of the GEF partnership. And significantly expanding the number of implementing agencies increases complexity in programming, and in our view does not increase access, but on the contrary, actually complicates it. So we really encourage recipient countries to really work with these national and regional and local, also CSOs as an IPLC direct execution agencies. We welcome the proposed process, including the step-by-step approach and the 8 criteria. They will now enable a transparent and objective selection of the additional agencies. And we also support the revision of the GEF policy on monitoring agency compliance and related policies and the move towards a continuous risk-based compliance monitoring approach in line with recent development at the GCF and other multilateral climate funds. We also supported the point from Germany on the private sector mobilization and other colleagues, also the comment just made by the PSIDs on M&E. And we have just 3 additional questions. How will the independent expert panel be set up? And regarding the revision of the GEF policy on monitoring agency compliance, how can we incentivize the agencies to notify significant changes in the institutional capacity, legal status, or governance of an agency? And how will ongoing oversight by the GEF Secretariat look like in this regard? And then when or in what frequency will the independent third-party review of agencies be conducted? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Now we'll hear from Sabria, followed by Sagar. Sabria, for yours.
Thank you, Noemi. The North Africa constituency takes note of the initiative to strengthen the GEF partnership. And with regard to the agency expansion procedure, we appreciate the optimization and harmonization of accreditation procedure with other funds. We think that this expansion could be more innovative and effective if it is extended to national agencies in view of the importance of direct access to promote country ownership and respond to national circumstances. We request the Secretariat to update the Council on progress made in implementing the adopted procedure, including by providing information on the geographic distribution and institutional diversity of entity being considered under this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have 5 remaining speakers, so we'll hear from Sagar, Giovanni, Kelly, Ramon, and Abdullani. Sagar, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. At the 69th Council, we called for an expansion that is transformational, one that puts civil society, indigenous people, local communities, youth and women at the heart of GEF's work. And we thank the Secretariat for a paper that responds to several of those asks. We welcome 3 things. Criterion 5 makes networks with CSOs, IPLCs, and the private sector a minimum eligibility gate. The policy and stakeholder engagement is assessed in full, even under the fast track. And Annex 5 asks for evidence of participation in project design and implementation, and for grievance redress. This is more than consultation. These are real steps, but we must be direct about what the paper does not yet do. First, this expansion should strengthen access for IPLCs and civil society. It is a deliverable of GEF 9 Objective 4. It is one lever under the augmented access objective. We ask that candidate agencies be assessed and prioritized under Criterion 5 for real demonstrated delivery with IPLCs, CSOs, and local communities. The new cohort should widen access, not replicate. It should help us find new ways to partner with civil society, IPLCs, youth, and women. And we echo Brazil on this point. Second, this expansion is the foundation to build the track record we need for the second half of GEF 9, for GEF 10, and beyond. But new agencies alone will not deliver the aspirational target for IPLC, women, and youth. The existing agencies must also step up. The Secretariat's own December 2024 analysis showed that almost half of current GEF agencies have never financed a CSO-led project or have allocated less than 3% of their portfolio to such work. As recommended by the US, perhaps de-accreditation is one of the pathways to explore. We therefore ask the GEF to examine in detail why this is the case and to identify concrete measures to enable existing agencies to enhance their support for CSO and IPLC projects. Accrediting new agencies is necessary, but not sufficient. Third, civil society knowledge should inform the assessment. The independent panel should verify engagement claims against documented evidence. It should also seek input from the affected communities or the representative institutions, consistent with free, prior, and informed consent. That input should be on the record with the entity's right to respond. And civil society should also keep its voice at stage 4. Fourth, the shift to risk-based compliance monitoring in Annex 6 must not weaken safeguards. CSO and field source information matter here. Grievances and community reports should be recognized as legitimate triggers for a formal compliance assessment. Agency expansion must mean expanding justice, not just expanding institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sagar. I'll now give the floor to Giovanni, followed by Kelly. Giovanni, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Distinguished Chair, co-chairs, delegates, and partners, the GEF Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group welcomes the GEF partnership and agency expansion procedure. This is celebratory in the sense that this has been IPAG desire and commitment since 2017, when IPAG conceived the Inclusive Conservation Initiative and had it approved in 2019. Today, we see it shifting from aspiration to a binding possibility. Additionally, we support particularly the Assessment Pathway 3 entities without accreditation to be able to have or give room to indigenous-led organizations, as per our understanding that non-environmental funding mechanisms have on any indigenous peoples accredited entity. Indigenous peoples and their communities have demonstrated genuine delivery when given the resources. Their successes don't arise from a vacuum, as shown by a GEF-funded Indigenous Community Conserved Areas project that was later designated as global best practice during the GEF's last assembly in Vancouver. Accreditation of a network of indigenous peoples as implementing agency is the best next step, and the GEF 9 targets, including the 20% financing commitments for actions by indigenous peoples and their communities, makes this not only necessary and timely for the GEF's call for transformational change, but a landmark of historic proportions. Here, the rights of indigenous peoples and their communities would be respected and upheld in practice, not only on paper. What the GEF Science and Technical Advisory Panel and its Independent Evaluation Office have persistently shown us time and again is that when indigenous peoples and their communities have genuine ownership over the projects that affect them, outcomes are more durable, more sustainable, and scalable at impact, as the GEF-funded ICCA project would show. IPAG stands ready to support this process. Legitimacy, capacity, and commitment aligned with indigenous peoples and their communities creates a powerful foundation to this soon-to-be established Indigenous Peoples Implementing Agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. Now let's hear from Kelly, followed by Ramon. Floor is yours, Kelly.
Thanks so much, Noemi. And this is my first intervention as an alternate, so it's really nice to be here with you all. In the spirit of time, I'll just support some of the positive interventions that the colleagues have made on the utility of this document and the effort that's been put in so far and all the positive changes that this document could bring. In terms of our specific comments, I think what Canada's looking for in particular is that new agencies will complement the existing and either have new or honed expertise in areas that's lacking. And so for us in particular, that means agencies that have a track record with Indigenous peoples and agencies that have the ability to engage with private sector and mobilize additional financing, especially those with LDCs and SIDS experience. So, and I think a few other people have sort of alluded to a similar concept, which is that I'm having a hard time understanding how all the different criteria interplay with each other. And is the overall aim to fill gaps only? Corentin made a really good point about, of course, the idea of complementarity with the other multilateral funds is essential, but Corentin's point about having the GCF and the GEF be accredited first, or that being a first step, does sort of overlook other agencies that wouldn't focus on climate. Another concern is that criterion 5 focuses on networks with civil society, IPLCs, and the private sector, but it's an and/or decision. And so all of these groups are important to the GEF and to the work that we do here. And so a challenge that I'm seeing is how do we choose and/or one or the other? So I wonder if the Secretariat could speak to that and how we might sort of look at that picture overall. We'd also like to understand how the Secretariat plans to assess the quality and depth of engagement with Indigenous peoples beyond just the established networks and other items outlined in the scoring guidance. Specifically, we wonder if there might be an opportunity for the IPAG to opine on some of the proposed agencies, and if there are opportunities to see further direct access strengthened for Indigenous peoples over time. And then lastly, we'd like clarity to better understand what happens if the assessment against the minimum criteria doesn't surface any organizations. If the plan is just to accredit 3 regardless, or the intention would be to accredit 3 only if they're new and additional to what we already have existing within the family. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kelly, and welcome to the GEF Council. Now let's hear from Ramon, followed by Abdulani. Ramón, tienes la palabra.
Gracias, Noemí. Voy a intervenir en español. Quería expresar nuestro interés en este proceso de expansión de las agencias del GEF. Creemos que es un tema relevante. Ya hemos vivido este tipo de procesos en otros fondos y es un tema a prestar atención, ¿vale? Nosotros apoyamos una ampliación prudente, ¿vale?, de las agencias, y creemos que en este caso está justificado. Creemos que esa necesidad de acceso, de atender a los más vulnerables, SIS, el DSIS, pues justifica esta tarea que estamos realizando. Quería repetir algo que han comentado, por ejemplo, Paraguay y otros al principio, sobre que esto es un proceso integrado que forma parte de un ejercicio más amplio, ¿vale?, de alinear la acreditación con otros fondos climáticos verticales. Esto forma parte del trabajo de coherencia y complementariedad. Los trabajos de acreditación, reacreditación, sabemos que son muy laboriosos y debemos ser lo más eficientes posibles en este tipo de iniciativas. Sobre los procedimientos, he visto, pues, se podría hablar mucho. Corentin nos ha propuesto algunos cambios. Francia ha propuesto también acortar el procedimiento. Quizás sería bueno tener una lista de pros y contras en función de cómo avancemos en este proyecto, en esta iniciativa. De lo que tenemos ahora, nos gustaría señalar el criterio en el estadio 1, el criterio de apalancar recursos, de cofinanciación y, como comentaba Alemania, favorecer la movilización del sector privado. Creemos que es relevante de cara a este nuevo periodo del GEF. Más sobre lo que comentaba Corentin, yo creo que también detrás de ello quizá hay la necesidad de tener un rol más activo del board en esta tarea, y de las agencias, una interacción más cercana entre el board y las agencias, en justificar la idoneidad de estas agencias para la tarea a las que se les va a dedicar, y un enfoque proactivo de esas agencias en demostrar su interés en trabajar con el GEF. Yo no estoy muy de acuerdo en esa idea de trasladar directamente lo que ya hay en otros fondos aquí. Quizá necesitamos, creo que Anders ha apuntado algo en este sentido, de buscar algo de proactividad, de interés de las agencias, incluso modificar algunas de sus formas de trabajo, de procedimiento, para amoldarse y mostrar interés en trabajar con el GEF. Eso es todo. Es un trabajo que esperamos con atención, queremos ver los progresos, esperamos ese informe de implementación para diciembre de 2026 y esa posible lista de agencias recomendadas por la evaluación independiente para final de 2027. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ramón. We'll now continue with Abdullahi. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I would like to start thanking all those who commented on this important issue. East African constituency welcomes the expansion of the agency procedure as outlined in the document before us, acknowledging that such expansion is vital to strengthen the GEF partnership. However, the lengthy duration it has taken to reach this stage is concerning. At least 2 years collapsed and heading to the 3rd year. The timeline suggested that the agency would be selected in 9 months may be at disadvantage, possibly missing out on at least 1 year of GEF 9 period, possibly even more. Similarly, this delay poses significant challenge for countries that have long anticipated this expansion. It also raises questions about whether these countries should hold off on applying until the new agencies are fully integrated. As they say, justice delayed is justice denied. We believe that there are quite a substantial number of potential agencies out there already accredited by GCF and Adaptation Fund that has good experience in environment and climate change. We also believe that there are no such significant policy gap difference among GEF, GCF, and Adaptation Fund as it relates to the accreditation policies. As such, we don't need to overanalyze and waste a lot of time. That is very precious. We believe and recommend that you can do the task in 6 months and that the selected agencies be presented to the Council at December Council meeting for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Council. And with this, we conclude the list of speakers. So back to Jonathan for final remarks.
Thanks very much, Noemi. Thanks, council members, for the second round of remarks. Before I start, I have to apologize. I skipped completely over comments from the UK, from Ben, but I think in responding to those, they also, I should hopefully also be able to address some of the issues that came up from other chairs, from Quarantine and others. And that's with respect. So let me talk a little bit about the sequencing. The idea is that we will go through the first process of looking at agencies that are GCF and AF accredited, that not every agency is going to meet all of the criteria that are indicated in the document. There may be some that are able to meet them to some degree, some to a greater degree. The objective would be to come to Council with a cohort of agencies that not only meet the minimum standards and the criteria that were established in the GEF 9 process, but also meet one of the criteria that was established in the first and second expansions, and that is that they do add value to the partnership, that they come with capacities and experience that may not already exist in the other agencies. They may have a geographic reach that other agencies may not have, or they have thematic expertise that is not available from other agencies. So we will be looking at that value-added component when we come with the first report and/or recommendation to Council on a first cohort, and in that process, provide Council with an opportunity to assess whether that cohort does meet those identified gaps, or whether we need to pursue this further and look at other agencies. I think the comment from Corentin is very valid in terms of, by focusing on the climate funds, we may be missing that element of what does the agency bring to the GEF partnership, and the GEF partnership is not about climate exclusively. It's about all of the focal areas. So so that is something that we are going to look at in that the first phase of this investigation and then reporting to Council, and with the idea of coming with a cohort that together would address the goals of the GEF 9 replenishment participants. And in the GEF 9 discussion, the focus was really on gaps in small island development states. So LDCs, yes, but LDCs that are SIDS is really where the focus was. And going to the comment from Mexico, it does need to be closely monitored. It does need to be assessed. As I said, this has only been done twice before, so we need to take a concerted approach. Belgium had asked how many agencies are we talking about? Well, there are 168 accredited to the GCF, and 62, I believe, currently at the Adaptation Fund. But those include national entities. So there is a much smaller cohort of entities that meet that regional, global reach objective that we would have in the GEF. And we are mindful also of the fact that we have a tight, close-knit partnership of 18 agencies. There is a limit to how many agencies we can add and still retain that family of agencies approach, where we share information, we have regular retreats, although it's been a while since we've had our last one. We have systems that we share with the agencies. So it's a different relationship that the GEF has with agencies than the GCF or Adaptation Fund have with theirs, where it is governed more by a legal arrangement. So we are going to cover the question about, or the concern about excluding or skipping over other focal areas in the review of alignment with GEF objectives and value added. So that is one of the processes we will do. And complementarity with other GEF agencies, I believe, is an important element to this. So that would be part of that. I think this also speaks to the comment from Anders about the broader value added, and not going to the lowest common denominator, but rather looking at the cohort of 18 plus X agencies in that light, in terms of what value can this new cohort bring to the countries. Yes, Brazil had asked how some of the policy and guidance from GEF 9 would be reflected. Insofar as agencies are concerned, there will be a new set of policies that will be coming to Council for approval, and we would also reflect those issues in the highlights, which we refer to and will follow. The highlights from Council will be the place for those to be documented. The expert panel, Gabriella had asked about how the expert panel will be set up. This would be done by the Secretariat, using bank contracting policy and procedures. How would we identify changes that happen within the agencies? One option is we work with the other funds on this and do a better job, frankly, of sharing information at this level. The other mechanism is, I mentioned, the currently annual and moving to biannual detailed sort of in-depth discussion we have with them on portfolio performance. And that's also the frequency would be on that annually and moving to every 6 months. Yes, Canada also had a question about complementarity with the existing agencies, and of course that's very important. And a track record with Indigenous peoples and private sector would be something that we would look at in that value-added assessment, including how they interplay with each other. Is there a role for IPAG? There could very well be, actually. In the report that would come to Council at the next meeting would be a regular Council report, so there could be a role for IPAG in providing comments on that and feedback on whether that proposal meets the objectives that have been set out in the replenishment or whether we need to go further. Yes, Ramon, I agree. The accreditation is time-consuming. We need to be efficient. There's a balance here, right? The balance is between the recommendations from the Multilateral Climate Fund's process, which is we need to streamline and harmonize, and on the other side, we need to make sure that we don't miss opportunities with potential agencies that aren't part of that process. So we'll be going through that process over the next 5 to 6 months, as I mentioned. And I hear the concerns about the timing, but I do think this is a process that needs to be done deliberately and not with haste. And if we have selection even by early next year, it'll take upwards of potentially 12 months or so for the financial procedures agreements to be arranged. Some organizations, for instance, need to go to their boards of directors to approve those things, and that can be time-consuming, especially if we're looking at multilateral development banks, which of course has been one of the cohorts that are of interest because of their ability to leverage. So we're balancing those two. So I would propose that Council sort of let us look at that cohort that might be eligible in the first round. We get Council to give us direction, take decisions, and then we take it from there. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
We have another request from the floor, Carolina and Ben. Okay, Carolina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just to see if I understood it correctly, because our concern is that when you look into this figure 2, I think it was projected on when you presented the document, you have a single criteria for seasonal disease, which is one of the targets agreed in GEF 9, right? The second target also agreed in GEF 9 is the 20% for IPLCs. However, the IPLCs is combine it with the private sector and CSOs in the same criteria. So it's either or experience with IPLC. So our question is that how can GEF, at the end of the 9th replenishment cycle, ensure that the 20% commitment for IPLCs will be fulfilled if this is not a criteria for the selection of the spending agencies? This is just a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Ben?
Yeah, many thanks. Many thanks, Jonathan, for sort of trying to navigate a way through this. It'd be useful to understand how we sort of move forward with this one. I think that one of the key things I think on this is that obviously we need to make sure we just get the decision right in this meeting. So it's basically the decision or the procedure we need to get right. I think once once the ball is rolling and it's moving, then it's very hard to sort of stop it and restart it again. So we just need to get it right here. I think that there's a lot of good points which have been made around the table, and I think that you sort of responded to those. So, the point from Anders in terms of not just going to the lowest common denominator and just saying, okay, we've delivered 3 new agencies, so job done. That isn't really the point, particularly when you look at, for example, page 199 of the GEF 9 agreement, in particular on the policy recommendations, which talks about agencies for LDCs and SIDS and IPLCs and private sector. So it needs to be consistent with that. I think Corentin made a really good point as well, which again you've recognized, which is in terms of it's not just about obviously the importance of harmonization with the other MCFs, but also then recognizing that, actually GEF has got this broader mandate and one needs to look at that. So round 3 becomes important. And I think that there was a bit of inconsistency, I think, from what you said in terms of there's a table in terms of the sequencing. I think in the table it suggests that the round 3 would actually start before December. So I think there's an inconsistency in that particular diagram. I think it's, I can't remember what the number is, figure 3, I think it is. Again, I also have sympathy with Brazil's point in terms of criteria 5, which is lumping together 2 very different categories of those 3 agencies, CSOs and IPLCs together with private sector. So I think that, just to conclude, I think we just need to make sure that as we go forward with this, we just get the points you're making, which I think is that, as you have said, it's about adding value to the partnership. And we just need to make sure that added value is being recognized in this. So it's either making sure that is captured in the decision text, or there needs to be amendments to the procedure that we're agreeing, or potentially both. So it's just useful to clarify how you want to move forward with that. Maybe it's adding some language to the decision text which clarifies the points which I think you have just made, or it's looking at some amendments to that procedure which we're approving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. And we have one last request. Oday, a Telnet member from Western Asia. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Our constituency support more simplified and accelerated to the procedure for expanding the GEF partnership under GEF 9 to increase developing countries to reach the GEF, particularly SIDS and LDC, especially those accredited in GCF and Adaptation Fund, as well as support the approach that's set by GEF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With no further comments, I will give the floor back to Jonathan.
Thanks. Let me address first the question from Brazil about the target for the target for IPLCs. The way we see this is that it's resources not necessarily through IPLC organizations, but resources that are managed by, that go through IPLCs, right? So the idea is not that we have 20% of the funding through an IPLC agency, but that target is that those resources then are supporting IPLCs in that way, that not just as beneficiaries but as partners and beneficiaries. So I think the 18 agencies plus the additional agencies that will be presented should be able to program in a way that meets that GEF 9 objective. So I just want to sort of separate those two issues. And Ben, yeah, I thank you for that. One of the chair and I have just conferred, and possibly the way to deal with this is to provide that clarification through the highlights of the meeting.
Okay, we have Carolina. Floor is yours.
I'm really sorry to take this longer than necessary. So just to understand. So the criteria for IPLCs in the logic of the expanding agencies is that they will not be necessarily IPLCs agencies themselves, they would have experience with IPLCs, right? Which is the same logic for SIDS, right? Or will be like only SIDS agencies. I just want to understand, because for us it's kind of a different treatment to the same commitment that was agreed at GEF 9 for the 20% for IPLCs and 35% for SIDS. Just to understand that.
Thank you, Carolina. Ben, your flag is up again? Or was it? Okay. Good, thank you.
Yeah.
I think that the same for Oday. Yes. You want to take the floor again? Okay, floor is yours.
Sorry, yeah, I mean, just, I'm not convinced that you can do it just in terms of the notes of this meeting. I think it's just, it could be something added to the decision text of this. You know, that's something that people will see. It's maybe saying something which is consistent with outcomes of the GEF 9 replenishment negotiation agreement to have agencies covering LDCs and SIDS, importantly, PLCs and the private sector. Because I think that, to a certain extent, I'm not sure that totally addresses Brazil's point, I agree, but it flags the importance of those three different categories, and I don't think that's in the decision text. And I think that, for example, if a number of us are changing by the time of the next council meeting, that information could get lost in the wash. So I think it's important to have that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. No further remarks, so back to the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Jonathan, for trying to answer all these questions. I think either way is amenable to the Secretariat. Of course, if Council wants us to add text to the decision and or amendments to the paper, we can do that. We just need to understand which issues are still, and I understand the IPLC one, that's one that we can separate out if it's something, whether it's in the draft decision or basically having an additional criteria. I think the reason IPLC is not a standalone criteria right now is that initially this expansion, which was discussed at the June Council of last year, was based on the geographic gap, which was for SIDS and LDCs. And the IPLC question, as well as blended finance, as well as private sector, came into the mix as the GEF 9 negotiations were put forth. And it's not that we decided that those were less important, it was just that the main geographic focus remains SIDS and LDCs, and the other characteristics will hopefully be put in play and be maximized as much as possible. But we would not, for example, select an organization that is IPLC focused that doesn't have a focus on SIDS and LDCs. That wouldn't make sense. So there is a certain logic to this expansion, and I'm trying to explain why that is wrapped in. Now, if you all feel that having one or two elements in the highlights that would specify the concerns, then we could go the way of decision text and or an amendment to the paper. One is more onerous than the other because we will have to prepare a new document and post it and rediscuss it. But just for your information, the highlights, although they're called highlights, they are actionable items that the Secretariat has to take into account as we develop the operational way forward on this document, and I suspect we'll have the same discussion when we talk about the selection of agencies for the IP, for the lead agency role for the IPs, where there may be requests for additional information, but in both of these cases, the papers that were presented, that are being presented, are more high level, and we will then put in place more operational procedures in the Secretariat to actually put in motion. So again, if we put stuff in the highlights, we will then take that into account as we develop the way forward in practice, as well as whether it's a modified text and decision. It's just a question of convenience and, I guess, comfort level of council members of having a way to hold the Secretariat accountable. But I can guarantee you that the highlights for us are the same accountable elements that we have to take into account as we move forward. Ben?
Yeah, I appreciate you trying to find a way through. My suggestion would be possibly to enable you to move on to the next item is to maybe for those parties who are just interested, just to make sure that, I mean, I think just making some small amendments, additional bullet to the decision text is all that is needed. And I think it should be relatively straightforward to do that. We've got another whole day of this council meeting, so I think we can do that at the end of this meeting. We can just have a quick chat and we can work that out and we can get to the right language on that decision text, if that's amenable to you.
It's not amenable to me. We will follow the council decision. So if you guys want to go that way, we're very comfortable. Please, if you need Jonathan to sit down with you at some point, just go after him. And the sooner you can get us the revised text, we can then circulate it and hopefully have a quick decision on this at a later time. Yes, Caroline.
Yeah, just to emphasize that we agree with that, and we will try to find the correct language just to sort this out. Thank you.
Okay.
Datuk, you raise your flag?
Yes, with regard to my earlier intervention, I would request maybe a separate discussion with Jonathan, because there's some issues and there's some reason, in particular Malaysia, why I raise the issue with regard to national entity, right? Okay.
Thank you. I see no further comments from the floor.
Okay, so we will suspend this agenda item as well and hopefully circulate new text later today, if possible, tonight, so we can decide on this at some point tomorrow. For your information, before we move on to the next agenda item, and thanks, Jonathan, we did circulate new decision text for the budget, and hopefully we will be able to revisit this later today, but I just wanted to point that out so that you can look at your emails and see what is being proposed. All right. I'd like to now move on to the next agenda item 6, updating the system for transparent allocation of resources. I'm going to invite Ms. Naing Pen and Sanja Tiluksing to present the paper, the document GEF C7106, updating the system for transparent allocation of resources for GEF 9. Naing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In line with GEF 9 policy recommendation, this document presents to Council decision a STAR policy. In Annex 1, that will replace and supersede all previous Council decisions on STAR. In addition, the methodology and calculation details of the STAR indices and sub-indices are provided in Annex 2. Replenishment participants requested the Secretariat to incorporate ways, several key ways into the GEF 9 STAR model, including first, key methodological and data improvements to the global benefit indices for biodiversity, land degradation, and climate change, including the introduction of new components of freshwater biodiversity and drought vulnerability, together with rebalancing of weights among sub-indices. Second, the introduction of a disbursement sub-index under the country performance index, with a weight of 0.2 with corresponding adjustments of weights among other sub-indices. Third, an increase in absolute terms of weight of the GDP per capita to 0.21. Fourth, lowering the STAR focal area ceiling to 5% of the respective focal area STAR envelope. Finally, maintenance of the aggregate STAR allocation floors at GEF 8 levels, set at 8 million for seeds and LDCs and 5 million for non-seeds, non-LDCs, with corresponding adjustments to individual focal area levels. Based on this adjustment to the STAR formula, approximately 43% of GEF 9 STAR resources will be allocated to seeds and LDCs, with the final percentage to be determined by the final replenishment size. In addition, the proposed STAR policy also maintains and further develops several important features of the system, including maintaining full flexibility and continuing the tracking of OECD real markers and regular reporting through the GEF scorecard. In addition, expanding the STAR special window amounting to 12% of STAR allocation of the top 10 STAR recipient countries, excluding seeds and LDCs, with a thematic focus on blended finance. Last but not least, a midterm review of GEF 9 STAR to assess utilization of STAR resources today. The STAR policy will come into effect on July 1st, 2026, and be applied in the calculation of STAR country allocations for GEF 9, which will be made publicly available on the same date. With this, I thank you so much. Back to Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will now open the floor for comments and questions. And Noemi, please.
Thank you, Chair. Floor is now open. Okay, Banuesa, thanks for picking us off. Banuesa, followed by Datuk and James.
Thank you, Naomi. The Korean constituency welcomes the continued effort to strengthen the STAR methodology under GEF 9, including the recognition of the special circumstances of small island development state and least development countries. At the same time, we emphasize that the GDP per capita alone does not adequately capture the multi-dimensional vulnerabilities faced by SID, including climate risk, natural disasters, economic shocks, ecosystem weaknesses, and the constraints associated with small size and geographic isolation. We also encourage continued reflection on how the STAR system can better recognize countries that play an outsized role in delivering global environmental benefits, including through biodiversity conservation, forest protection, ecosystem restoration, and sustainable ocean management. As preparation for further GEF cycle, we encourage the consideration at the midterm review of the integration of the multi-dimensional vulnerability index for future GEF cycles within the STAR framework. We believe that resource allocation should more fully reflect vulnerability and resilience consideration alongside income indicators. The Korean constituency looks forward to continuing dialogue on strengthening the STAR system to ensure that it is better recognize the unique circumstances of SIDS and support adequate and effective resource allocation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Banuesa. Now we will hear from Datuk, followed by James.
Thank you, Chair. The East Asia constituency appreciates the Secretariat's work in further refining the STAR allocation framework under GEF 9 and welcomes the proposed methodological improvements to enhance its robustness and responsiveness. We recognize the value of the proposed inclusion of a drought vulnerability index under the Global Benefit Index for Land Degradation, as it strengthens the framework's ability to capture drought exposure and adaptive capacity in affected ecosystems. However, we encourage further consideration of a broader multi-hazard vulnerability approach under the Global Benefit Index to better reflect climate-related risks such as flooding, coastal inundation, sea level rise, and wildfires. All these climate-related risks are very much close to the East ASEAN region. We also encourage continued analytical work in this area to inform future refinements, including in the context of GEF 10. With regard to the proposed increase in the GDP per capita weight, the constituency notes that this may have implications for countries transitioning to higher income status, particularly those that remain highly vulnerable to climate and disaster risks, especially the Philippines in East Asia constituencies. This may affect allocation levels and co-financing requirements despite persistent vulnerability. Thank you, Chair. I hope our comment can be seriously considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Datuk. James, followed by Carolina. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the GEF Secretariat for its thorough analysis and comprehensive proposal to update the STAR allocation model for GEF 9, reflecting the priorities determined during replenishment negotiations. GEF investments should focus on poorer countries that can benefit the most from support to develop self-sufficient systems for environmental management. We support the modifications in the STAR policy that will allocate approximately 43% of GEF 9 STAR resources to SIDS and LDCs through an increased GDP per capita index and lowering the ceilings to 5%. While we are encouraged to see increased resources going to countries most in need, the GEF should also reduce or end funding for countries that have surpassed the income thresholds for graduation from World Bank borrowing. It would be inappropriate for the GEF to continue to fund projects in China, the world's second largest economy. Large economies may face environmental challenges, but also have vastly more resources and capacity to deploy them than the GEF has, and this point should be reflected in future STAR policies. We welcome the expansion of the special window on blended finance to unlock private sector capital, expand the use of non-grant instruments, and demonstrate measurable results from innovative financing mechanisms. We are particularly interested in seeing the blended finance window supporting underserved focal areas that can benefit from catalytic private capital such as chemicals and waste. The GEF must redouble its focus on efficiency in GEF 9, and we appreciate the introduction of the disbursement index as a new component of the country performance index to reward countries that efficiently utilize resources and deliver results in a timely manner. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, James. I'll now give the floor to Carolina, followed by Vittorio. Carolina, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Our constituencies welcomes the formalization of STAR arrangements agreed during the replenishment discussions. The STAR remains a cornerstone of GEF architecture because it provides predictability, transparency, and country-driven access to resources. We support continued refinement of the system, but would like to raise several concerns for the Council's consideration and review. First, regarding the special blended finance window financed through mandatory retention from the STAR allocations of major recipient countries, our constituencies wishes to stress the importance of preserving country ownership, where recipient country allocations are partially redirected towards centralized instrument implementation choices, including agency selection and operational design, must remain responsive to national priorities. In this regard, we would welcome additional clarity on how this mechanism would relate to the broader blended finance strategy proposed under GEF 9, which already constitutes a separate programming approach for resource mobilization and deployment. We also encourage the Secretariat to consider any necessary adjustments to ensure that these arrangements do not unintentionally affect countries' governance, flexibility, and ownership over their STAR allocations, and that participation in such mechanism remains fully aligned with country priorities and undertaken on a voluntary basis. Second, as innovative financing mechanisms are introduced, it will be important to assess whether they deliver genuine additionality rather than simply displacing concessional resources. Our constituency would therefore support meaningful review at the midterm stage, including assessment of actual leverage, environmental impact, and implications for equitable access. Third, the broader STAR review foreseen for future cycles presents an important opportunity to examine the comparative performance of allocation methodologies over time, including whether current weighting structures best support the fund's mandate to maximize global environmental benefits. Fourth, our constituencies notes the dedicated monitoring arrangements are proposed for certain country groupings. While we recognize the rationale, we would encourage reflection on whether equivalent visibility should be afforded to our PLC-related implementation performance, given the prominence of these commitments under GEF 9. Finally, we would fully recognize the particular vulnerabilities of needs of SIDS and LDCs. However, we kindly request that paragraph 9 of GEF's STAR policy document be adjusted to reflect the negotiated outcomes of the replenishment, during which the only aspirational target set in relation to SIDS and LDCs is 35% of total GEF 9 allocation. The 43 indicated in para 9 is a consequence of the adjusted formula and should not be misinterpreted as a target in itself. We have sent alternative language to the Secretariat in order to reflect this understanding. For the sake of clarity, we are proposing to substitute only the first sentence of para 9 by the following language. Preliminary simulations of the adjusted star formula indicated that the share of GEF9 star resource allocated to SIDS LDCs would be approximately 43%, with the final share depending on the final replenishment size. These results are preliminary and not yet final. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. We will now hear from Vittorio, followed by Andrea. Vittorio, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. We welcome the proposed update to the STAR policy for GEF9 and commend the Secretariat for the rigorous analytical work underlying these revisions, which reflect both the outcomes of the replenishment negotiations and the recommendation of the Independent Evaluation Office. We strongly support the continued strengthening of equity in the allocation framework. The projected allocation of approximately 43% of STAR resources to the most vulnerable countries is a significant step forward, and we commend the progressive increase of the GDP index weight, which continues a deliberate and consistent trend across GEF cycles. We appreciate scientific updates to the global benefits indices. In particular, the inclusion of freshwater biodiversity and the increased weight of the marine component reflects meaningful advances in the available data and sends the right signal on the importance of ocean and freshwater ecosystems. The introduction of Drought Vulnerability Index within the Land Degradation GBI is a timely and relevant innovation, particularly for countries in arid and semi-arid regions. We look forward to understanding how this new indicator will translate into tangible programming support for drought-prone communities. We also support the introduction of the Disbursement Index as a new component for the Country Performance Index. Incentivizing the timely and efficient use of GEF funds is important, and we appreciate the safeguards built into its design. However, we would ask the Secretariat to clarify how the index accounts for implementation delays that are attributable to GEF processes or agency-side factors, rather than to country performance alone. We note the lowering of focal area ceilings from 10% to 5% and appreciate the objective of broadening the distribution of resources. We would welcome further information on the expected impact of this change on individual country allocations, particularly for upper middle income countries that currently benefit from larger focal areas shares. Finally, we support the request for a midterm review of GEF9 star utilization and a full review of the allocation model ahead of GEF10. Given the scale of changes introduced in this cycle, it will be important to monitor their combined effect carefully and make adjustments where needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vittorio. Now I will give the floor to Andrea, followed by Regina. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you to the Secretariat for the paper. We welcome the Secretariat's plans to strengthen monitoring of SIDS and LDCs, including by a dedicated section on SIDS and LDCs in the GEF9 scorecard and a disaggregated assessment of SIDS and LDCs in the GEF9 STAR midterm review. With regards to the STAR allocation model, we note there is ongoing work to refine the multi-dimensional vulnerability index. We expect the MVI will be sufficiently mature to be reconsidered in the GEF10 replenishment. This will provide further support for SIDS and LDCs. Finally, we note some inconsistent references to SIDS/LDCs in this document, and we would prefer a standardized approach to referencing SIDS and LDCs in this document and all Council documents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea, also for those very short, straight to the point remarks. Now I give the floor to Regina, followed by Anders. Regina, floor is yours.
Gracias, Noemi. Our constituency takes note of the proposed new STAR allocation methodology. In our understanding, this methodology places particular emphasis on income groups, and we recognize the importance of prioritizing SIDS and LDCs, given the structural constraints and vulnerabilities these countries face. At the same time, when seeking the most effective allocation of increasingly limited resources,
It is also important to consider the scale of global environmental benefits and ecosystems services provided by different regions, as well as the magnitude of conservation challenges they face in preserving larger ecosystems. Incorporating such considerations could help ensure that available resources are directed where they can generate the greatest possible environmental impact and contribute most effectively to the protection of globally significant biodiversity. In this regard, such an approach could gradually complement the current income-based allocation logic with criteria more closely aligned with the GEF's core environmental mandate, while recognizing that other financial mechanisms may be better suited to addressing broader development, market access, and financing challenges. Allocation methodologies should adequately recognize countries hosting globally significant biodiversity, critical marine ecosystems, and strategically ecological corridors, including those facing high conservation costs despite middle-income status. Regarding the mandatory use of STAR resources for the top 10 recipient countries, Mexico would be included within this group. As noted during the GEF 9 negotiating meetings, we continue to have questions regarding the implementation of this approach, particularly considering that the GEF operates primarily as a grant-based instrument. The increased involvement of the private sector will require a deeper understanding of the economic incentives necessary to facilitate effective participation. At the same time, careful consideration should be given to the extent to which direct financial flows may ultimately benefit private sector actors, particularly given the donor-funded nature of the GEF. In this context, our constituency believes that priority should be given to local private actors within recipient countries. Such an approach would allow GEF resources to support the development of domestic capacities, strengthen local investment ecosystems, and foster partnerships aligned with national priorities, while also ensuring that economic benefits remain within recipient countries. Likewise, as raised during the 5th GBFF meeting, we welcome clearer evidence regarding the differentiated impact that increased private sector participation as is expected to generate under GEF 9. In this regard, we look forward for the midterm review. And finally, regarding the STAR allocation, our constituency requests that as part of the upcoming midterm review and during the negotiations for GEF 10 replenishment, the minimum allocation floor could be increased to $8 million for all countries that have not yet reached that threshold. This would help ensure adequate access to financing while strengthening equity among recipient countries and supporting the achievement of global environmental objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regina. Now let's hear from our 6 next speakers in line before we give some time to Naying to respond. So those 6 will be Anders, Yang, Rishikesh, John, Annette, and Corantan. So with that said, Anders, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. I can be quite brief. As we didn't intervene on the first agenda point, let me just say on mic that Sweden supports the Bonn consensus, and we find that this document effectively reflects what was agreed in the replenishment. So just to have that said. Otherwise, on the midterm review, I think there are 3 aspects maybe to elaborate on. One is that we believe the midterm review is a timely occasion where we can look at how we can use resources more efficiently, in the sense that we had resources which has been stuck for a whole program cycle and not been used. And if we can find ways where we can distribute these resources to come to good use at an earlier stage, that would be quite positive for the impact and results of the fund. Also been discussed before. When it comes to blended finance, as agreed in Bonn, happy to do a midterm review. Only aspect to consider there is that the projects which are in GEF 9 might not by that stage be at a stage where we can be super operational about reviewing the results. So we have to take into account that that could also be on the basis of other blended finance regulations which we had for previous cycles, which might not have been as advanced as the current one, which might also sort of guide what results we would have, so that we don't draw conclusions on things which we have positively adjusted. And finally, we also discussed that it's a good occasion ahead of GEF 10 to look how we can review and make things more efficient and create more impact and steer resources in a better way. So in line with what we discussed in Bonn, we are perfectly happy to take stock of the GEF by midterm to see how we can sort of fine-tune things ahead of GEF 10 to further make the fund more efficient and create lasting impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anders, Jan, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. China welcomes updating the STAR, which generally reflect the consensus reached during the GEF 9 replenishment consultations. And China supports to continue to use the STAR to enhance the transparency and the predictability of the fund allocation, thereby helping recipient countries better conduct product planning. China also agrees to increase financial support to Cs and LDCs. Meanwhile, we must emphasize that GEF should continue to strengthen cooperation with major partner countries to generate greater global climate and environmental benefits. I want to emphasize any intention to weakening GEF's cooperation with major developing countries would be a significant loss, not only for GEF, but also for its implementing agencies, adversely affecting the overall effectiveness and institutional impact, as well as the GEF's mobility for the global environmental resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jan. Rishikesh, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. We are broadly in support of the proposed policy changes. We have a couple of points to make. We support continuation of full flexibility to use STAR resources across all focal areas. This will enable countries to align resources with national priorities and maximize effectiveness of GEF support. Second, we welcome the proposed shift from an emphasis on volume of co-financing towards the quality and effectiveness of co-financing. We can support the use of blended finance and innovative financing mechanisms, provided that it is used where appropriate and it is country-driven. At the same time, we underscore that the core strength of the GEF lies in its provision of predictable, adequate, and grant-based financing for developing countries, particularly for SIDS and LDCs. In this regard, co-financing expectations should remain flexible and responsive to differing national circumstances, capacities, and project contexts, so that it doesn't create barriers to access or implementation. To sum up, we encourage innovation in financing approaches where feasible and align with country priorities, while preserving the inclusive and equitable character of the GEF. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you very much. I'll now hand it over to John, followed by Danette. John, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Our constituency would like to thank the Secretariat for this revised STAR policy, which we are happy to approve. As mentioned during the replenishment negotiations, and also this morning, funding to LDCs and SIDS is a priority for us, for all GEF funding. We look forward, therefore, to dedicated reporting in the corporate scorecard on SIDS and LDCs, and would like clarification if this section will cover all funding going to these countries or just the STAR funding. We also look forward to the GEF 9 STAR midterm review, and especially the analysis of the STAR window for blended finance and how this window is utilized by SIDS and LDCs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Annette, followed by Corentin. Floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Naomi. I think this is going to be an extremely important discussion which is lying in front of us. So Germany welcomes the proposed update of the STAR for GEF 9, which is a key part, as has been pointed out by previous speakers, of the GEF 9 policy recommendations under the Bonn Consensus. So we appreciate the improvements to global benefit indices and the stronger weight for GDP per capita, which as a result then around 43% of STAR resources are expected to go to LDCs and SIDS, with their floors kept stable. We also welcome the introduction of the disbursement index, which sends a clear signal for efficient and timely use of resources. In our view, it is good that the special star window for the 10 largest recipients is increased and given a clearer focus on blended finance. And we need to know more eventually about how the window will be used to mobilize private climate capital and environmental capital. And I very much agree with Regina that these are the 10 largest recipients, so normally they would have a developed financial market. And this means that mobilizing locally should actually be a priority. The local financial market allows for robust domestic resources being mobilized, and I think that's something that we should focus on. So automatically this also means focusing on policy coherence as a priority. So I agree with Regina here. But also, I mean, lots of speakers before me have focused on grants and on more donor resources being available, etc., etc. I think we do need to recognize at some stage that we have fewer donors, we have less finances available from the traditional donors. I don't see at the moment anybody from sort of so-called new contributors being sort of screaming happily about coming towards the GEF with new financial resources. So a success in sort of just adding up the numbers for replenishment is not going to describe a success or define a success usefully anymore for the next GEF 10 replenishment. A success can be described usefully or defined usefully if we actually find a way of redefining what GEF is supposed to deliver. And that can be upstream and downstream. We just need more instruments. For resource mobilization, we need a much broader definition of where money comes from and how money is utilized and how it's effectively and efficiently utilized. And so just simply going on the way we've been going on for the last 30 years by adding up traditional donors' pledges is not to be the definition of a successful replenishment anymore. So we need to recognize that, and we need to be ready to actually come up with new ideas and a new definition of what a next replenishment could look like. And I predict it's going to be very, very different from what we've known so far.
Thank you very much, Annette. Now let's hear from Corentin before we pause and go back to Naying for initial responses. Corentin, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. We welcome this update of the STAR policy and we are pleased to support it. It reflects well the consensus reached during the replenishment negotiations. So thanks a lot for elaborating this document. We are particularly glad with the increase of the GDP index to further support the poorest and the most vulnerable countries. We are also pleased with the introduction of the Drought Vulnerability Index and the appropriate weight given to it. Besides, we wonder if this paper could not present as a relevant background information the data on the evolution over time of the percentage of the overall STAR envelope compared to the overall GEF resources over the last 3 cycles, for instance. If I'm not mistaken, the share of this overall STAR envelope tends to decrease over time. If this trend continues, don't you think there is a risk that this may affect the country ownership of the project financed by the GEF? I think this issue deserves a real reflection from us. In Table 1, I know that the floor for land degradation in non-LDCs and SIDS is particularly low compared to the floor for climate change and biodiversity in non-LDCs and SIDS. Why is it so? Could you briefly explain how the floors were established? And well, even if this question is a bit premature, could we not consider reviewing these floors for non-LDCs and SIDS when we will review the STAR formula of the GEF 10? Also, concerning the STAR formula of the GEF 10, we wonder if we should not consider the inclusion of a GBI on chemicals and waste, given the adoption of the global framework on chemicals and the possible adoption of the plastic treaty in the near future. But this is indeed very forward-looking and premature for the moment. This will be for the GEF 10 negotiation, of course. Finally, we look forward to the blended finance implementation arrangement to learn more on the operational details of the GEF 9 STAR window on blended finance. And to conclude, a minor editorial remark, I think that the date of the Council meeting 72 may need to be corrected in the draft Council decision if we decide to hold this meeting in January 27. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to you, Karanta. Now back to Naing for initial responses. Then we will continue with the remaining 6 speakers online: Sabria, Stefan, Eduardo, Faisal, Lilian, Paul, and Andre. With that said, back to you, Naing.
Thank you so much, Noemi, and thank you everybody for your words of support and all your comments. I really appreciate it. So I will first address the first batch, then we'll hand in to Sangja and Jonathan for the rest. So there are lots of comments around the bond package, which we have agreed and reached consensus. So the STAR package was carefully negotiated during the replenishment process and reflects a very dedicated balance. That includes the MVI, the floor level for non-seeds, non-LDCs, and etc. So for this reason, I will go brief on those comments. And of course, we will revisit the GEF 9 and we'll revisit all elements you mentioned in GEF 10 and also during the GEF 9 midterm review. So specifically on the comments on the special window on the blended finance, so it is part of the border blended finance package in GEF 9. The STAR window will follow the same timeline and operation principle as the blended finance implementation agreement, which are expected to be ready for Council consideration in December 2026. And also the progress on this window will be reported to Council in the blended finance midterm review, which is interlinked with the STAR midterm review. So then regarding to the questions on the 43%, yes, as Brazil mentioned, it is not a portfolio target. Well, rather it's an outcome of the STAR model after applying all agreed elements and adjustment that we reached consensus in Bonn. So in terms of your suggested language, I will leave it to Sangja for her to respond. In addition, as Belgium pointed out, yes, the share of STAR resources has been decreasing from one cycle to another. Particularly for GEF 9, this decrease is basically stems from the other priorities, such as the non-grant instrument and other like increasing needs in international waters and chemical and waste. So yes, we're happy to provide underlying data and have a conversation with you bilaterally. So in terms of the focal area floor level, well, the principle of the focal area specific floor level is to reflect the overall distribution of focal area resources. For example, in GEF 9, we have a drop in climate change allocation. Therefore, we have to lower the floor level in order to make the model converge. The floor level also reflects programming priorities. Land degradation focus on vulnerability, which is why the focal area for land degradation focus on seeds and LDCs have higher floors. Then, of course, it's totally mechanical. Everything must be add up to 5 million for non-seeds, non-LDCs, and 8 million for seeds and LDCs. But in principle, with full flexibility, the specific floor level allocation become less important for country. What matters is the aggregate floor level remain at 5 million for non-seeds, non-LDCs, and 8 million for seeds and LDCs. Another question is about what the consequence of slow disbursement. So in the STAR formula, we use the first disbursement data directly reported by agencies through the annual monitoring report process. We convert the data into a 1 to 5 scale in order to be complemented into the rest of STAR indicators. So ensure to the fairness and reduce statistical noise, particularly for countries with a smaller portfolio or allocation. This index measures overall disbursement speed over a time frame of 5 years instead of annually, and will also exclude projects that's already been dispersed by 95% or above. In terms of the specific consequences of slow disbursement, I will pass this to Jonathan because it's related to monitoring and evaluation. So with that, I will hand the floor to Sangja.
Thanks. Sorry. Thanks, Naing, and greetings to Council. And thanks. Let me also add my thanks for all the very constructive comments. And also, this has been a long road, as you all know. So it's very fulfilling to see it come to this point and to hear the support from the floor for all the hard work that we have all done together to reach here. I'm just going to go through some. I may be repeating some of Naing's points, but in case she might have missed something. There was, as she said, there was a lot of discussion on the plan for GEF 10. So we welcome all of these suggestions, and it will be a very interesting exercise, to say the least, as we start planning for that fairly quickly. So just to reassure Council that we will start the process of the GEF 10 STAR allocation methodology very early in the GEF 9 cycle, so that we'll be ready for discussions with Council and for the GEF 10 replenishment, believe it or not. I'm sure it will be upon us sooner rather than later. There were also a lot of comments on the midterm review from Anders and others. And yes, we welcome all the suggestions in terms of what you would like to see us focus on in that midterm review. We have some broad parameters and guidelines that were discussed during the replenishment, and we do plan to bring to that midterm review paper and to that Council analyses that hopefully satisfy all of your requirements of what you'd like to see at that stage. So we'd be happy to continue further conversations on that as well as we approach that point. Naing mentioned on blended finance. Of course, we have a 25% target for blended finance in GEF 9, and the STAR window is a part of that package in terms of achieving that goal. So there will be, as was mentioned, an implementation plan that will come to the subsequent Council, and that will outline in more detail how these different segments will work together. On Brazil's proposal on the language change, from the Secretariat's perspective, the new language that is being proposed is fairly, is more or less similar, or gives the same meaning as the language that is in the document. However, if this brings some greater clarity on some point, to some extent, to Brazil and to others, then we would be happy to make that change. So if Council agrees to that, we will share the new decision text, including that proposed language via email. I'd be happy to hear. We'd be happy to hear from Council if that is agreeable. Let's see. Yeah, Corentin, you raised a point on if the percentage of STAR over time has been declining, and if this affects country ownership of project finance. I would say no, because of course country ownership of project finance is not just STAR resources, it's also non-STAR resources, also all of the separate windows and the incentives, and the whole package that goes to a country, or the menu of options, is vast and contains as a component the 3 STAR focal areas. So I would say that country ownership transcends or is embedded within the entire GEF programming options, not just including star focal areas. So whatever the star percentage is, higher or lower, that may have implications in other ways, but country ownership, I think, is not necessarily one of them. So I hope that reassures you on that front. And then finally, again, Coranta, with respect to considering GBI on chemicals for GEF 10, well, again, GEF 10, we will be engaging Council formally or informally on those discussions as we approach preparing a new GEF 10 allocation model. But just to point out that the policy recommendation does say that the full review of the model will also assess the potential inclusion of additional focal areas in line with the GEF mandate. So the policy recommendation language already encompasses looking at the 2 additional focal areas that are not within STAR or any additional focal areas that may come to see if it merits inclusion into STAR and what the trade-offs or the benefits or the costs would be to that. So with that, let me turn to Jonathan for any further comments and to address the disbursement question. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't have much more to add. I think Nying explained very well that the impact on the STAR model is muted because of the way it's calculated. But the other element to this, of course, is you can't manage what you can't measure, and so we report through the annual monitoring report and the agency fact sheets what we would call a Tier 2 indicator, which is this performance, which then agencies can take action, countries can take action, and Fred has already this morning talked about the country engagement strategy and the role that more information for countries and the operational focal points in their discussions, for use in their discussions with agencies, should be helpful to improve performance. So I'll end with that. Thanks.
And I just missed a few, so let me just come back, sorry. There was a comment about SIDS/LDCs versus SIDS and LDCs, so this is a welcome point. It may seem small, but it's a very astute observation, and we will make that correction going forward. So thank you for pointing that out. And there was also a question on monitoring on the IPLC target. So that may be a separate discussion, but I would say yes, once we have a target, aspirational or otherwise, we do have to build in the monitoring at the portfolio and or project level to judge our progress towards that. So again, to reassure Council that whatever targets have been set, including the IPLC one, there will be, we will build in the systems that look at the progress towards those targets. Yes, thank you. With that, I return you back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Nying, Sonia, and Jonathan for these responses. We have 8 remaining speakers, so I say we jump in directly. First in line will be Sabria, followed by Stefan. Sabria, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. The North Africa constituency takes note of the proposed methodology and reiterates its concern regarding the linkage made between GDP and System for Transparent Allocation of Resources STAR. We believe that GDP does not reflect ecosystem vulnerability and ecological fragility such as water scarcity, drought risk, natural disaster, or dependence on natural capital. Increasing the weight of the GDP index may further affect negatively our respective countries' allocations required to reach our national and regional environmental goals in order to contribute effectively in the global environmental benefits. With regard to the GEF 9 midterm review, we suggest the assessment of the methodology and the underlying indicators with a view to enhancing transparency, equity, country ownership, responsiveness to needs, and limited implementation capacities of countries. And then to present recommendation as appropriate to avoid an unintended adverse impact on access to GEF resource. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now we continue with Stéphane and Eduardo. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais tâcher d'être bref. Donc tout d'abord, merci pour cette proposition qui reflète le fruit de nos discussions et le consensus de Bonn de manière fidèle. donc que nous sommes prêts à approuver. Par ailleurs, Annette en a déjà parlé, il faut se dire les choses entre nous, chers collègues. On voit bien que les ressources concessionnelles du GEF sont de plus en plus difficiles à lever. D'une part, il est de plus en plus difficile de convaincre les bailleurs traditionnels d'augmenter leur contribution. Et d'autre part, on voit bien que les efforts pour faire contribuer davantage les bailleurs non traditionnels n'ont pas été suivis d'effet. Et que dans ce contexte, il nous faut nous poser la question de manière avec encore plus d'acuité, comment mieux cibler ces ressources du GEF qui n'ont jamais été aussi précieuses. Donc il y a deux manières de le faire. La première, c'est de rechercher davantage d'effets de levier, notamment sur les financements privés. Et une deuxième manière, c'est de vraiment mieux cibler la ressource concessionnelle là où elle est le plus utile. Par ailleurs, j'ouvre une parenthèse. Ces deux sujets étaient deux des priorités de la présidence française du G7 en matière de développement. Mais donc, pour revenir à cette question du ciblage de la concessionnalité, je sais bien qu'il n'y a pas de consensus autour de cette table, mais pour la France, la réponse est claire. Les financements concessionnels du GEF doivent aller là où ils sont le plus utiles, c'est-à-dire pas simplement là où ils ont le plus d'impact, mais là où ils ne peuvent pas être couverts par d'autres sources de financement. Et d'ailleurs, à ce titre, je voudrais rappeler que même dans un scénario à 4,5 milliards, le GEF ne représentera pas plus que quelques pourcentages de la finance nature mondiale et même pas 10% de la finance publique concessionnelle pour la nature. Donc il nous semble que ces éléments sont bien repris en compte dans la réforme qui est devant nous, une réforme qui est certes incrémentale et qui ne va pas aussi loin que ce que nous aurions souhaité, mais qui va dans la bonne direction. Donc j'irai très vite, une meilleure priorisation des PMA et PEID, une meilleure lisibilité dans l'allocation des financements pour les pays récipiendaires, l'indice des décaissements, et puis aussi, bien sûr, une revue complète de la formule STAR pour FEM 10, que nous accueillons également favorablement et que nous souhaitons sans tabou. Par ailleurs, donc, je souhaiterais souligner le point fait par la Suède sur la réutilisation des ressources qui sont gelées depuis des années maintenant dans les enveloppes précédentes à GEF 7. Et je voudrais simplement poser une question au secrétariat sur la mise à jour annuelle des enveloppes STAR. Donc pour bien comprendre, cela signifie-t-il que dans la première publication qui est prévue au 1er juillet, les allocations seront calculées sur la base d'un scénario à 4,5 milliards et qu'ensuite elles seront mises à jour sur la base de la réalité des contributions? Est-ce bien ce qui est signifié par le secrétariat? Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. I will now give the floor to Eduardo, followed by Faisal. The floor is yours, Eduardo.
Thank you, Noemi. The SADC constituency welcomes the updated GEF 9 STAR policy as a key step toward improving the equity, transparency, and effectiveness of resource allocation, particularly through its strengthening recognition of economic needs, environmental vulnerability, and performance. The increased weighting of the GDP per capita and the maintenance of minimal allocation flows provide a more balanced approach that can better support lower income and vulnerable countries in the region. Importantly, the introduction of drought vulnerability and enhanced land degradation indicators directly aligns with Southern Africa's priority challenges, helping to channel resources through drought-prone economies and dryland systems. The flexibility to use the resource across focal areas and the emphasis on the improved disbursement performance also create opportunities for more responsive and country-driven programming. However, the constituency underscores the need for continued support to build institutional capacity and ensure timely access and utilization of these resources so that the STAR allocation can effectively address regional priorities in the climate resilience, food security, and sustainable land management in line with 2030 global targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. And I give the floor to Faisal, followed by Lillian. Faisal, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Council members, co-chair, secretariat. The GEF CSO network welcomes the updated STAR policy. STAR remains the core of country ownership and predictable allocations. We welcome two changes in particular. Firstly, the tilt towards SIDS and LDCs is real, with about 37% or more of STAR resources going to those countries. And in the Climate Change Index, forest cover now covers a weight of 30%, up from 5% earlier. We supported this in the replenishment process. We're glad to see it land. We also welcome the mandated reviews, including the midterm review of the STAR and a full model review before GEF 10. We ask the Council to include two things in these reviews. Firstly, peatland ecosystems. The Climate Change Index now rewards forest carbon at 30%, but it still leaves out peatlands. Peatland ecosystems are the largest terrestrial carbon store. They hold more than twice the carbon of the biomass of all the world's forests combined. If the index counts forest carbon, peatland carbon deserves the same recognition. The UNEP Global Peatland Assessment offers the data, just as FAO data underpins forest cover. We ask the reviews to assess inclusion of peatland cover in calculation of future climate change index. Second, rewarding work with civil society. The GEF's target of 20% of GEF 9 programming for actions by IPLCs will also be linked to enhanced engagement of CSOs, women and youth. The 20% target will not come from set-asides alone, especially as SGP has been reduced. It will depend on the wider portfolio. So we should start the conversation now. How can STAR recognize and reward countries that deliver effectively with CSOs and IPLCs? This must be measured through how projects are designed and tracked. And it needs civil society, IPLCs, youth and women at the table with real weight in national steering committees. Looking forward, we call for the consideration of a separate index or else a component in another index related to the level of resources historically channeled to IPLCs, women and youth and CSOs in the respective countries. We also note the new special window on blended finance and look forward to seeing more details in the next Council meeting. We ask that these arrangements include clear guidance on how blended finance can be deployed in ways to support the active engagement of civil society, Indigenous people and local community, women and youth. This can be through enhanced microfinance mechanisms or green or blue bonds to scale up community-driven enterprises and action to secure global environment benefits, such as through energy efficiency, renewable energy deployment, sustainable land management, biodiversity conservation. Blended finance should expand support to secure global environment benefits, not divert resources from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Faisal. And I give the floor to Lillian, followed by Paul. Lillian, tienes la palabra.
Gracias, Noemí. La circunscripción del Cono Sur agradece a la Secretaría la preparación del documento relativo a la actualización del sistema para la asignación transparente de recursos y reconoce los esfuerzos orientados a fortalecer la transparencia, efectividad y capacidad de impacto del mecanismo de asignación del GEF. La circunscripción valora positivamente la incorporación de nuevos elementos metodológicos relacionados con biodiversidad, agua dulce, vulnerabilidad a sequías, cobertura forestal, los cuales permiten reflejar de manera más adecuada las realidades ambientales actuales. Asimismo, destacamos la importancia de mantener la flexibilidad en el uso de los recursos STAR entre áreas focales, permitiendo a los países responder de manera más eficiente e integrada a sus prioridades nacionales. No obstante, consideramos importante que la incorporación de nuevos indicadores de vulnerabilidad mantengan un equilibrio adecuado con otros criterios fundamentales del sistema, incluyendo la generación de beneficios ambientales globales, la importancia estratégica de los ecosistemas, la capacidad de implementación y la contribución efectiva de los países al cumplimiento de las convenciones ambientales. Respecto a la incorporación del índice de desembolso, reconocemos la importancia de promover una ejecución eficiente de los recursos y consideramos que su aplicación debe contemplar asimismo las diferentes capacidades institucionales y los contextos nacionales por sobre todo, evitando generar barreras indirectas para los países. Finalmente, la circunscripción valora la decisión de realizar una revisión de medio término del STAR y considera importante que dicho proceso incluya un análisis de los impactos distributivos regionales y el acceso efectivo de los países al financiamiento. En este contexto, reiteramos que para esa revisión de medio término y a ser considerada en el GEF 10, la importancia de avanzar hacia un piso mínimo en la asignación de $8 millones para aquellos países que aún no lo han alcanzado, a fin de asegurar un acceso adecuado y previsible a los recursos necesarios para el cumplimiento de los compromisos ambientales globales. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Lilian, y a la circunscripción. Now let's hear from Paul, followed by André. Paul, floor is yours.
Good afternoon to you all, and as this is my first intervention in this group, I will be very brief. And to echo those that welcome this document as is. I think for the Netherlands, this is also an important, and this group, it's an important discussion. For us, the document, I think, as it holds the consensus in Bonn, holds a very good balance between four main elements that are important to us. One is, of course, the effective policy towards our focal areas. So we need to show the results that we aim for. But also to ensure, and especially, and I want to echo also what Frans said, if we challenge by means, it is of crucial importance that we make sure that those that are in the greatest need of these resources are, that these needs are being met. And I think that in this proposal, this is addressed sufficiently. But of course, disbursement is also important, so we have to make sure that those choices do not lead to resources not being spent. And of course, the last one is the mobilization of new resources. I know it's a new effort. We've been, of course, been very vocal on that being an important part of the work. We think that this is important to put it in here, but also to put it in the midterm review to assess whether our assumptions of that actually delivering in those markets where there's alternatives for grant financing do actually pay off. So the question of what should be in the midterm is exactly these four topics. I'd like to compliment the Secretariat for the way they managed to put this in the model. For us, the document as is a very good reflection of the earlier discussions, and it's acceptable and agreed by us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Paul, and now we will hear from Andre, followed by Odai, and we will conclude with Ben. With that said, Andre, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of the GEF 9 STAR policy, and we generally agree with the proposed draft decision and are not in favor at all to open text here. As it was mentioned already before, we note that it does reflect well the negotiations of GEF 9 and that the outcome of the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations has already been fully adopted. Yet, we would like to make the following comments. We fully support the use of a mid-period review of STAR to make sure funding is effectively allocated during GEF 9. We have made further progress in the STAR formula, for example, reflecting income levels more properly and allocating a higher share to LDCs and SIDS, which are among the most vulnerable countries. However, we believe that we should make further progress in the next cycle and take into account the midterm review. We particularly think that we should give more weight to the income level and reconsider the maximum allocation per country. For example, consider further reducing the STAR allocation ceilings. Reducing the STAR allocation ceilings would allow a more adequate distribution of funds and less concentration on a selected number of countries compared to all other recipient countries. For example, the current STAR formula leads to a reduced STAR allocation for the Central Asia countries in our constituency. Many of them will receive only the minimum allocation per focal area, and other countries share the same fate, while others receive very large shares of the overall resource allocation. Finally, a tiny point, please double-check the correctness of the full document before final publication. It seems that some footnotes, example 12 and 13, refer to GEF 8 documents rather than to GEF replenishment documents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andre. Now let's hear from Odai, followed by Ben. Odai, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Secretariat for its efforts in producing this document. West Asia constituency supports the document, and we also would like to concur Mexico's statement regarding setting a floor for developing countries. We believe that the ratio of each country, of the developing countries, should be reaching to 8 million as a floor for those countries who have not reached to this level, due to the continued environmental challenges that are increasingly pressing our tight physical space. Also, we support the reserving a noticeable allocation for SIDS and LDC, as they are facing a much more challenging situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Odai. Now, Ben, floor is yours.
Many thanks, Naomi, and I'll be very, very brief. And firstly, many thanks to Nyang for the presentation and the answers. We agree with others on the importance to support the careful agreements which are reached in the Bonn Consensus. So while we've agreed with the proposed decision text, I'm also happy to wait for the amended text from the Secretariat. And finally, just to say, happy to engage further as GEF 9 proceeds on the important mid-year review of STAR and also the review of the allocation policy leading up to GEF 10. Many thanks.
Many thanks, Ben. I do not see anyone else requesting the floor. So with that said, I will hand it back to Nying for final remarks.
Yeah, thank you so much for all your comments. We are taking great notes on your great suggestion on what should be covered into the GEF 9 midterm review and the GEF 10 overall model evaluation. I don't see any further questions. With that, I'll hand it to Sandra for the final remarks.
Thanks, Nying, and again, yes, thanks to everyone. I wanted to especially thank Netherlands for your very nice comments on the paper, much appreciated. A lot of good comments on the midterm review, on what we should consider for GEF 10, which is great. And I also want to clarify one thing, my error, it's not the decision text that has been proposed to be amended by Brazil, but a line paragraph in the paper. So I understand we will produce a rev version of the paper with that change and circulate it, but I will turn to Noemi to clarify on the process. Thank you.
If you want to come in, Karen.
Yeah, no, thank you. Sorry. Thank you for the Secretary for clarifying that. I was just going to mention that we're not reopening anything, and I think our decision this morning to endorse and to support the decision regarding the replenishment was very clear. What we are saying here is that the language on the document does not reflect the idea that the 43 is just a consequence of the formula. This is not a portfolio target, as the Secretary has clarified. So what we ask is not to change the decision or not to reopen the replenishment, it's just to have language that will reflect what was actually agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nying. Thank you, Sanja. Thank you to everybody. We have a way forward. Unfortunately, it's not a decision right now, but we do have text. We feel from our side that it actually clarifies much better how that 43% has come about. It reads much better. We will circulate a rev document specifying that the only change is in that paragraph, and you can all read it overnight, and hopefully a quick decision could be adopted tomorrow. So with that, if there are no other requests for the floor, we will suspend this decision as well and move on to the next agenda item. Since the Secretary is not beside me, before introducing the next agenda item, I think our plan here is to plow through the next agenda items. There are two left. There is I'm lost here in my, sorry. This is day 2, that's why I'm lost. Yeah. We have the selection of lead agencies paper, and we have the report of the chairperson of STAP. If council is amenable, I would suggest that we do both of these. It may run us over by an hour or so, but I think it's important that we do that. We will try and tuck in the decision on the budget before we close today. We've circulated new text, new decision text, as I mentioned, and hopefully that could be adopted as well. And we would revisit the other items that were not adopted today tomorrow morning. We would suggest that we start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Again, if there are no objections. We had put 9 o'clock as a buffer to perhaps be able to start half hour early. The good news is that that's 8:30. We're proposing to start at 8 o'clock on Tuesday, so you'll still gain a half hour tomorrow. But I think we will need this to keep on track and on time in the agenda. So with that, I will invite Mohammed Bakar to come and present the document GEF C71/13, GEF 9 Integrated Programs, Lead Agency, Terms of Reference, and Selection Process. Mohammed.
Great, thank you very much, Chair. I'm pleased to present document GEF C71/13 on the terms of reference and selection process of lead agencies for the GEF 9 integrated programs. As you will recall, the 62nd Council in June 2022 approved the document GEF/C62/05/Rev1 for the GEF 8 Integrated Programs Lead Agency Terms of Reference and Selection Process. The document in front of you is an updated version which accounts for lessons and experiences gained during the GEF 8 programming, proposed GEF 9 aspirational targets for resource programming, and findings and recommendations from OPS 8 and its component evaluations by the GEF Independent Evaluation Office. Since GEF 6, the lead agency role has continued to gain critical importance for the integrated approach programs. Beyond the coordination function that remains foundational, the role now demands even stronger commitment and capabilities on many fronts. Specifically, and in addition to harnessing their comparative advantage for efficient coordination, agencies leading or co-leading an integrated program must be committed and willing to work with other agencies and participating countries, particularly SEEDs and LDCs. They must demonstrate ability and track record of engagement with the private sector to achieve development goals. They must have experience with innovative financing instruments such as blended finance, and they must have the facility to contribute and mobilize significant co-financing through their own institutional funding, including leveraging additional public and private resources at scale. More importantly, the lead agencies must demonstrate capability to deliver on program-level objectives by ensuring that the entire set of child projects under the program are designed to align with the objectives and targeted results. This is key to ensuring that the whole of the program is greater than just the sum of the parts, and that the program is strategically positioned to influence impactful actions in a regional and/or global context. Because of the critical need to influence transformational changes in the key economic systems targeted by each of the IPs, agencies must also demonstrate capability for driving such change through their own work, including framework for monitoring, evaluation, and learning that goes beyond the core indicator targets for global environmental benefits. Finally, the GEF Secretariat noted recommendations from the OPS 8 evaluations regarding transitioning of programs across GEF cycles and the need to consider for continuity of agency leadership and framework for coordination. The GEF Secretariat will ensure that for all IPs evolving to GEF 9 from GEF 8, proposals for a new or alternative lead agency arrangement must demonstrate clear commitment to a framework for program continuity. With this, the GEF Secretariat is seeking your approval of the document GEF/C71/13 so we can proceed with plans and timeline as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. So we'll now open the floor for comments or questions, and Noemi will direct traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Now the floor is open. Datuk, thanks for kicking us off. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The East Asia constituency appreciates the Secretariat's effort in further developing the terms of reference and selection process for lead agencies under the GEF 9 integrated programs and supports continued refinement to strengthen coordination, efficiency, and constituency level coordination. The constituency emphasizes the importance of strengthening implementation support at the constituency level, including having a dedicated coordination to undertake secretariat functions. This mechanism would enhance coordination among member countries, particularly in ensuring a smooth transition between lead countries. We propose allocating a reasonable percentage of project financing to support the Centre's operational costs and manage activities coordinated by the lead country. We also note the importance of continuity and institutional memory in ensuring effective implementation of integrated programs involving member countries. A structured coordination mechanism would help ensure consistency in reporting, alignment of approaches, and sustain technical support across cycles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Datuk. Lilian, floor is yours, followed by Manuesa.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. La circunscripción del Cono Sur reconoce el potencial de los programas integrados para fortalecer los enfoques multisectoriales y generar impactos ambientales de mayor escala. Al mismo tiempo, consideramos importante que su implementación preserve la claridad institucional, evite complejidades innecesarias en la gobernanza y mantenga mecanismos de coordinación que resulten operativamente viables para los países participantes. Esta circunscripción considera esencial que estos programas continúen fortaleciendo el liderazgo de los países por sobre todo y respondan a sus prioridades nacionales, promoviendo al mismo tiempo una adecuada articulación entre los sectores y los niveles de gobierno. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Lilian. Now I give the floor to Manuesa, followed by Carolina.
Thank you, Naomi. The Caribbean constituency welcomes the proposed terms of reference and selection process for the GEF 9 integrated program lead agency and support a transparent merit-based approach to their selection. And also recognize the important role of lead agency in ensuring effective coordination, strategic coherence, and transformational impact. In this regard, we welcome the inclusion of experience working with SITs among the selection criteria. In addition, lead agencies should support stronger knowledge exchange among SITs, including South-South and regional cooperation mechanisms that enable countries to replicate successful approaches, share lessons learned, and scale innovation across the region. We further encourage lead agency to ensure that SIT's perspectives are adequately reflected in program governance, decision-making, and knowledge-sharing mechanism, particularly within the Blue and Green Island Integrated Program. Such measures will help strengthen country ownership, enhance peer learning, and ensure that integrated programs are responsive to unique circumstances and priorities of the SITs. Strengthening these elements will contribute to more inclusive, effective, and country-driven implementation of the GEF 9 integrated programs. We look forward to receiving the report on the outcomes of the selection process at the end, at the next council meeting. Thank you.
Many thanks, Vanessa. I now invite Carolina, followed by Stephanie.
Thank you, Chair. So our constituency recognizes the strategic relevance of integrated programs in addressing systemic environmental challenges. However, past cycles show substantial concentration of leadership roles among a limited group of institutions, while many accredited agencies, including regional and national entities, have had limited or no access to leadership opportunities. Country ownership should also inform upstream governance decisions that shape programming architecture. Our constituency would therefore support stronger safeguards against concentration, more robust consultations with operational focal points, and a strengthened role for the Council with periodic reporting between Council meetings and oversight in the final selection process. We would also like to underscore the importance of preserving diversity and country ownership at the level of child program implementation, with lead agencies play an important coordination role. Implementation opportunities under integrated programs should not become concentrated among the same small group of institutions. Greater diversification of implementing agencies across child programs is essential to preserving balanced governance arrangements and avoiding excessive concentration of implementation roles. In this regard, we emphasize the importance of Criterion 5 of the assessment template, which explicitly refers to facilitating the participation of a wide variety of agencies in child project implementation, taking into account country-drivenness and regional differences. Finally, we would also encourage greater transparency and predictability regarding timelines for country engagement, portfolio design, and expressions of interest under integrated programs. Recipient countries require adequate advance notice to conduct domestic consultations and align national priorities. In this context, maintaining a clear separation between the coordination functions of lead agencies and implementation roles remains an important safeguard for accountability and institutional checks and balances. A dedicated webinar for operational focal points on the practical functioning of this architecture could also support more informed participation. We would further appreciate clarification from the Secretariat on the indicative timeline for the terms of references and subsequent program framework documents preparation process, including key milestones for country consultations and submissions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Now let's hear from Stephanie and Regina. Stephanie, vous avez la parole.
Bonjour à tous, rebonjour, je vais m'exprimer en français. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour la préparation de ce document. Nous aimerions rejoindre finalement le dernier point d'intervention de notre collègue brésilienne sur l'importance de la déconcentration des agences et cette question de la diversification des agences devrait selon nous aussi être prise en compte dans les critères de sélection des agences chargées de diriger les programmes intégrés. Est-ce qu'on pourrait envisager un critère qui comprendrait la proposition de mesures de la part des agences candidates pour assurer la diversification dans les child projects comme donc un nouveau critère, un critère additionnel. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stephanie. Now I give the floor to Regina, followed by Sitzel.
Gracias, Noemi. Our constituency takes note of the proposed integrated programs lead agency terms of reference. Regarding the evaluation criteria, we believe it is important to strike an appropriate balance between the findings of OPS 8 and the considerations related to blended finance and private sector engagement, in order to ensure that agencies with strong technical expertise and implementation experience are adequately recognized alongside those with greater financial capacities. While we understand the objective of achieving the 25% target referenced in GEF 9 replenishment guidelines for international financial institutions, we believe it is equally important to recognize the differentiated capacities across countries, including within our own constituency. In this context, the operational framework and selection criteria should seek to provide a level playing field that allows agencies with strong technical and implementation expertise to compete meaningfully alongside institutions with more established financial structuring capacities. This is particularly relevant given that during the development of child projects, countries ultimately retain the prerogative to decide which implementing agency they wish to work with, based on own priorities, institutional realities, and previous experience. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Regina. And I give the floor to Sitzel, followed by Giovanni from IPAC. Sitzel, floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much. So our constituency would also like to thank the GEF Secretariat for preparing a clearly articulated terms of reference and process for selecting the integrated program's lead agencies. We welcome the integration and reflections of the lessons and experiences from GEF 8 and the aspirational targets set out for GEF 9. And much like other colleagues have sort of pointed to, we also have considerations around the concentration of funding to a few agencies. So we would also like to hear how this will be addressed in the integrated program lead selection process, especially given the fact that continuity is a selection criterion. But in conclusion, we can approve the terms of reference and the selection process, and we look forward to receiving a brief report on the process and the outcomes at the 72nd meeting of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I give the floor to Giovanni, followed by James. Giovanni, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. May I first acknowledge the positive responses to statements IPAG previously presented today. We understand these responses as endorsement of the actions we are providing. Thanks a lot for the expression of solidarity. The GEF IPAG welcomes the GEF 9 Integrated Programs Lead Agency, Terms of Reference and Selection Process. The 8 thematic areas of the GEF 9 integrated programs are not abstract topics for indigenous peoples. They are our territories, they are about our food systems, our ancestral waters and terrestrial landscapes that we have governed since time immemorial and at present protect an unmatched 32 to 40% of the planet's high biodiversity areas. The GEF 9 programming directions reflect a strong commitment to work alongside indigenous peoples and their communities, and that the lead agency assessment criteria explicitly address how agencies will involve us in the whole of society approach. The 20% financing target for actions by indigenous peoples is a collective target. It will not be achieved without indigenous peoples having a genuine voice in program design from conceptualization to evaluation. As lead agency selection is still underway, this is exactly the right moment to ensure we are at the table, shaping the vision, approach, and governance of each integrated program before its framework is set. We therefore anticipate the GEF Secretariat to create meaningful space for indigenous peoples to contribute to integrated program design and to the criteria by which lead agencies are assessed on their engagement with us. The more than 30 indigenous leaders gathered at this assembly represent the most experienced networks working across the very focal areas that these programs seek to address. We can submit later a list of indigenous peoples' networks that these programs can immediately draw on. Esteemed Chair, Co-Chair, country representatives, friends and allies, we do not have to start from zero. What the IPAG offer is the scaling up of indigenous-led projects that have pushed countries at the forefront of inclusive conservation in collaborations with science and technical partners who are known for their history of acceptability to our indigenous peoples and their communities. Finally, IPAG can certainly take the lead to engage with the GEF Secretariat and prospective lead agencies throughout this process to design integrated programs where the GEF 9 commitment to indigenous peoples is measured not only in financing, but in terms of demonstrable impact against biodiversity loss, genuine ownership, and enduring outcomes to combat the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. Now let's hear from James, Martin, Ramon, and Sagar. James, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks very much. It is important to strengthen the strategic ambition of GEF 9 integrated programs and to build on lessons learned from prior replenishment cycles so that the GEF can deliver more impact for each dollar deployed. We take note of the increased emphasis on systems transformation, policy integration, and mobilization of public and private capital to deliver environmental benefits at scale. In particular, we call attention to the document's recognition that effective integrated programs will require stronger engagement with private sector actors, financial institutions, and capital markets. We believe blended finance approaches can play an important role in scaling impact and leveraging scarce concessional resources more effectively. Lead agencies should demonstrate credible experience mobilizing private investment, structuring partnerships, and generating measurable co-financing outcomes. And I'd align this comment with the comments made by others about addressing the concentration risk amongst, or concentration issue amongst agencies. We underscore the importance of strong financial and implementation discipline. Integrated programs should maintain clear accountability frameworks, measurable results indicators, and robust monitoring and evaluation systems at both the project and program levels. As the GEF moves toward larger and more complex programming models, we will place particular importance on a transparent, merit-based, and clearly documented process for the selection of lead agencies, and look forward to continued engagement with the Secretariat and other Council members as these programs are developed and operationalized. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Now let's hear from Martin, followed by Ramon. Martin, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for preparing the documents. We support the draft decision, agree with the TR and selection process. We particularly welcome that the process builds on past experience and of selecting lead agencies, and the document clearly lays out the criteria and process for the selection of the lead agencies. However, we have a few questions to the Secretariat, actually three. The first one is, will lead agencies of existing IPs, so agencies that have already existed in a similar manner in GEF 8, do they have an advantage compared to other GEF agencies if they apply? In other words, will the experience be formally recognized or assessed as part of the selection criteria? The second question we have is, will all the evaluation criteria have the same weight in the process, despite the fact that, for example, the pertinence of the experience of working with LDC and SITs varies from IP to IP? And the third question is, will the short brief note that the Secretariat will prepare after notifying the agencies about the selection, will it be presented to the Council as an information document or as a decision? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I give the floor to Ramon, followed by Sagar. Ramon, tienes la palabra.
Gracias, Noemi. Simplemente, bueno, seré breve, simplemente indicar que nosotros siempre hemos sido unos grandes defensores del enfoque integrado. Creemos que es la forma correcta de abordar los retos ambientales. Y en este sentido, la elección de la agencia líder sería un elemento muy importante para lograr el éxito de este enfoque. Creemos que la agencia líder tiene un papel muy relevante que desarrollar en agrupar a los stakeholders, en crear impacto, en involucrar al sector privado, en movilizar recursos, ¿vale? Y quería comentar sobre dos cosas que han comentado mis compañeros. El primero sobre Manuesa, que ha comentado un poco la coordinación, ¿vale?, de esta agencia líder y ese papel coordinador. Nosotros creemos que se debe intentar que este ejercicio apoye esa coordinación, ese intercambio de conocimiento y capacitación entre las grandes agencias y las agencias regionales, las entidades de acceso directo, potenciando cuestiones como lo que se conoce como el South-South Knowledge, especialmente en cuestiones de adaptación, que son muy locales. Creemos que este ejercicio debe apoyar ese tipo de intercambios de conocimiento, de información, de capacitación. Y finalmente, el punto que ha comentado Martín también sobre el rol de las agencias como un criterio a valorar, el que estas agencias hayan sido también agencias líderes en GEF 6, GEF 7 y GEF 8. Creemos que es importante, sin embargo, deberíamos tener un equilibrio. Yo creo que las agencias líderes se mantengan en el mismo programa durante mucho tiempo o de forma permanente tampoco es positivo. Entonces, yo matizaría este criterio, otros lo han comentado, Estefaní, por ejemplo, en el sentido de diversificar, abrir el abanico de posibilidades, ¿vale?, a la hora de elegir las agencias líderes que van a trabajar en estos temas. Gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Ramón. I will now give the floor to Sagar, followed by China. Sagar, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. I'll try to be succinct. The integrated programs will shape much of GEF 9, and we believe they should be designed with civil society and not only for it. So we suggest strengthening question 11 on Annex 2. We propose it reads, does the agency explain how civil society, indigenous peoples, local communities, women and youth are to be engaged from the design stage of the IP and its child projects in line with the whole of society approach? So just a change in the text compared to does the agencies provide a clear explanation on the involvement of women, youth, civil society, So instead of involvement, we want a better language. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sagar. Now let's hear from our last speaker in line, Mr. Yang. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Naomi. In the interest of time, I just raise two questions because many colleagues had speak highly on the importance of the lead agency to implement IPs. The first question is there a minimum score threshold to ensure the quality of the service provided by the agencies? And what if the number of the agencies meeting the threshold is lower than 8? Because I think in the document, your expectation is the 8 agencies. And the second question, and how will joint application for the co-lead agencies be scored? Because I'm not quite sure the score is based on the average or the highest or the lowest. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And with that, we conclude the list of speakers for this agenda item. So now let's hear from Mohammed so we can move on into the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noemi. And I'll ask Claude to come in on some of the questions as well. I think from what I gathered, most of the feedback was around agency concentration, concerns regarding the need to have diversification of agencies in the overall portfolio. These are issues that we always prioritize in the selection process. In fact, this connects to the last question about the scoring that we use. Agencies do a very good job in submitting high-quality proposals, and so at the end of the day, you end up with a difference of 1 point between proposals. It makes it difficult for us to determine whether that's a good enough threshold to rank proposals based on their quality. So what we do in the selection process is to add additional layers, such as what you are expressing, to be able to determine how do we achieve a balance across the portfolio. And this is based on internal considerations relative to the GEF 9 requirements that have been laid out in the replenishment process, but also the inputs from the expert, from staff, are taken into consideration before the Secretariat then decides on how do we achieve a balance across the portfolio for all 8 IPs to ensure we avoid concentration and make decisions that will then ensure that we're not favoring certain agencies over others, despite the fact that the quality of the proposals are good. So these are very tough choices that we have to make, but we do it in good faith because the agencies are also in this together with us. If they don't get to be selected as a lead agency, they might still get selected by a country to design their child project under a particular program. So at the end of the day, we still have to work together, and that's the process that we try to embark on. So all we can say at this stage is that we try to do our best to avoid concentration, at least on the lead agency level, and then set up criteria with them to make sure that that same concentration is avoided during the country child project selection process. There was a question about how do we ensure that there is a balance in the expertise as well, particularly on some of the new areas that have been proposed. We recognize that it's agencies will do everything they can to demonstrate their capabilities based on the criteria that we've laid out. And we already know our agency's capabilities from working with them for over decades now. And so we try not to question or judge what they propose. Instead, what we focus on is on the alignment for each of the programs that they are submitting proposals for. And this comes back to the question about the weighting that was asked. We don't attach explicit weights, but each program has its own unique set of requirements. And so what we encourage in the call for proposals is for agencies that are applying for a particular program to weight their experience relative to the criteria that is unique to that program. And so an agency might apply for several IPs, but they will make sure their proposals are tailored specifically to the needs of each of the IPs that they are applying, rather than a generic proposal for all of them. So at least that's where we emphasize, and in terms of putting weights on the criteria. There were issues raised again regarding all the other points, accountability framework from James. Those are things that we try and build into the standard requirements, because that applies to all of the IPs. Experiences with blended finance, again, like I said, will be tailored based on the specific program expectations for mobilizing and engaging with blended finance relative to the needs of the countries. Specific questions from Martin, will the lead agencies of existing IPs have an advantage? We don't take that for granted. In fact, this is part of the reason why we did not have continuity for some programs between GEF 7 and GEF 8. That was to send a message that there is no guarantee that we allow agencies to just submit proposals based on complacency that, you know, they are the lead of a current IP, so naturally they will lead. So we take the quality of the proposals quite seriously, but we do give a lot of attention to the opportunity continuity might present if the proposal quality is very good. Will all the evaluation criteria have the same weight? Yes, that's the point I was trying to make. We base it on the specific program requirements in addition to the generic criteria for coordination function, which is applicable to all of them. Normally we bring to the Council an information document, not for approval, but for consideration before we publicly release the announcement to the agencies. But we are in your hands on that one, if at all that should change. Coordination with other agencies, that's a standard requirement that we emphasize, again, partly to avoid this issue of concentration. Agencies must be willing to work with all the other agencies. As we know, in the GEF partnership, the principle of subsidiarity doesn't exist. So agencies are treated equally, regardless of whether they are small or large or regional, global. We treat all our agencies the same way, so we expect them to treat each other in the same manner. For the co-leading proposals, this was something that the Council did emphasize in GEF 8, so we have a very standard requirement now for co-leading proposals, that we treat the proposal that is submitted for co-leading the same way we do for single agency proposals, but we also add the additional requirement that they must demonstrate the value added of that co-leading arrangement, which we score separately. So the quality of the proposal for co-lead is treated the same way we will treat a single agency lead, but the additional element of the value added of the co-leading adds a huge weight to that co-leading arrangement. So we do pay quite a bit of attention to that. Claude, I think there was a question about timelines and transparency, which is linked to CS. We handled that.
Thank you, Mohammed. Yes, just to answer one of the questions, I believe, from Brazil. on the information socialization, timelines, etc. We've been working on the rollout of GEF 9 through the country engagement strategy already internally for several months. We expect in the next 4 to 6 weeks to start to disseminate a whole series of information notices to OFPs and agencies on a variety of things, on the rollout of GEF 9 IP lead agencies, on some of the regional workshops, on the possibility of national dialogues, on webinars, et cetera. And this will start very quickly. Part of the country engagement strategy that we're going to be presenting in December will also have an imperfect, but an analysis to try and maximize the rollout of the different pieces of GEF 9. We have IPs, we have blended finance targets, we have IPLC targets, we have country star projects. All of this needs to be kind of orchestrated in a way so that we don't create too much expectation, because there is a question of cash flow in the trust fund that we can't fund everything at the same time. But at the same time, we need to move on certain elements that will need to be fulfilled during the entire GEF 8 cycle. So that's something that we will be able to do very, very shortly. Let me just take 1 second here to dispel, I guess, a false impression that some of you have that IPs contribute to agency concentration. In fact, at the beginning of the GEF 9 negotiations, we produced some data to try and get Council to look at different ways to deconcentrate the agency shares in GEF 8. And when you look at the agency shares using only the IP projects, you actually get a much flatter and a much more diverse distribution of shares than you do when you look at the normal GEF 8 portfolio, which means, and I think the maximum share of any individual agency, when you look at all the IPs in GEF 8, is 22%, where we know that the distribution in the full portfolio is the maximum is 30% of one agency at the cost of others. We tried to get this as an argument to increase the proportion going to IPs, because it not only is a good use of the money, but it's also contributing to deconcentrating. But I just wanted to make that clear, because IPs, if anything, help in deconcentrating and diversifying. As Mohammed said, 15 of the 18 agencies participated in the $1.6 billion of GEF 8 IPs. I will stop there. I don't think there are any further requests for the floor. If not, I will invite Council to adopt decision in document GEF C 71/13. I think we have adopted a decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We'll now jump back to agenda item 4. At 3:30 today, roughly, the modified text on the agenda item 4 was circulated. Hopefully everyone has had an opportunity to review that updated additional paragraph that was put forward. And based on that circulated text, I'd like to open the floor for any further comments. Thank you.
I see no one requesting the floor, Mr. Co-Chair, so back to you.
Thank you, Naomi. On that basis, I propose that we adopt the amended decision text for agenda item 4. Thank you. Sorry.
We have James, floor is yours.
Yeah. Sorry, Richard. Could you repeat this point again here? I think some of us just missed it. So which point are we discussing right now? Sorry.
So we're considering agenda item 4. We're jumping back to the discussion earlier today, which is the GEF business plan and corporate budget for financial year 2027. So it was requested that the additional paragraph that was proposed would be circulated via text, via email. That has been done, so I hope everyone has received that email with the proposed additional paragraph. and we're now seeking to have that decision text adopted. Is that clear, James? This is related to...
Thank you, Richard. If I may, I can read the paragraph that was sent earlier today.
Yeah.
So basically, the decision remains as it is. We do include an additional paragraph that reads as follows. GEF Council requests the GEF Secretariat, under leadership by the new CEO, to find solutions to sustainability reduced travel costs, including through a dialogue with World Bank on any adjustments that may be made to its travel policies, including covered fare classes. The GEF Council appreciates and encourages any voluntary cost reductions undertaken by the GEF Secretariat staff in the meantime. This has been the paragraph suggested by Council and therefore sent to adoption. And I see, Andre, you have your flag up. Floor is yours.
Actually, that was just the flag for Gabriela online.
Okay, thank you, Andre. That's very efficient. Gabriela, floor is yours.
Sorry, yeah, because sometimes when I raise that flag, it's not noted. So thanks, Andre, for in the room. Yeah, as indicated to the co-chair, we also would like to see a reduction of the travel budget number, which is currently not the case. So we suggest a reduction of 5 to 10% of the travel budget, which i.e. means the implementation of the element which was added in the decision text, leaving flexibility to the Secretariat, taking into account that we all know how much cheaper, for example, economy flight tickets are compared to business class, but taking into account the comment Annette was making that we don't want to be, interfering operatively. We just reduce the overall envelope, and then the Secretariat, the interim CEO and the future CEO have the flexibility to maneuver that travel budget. That's the intent. And we also understand that pending the decision under AOB, whether or not the modality of C72 and C73 will be changed, that will have implications on the budget and will then also be adjusted in the numbers after the AOB decision has been taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. I do not see anyone else requesting the floor at this time. So now I'll hand it back to the co-chair.
Thank you, Naomi, and thank you, Gabriela. Just in relation to the point on the budgetary impacts of a decision, which will be covered in any other business around whether the next two meetings will be in person or virtual. We were going to cover that off in any other business, and if the decision was to change one of the meetings to virtual, that will be subsequently picked up in the budget. So that's the proposed approach for that. I might hand over to Claude to cover the point in relation to the cut to the travel budget for the Secretariat. Claude.
Thank you. And thanks, Gabriela. We do appreciate the diligence that Council imposes on the Secretariat. It is part of your job, and it's part of our job to be accountable for all of the management of the resources as well as the delivery. Within that context, I just want to reassure Council that what we present to you in this budget and in every previous budgets are carefully crafted budgets that have spent the last 2 months or more being built from the bottom up with our managers and myself to basically estimate as best we can the minimum needed in travel, in staffing, and every other element of the budget to deliver on the programs that we present and on the GEF 8 and GEF 9 strategies. I'm not saying that these are exact numbers because obviously fares could increase as we've seen and decrease after a year or two. But based on our estimates today, these are the best reflections of the number of people that we need to send to fulfill the work that we have. Let's recall that we have 3 COPs this year. We will have other major events in the second half of the fiscal year. And we have the outreach that we need to start to roll out as well for the initial phases of GEF 9 programming. Now, obviously, with the decision text, we will start to look at how to implement that in the best way possible. At this point, imposing, I'm sorry to use the term, arbitrary 5 or 10% cut, I think is less productive than having myself and the new CEO really go through a thorough analysis to actually make some more intelligent cuts that perhaps will reach 20 or 30% that matter. So I'll follow whatever decision Council wants us to take, but I think just having a 5 or 10% cut at this point is less productive than allowing us to follow the text of the decision and holding us accountable in December or January and in June of next year.
Maybe. Annette, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks very much. I think I do understand where people come from, sort of wanting to impose this cut. This is totally clear. We have these cuts in our own government. We happen to have an 8% cut. So this feels random, and people trying to sort of come up with intelligent ways of managing that. And it sometimes actually spurs administrations that can be extremely sort of cumbersome and slow to manage change into progress and into innovation and into serious cuts that are considered. And sometimes these cuts are not random, but they're actually sort of being channeled into good ways of achieving more efficiency sometimes. Having said all that, I totally agree with Claude that it probably makes more sense if we ask the Secretariat with a new CEO to go into that in all seriousness and finding intelligent ways to how to cut and how to save and efficiently manage with the same outcome. Because, I mean, that's what we are after. We do want to have the outcome. We do want to have GEF being properly represented on all these international stages. We routinely ask you in the SRC to give us a report how especially CEOs and senior management have been represented. We know that because of the continued criticism of GEF, particularly in some of these fora, it is extremely important that you're there and giving the data, giving the stories and the narrative and being ready to answer questions. Having said all that, I think it's a very difficult decision, and I don't want to interfere. It's just my sort of immediate reaction to these sorts of things. I don't want to interfere in what you're, and I have trust in you, and I want to place this trust, and I don't want to be sort of shown it's not worthwhile placing my trust in you and the new CEO. So I would actually prefer to have the language we used, that we expect you and urge you to make these cuts and come up with a solution and reduce that voluntarily without imposing sort of, like you said, random numbers.
Thank you very much, Annette. I see that Gabriela is also requesting the floor online. So, Gabriela, floor is yours.
Thank you, and sorry to come back. Thank you very much, Claude, for these reflections, and also Annette. It goes to the heart of our issue, and it's not that we don't trust you. We actually found it would be easier for you to work with a 5% budget cut and then manage it yourself instead of coming back to the council in January and presenting the potential saving options in January, since the budget will already be running. But if that's your preferred option, we can work with that. And then we just amend at the end of the suggested text. It says the council appreciates and encourages any voluntary cost reductions undertaken by the GEF Secretariat staff in the meantime, and request the GEF Secretariat to present to council potential travel cost savings in C72. And then we will see exactly what is the cost potential, the cost reduction potential, as you suggested. We're very happy if it's 25 to 30%, rest assured of that. Thank you.
I walked backwards into that one, I guess. But let me just reassure you again that we are very frugal. And the best example of this is the way that we have managed the potential expansion of the GEF Secretariat under GEF 8. If you recall, 3 years ago, we presented a fairly significant increase in staffing that was needed for the implementation of GEF 8. We created about 32 new positions, of which we filled about 22. Last year, well before the the start of the negotiations in Paris, I decided to, and I convinced our previous CEO to basically have a hiring freeze, because the uncertainties in the financial world and with the start of GEF 9 was not a good time to continue to spend money, especially in staffing up, given that we didn't know where GEF 9 was going to head. We have maintained that freeze. We now have a budget that comes in well under the staffing costs, which may look like it's bad management, but in fact it's very good management. It's very prudent management, because we do have the plan that's still in place, but we have deliberately held on to those positions to not build in some fixed costs that we may not be able to cover over the next 4 years. And so this is just one example of the management that we are, showing, I think, at the Secretariat level, that should give you, and I recognize that you do have confidence in us, but I just wanted to show you another example of how this is put in practice. And the new CEO will be able to see what the projections are for the next 4 years, what the capacity needs are, and if it makes sense to slowly release some of those positions to fill gaps that we will have. So I think the same kind of approach, if you're willing to do that on the travel, will perhaps lead to a very well thought through budget for travel that could maintain what we need to do with some new approaches to changing the way that we move around the world.
Thank you, Claude, and thank you for all the comments. On the basis of that, what I'm proposing is we do a number of things. First of all, we seek agreement to the circulated decision text that went around by email that I referred to earlier. And secondly, we reflect these issues in the summary of meeting to indicate that there will be an update so that the broader intention, as we were just discussing, is adequately captured in the summary of the meeting. And on that basis, I seek Council approval of the circulated text and the proposed approach. I don't see any calls from the floor, so that's adopted. Thank you very much. And we're now moving to agenda item, and sorry, as Claude... Sorry?
Can you just mention that we sent the STAR revised paper around, and that if they can look at it, we can perhaps adopt it after STAP?
Okay. So the adjusted STAP text has now been circulated, STAR has been circulated via email. What we're proposing to do is move to agenda item 8 now, which is the report of the chairperson of the STAP. Once we conclude that item, we'll come back to the STAR agenda item to conclude that. So my apologies for it's going over time, and hopefully we can get through it as quickly as possible. So at this point, I'll invite Rosina to come and present the STAP report.
Well, good afternoon, Council, and thank you for your fortitude. but I'm sure you all love science as much as I do. So, as is my custom, I will start with a wonder of nature, and I hope you see it. Okay, nope, it's not a crop circle. This is an impressive 2-meter sand structure that baffled scientists for several years, but we now know it is made by the white-spotted pufferfish. Well, let's see what David Attenborough, who has taught us about so many wonders of nature, had to say about this. Or do I have to do it myself?
Nowhere else in nature does an animal construct something as complex and perfect as this. If this doesn't get him noticed, nothing will.
Okay, those are nature's ultimate underwater architects. Well, the GEF, too, is an architect in its own right on integration and transformation. So let's hope the edifice we are building in GEF 9 is as beautiful and as useful. Okay, here is the composition of the staff. The good news is that most of them are still awake and standing over there. No, you're supposed to stand. 7 of us are here, and all except for our panel member on chemicals and waste and adaptation will be here throughout the assembly and dispersed in side events and roundtables and working hard. Okay. In the last 6 months, staff has been engaging with the agencies, with the countries, and with GEFSEC in the run-up to GEF 9. And the most intense experience recently has been the forum in Nairobi, the IP forum that you heard about. And we've been thinking about lessons from the IP so far and how best to offer advice on the future ones. 3 issues came up in the forum. You know, first, as so many of the speakers have already said today, we know the goals of the MEAs are interdependent, and the science is telling us that to meet those goals, we've got to integrate, innovate, and work at the systems level. And in that case, the whole systems level, across biodiversity, food, energy, urban, land, and water systems. The GEF is certainly on the right track by investing in systems transformation. And second, we heard that there are many existing tools that are out here already that we all can use to evaluate progress. We heard about things like ecosystem-based approaches, a restoration diagnostic tool, WOCOT's gender-responsive sustainable land management tools, and there was a great call and interest to use these, share them widely, and please don't reinvent the wheel. And third, we heard some transformation is actually taking place. Often it takes time, but things can build to a positive tipping point. And for example, we heard that the Sustainable Cities IP, which has now been running for about a decade, was highlighted in particular as being transformational in that it works across multiple sectors: infrastructure, energy, and biodiversity. So for that forum, Sir Bob Watson and I led off, and then we also closed it with science, and we led training sessions on future narratives, on theories of change, on risk, and we co-led, after the main workshop was over, a smaller one with GEFSEC to think about what we had learned. But really, I think it left us all very inspired to be part of this partnership. So, okay, what am I going to show you? The usual. It's going to update you on some new science, summarize our recent reports, provide observations on the work program, and some ideas that you all should consider for what staff could do in the future. So let me start first with new science. This is this year's Global Risk Report by the World Economic Forum, and this year it lists 3 of the top 5 risks as green, bottom line there, and those are over the next decade. But the other 2 of the top 5 risks are purple, and this time are technological: misinformation and disinformation, and for the first time, adverse outcomes of AI technologies. Okay. Yes. This is NASA's latest climate spiral, and it actually goes from 1880 right up to May. 2015 to 2025, as I think you know, were the 11 warmest years on record, and 2025 was about 1.4 degrees C above pre-industrial levels, and you can see how the warming is becoming much more pronounced in recent decades, and other indicators are moving in that same direction, with carbon dioxide emissions increasing, ocean heat content at a new record, sea levels rising, ice melting, Arctic floating ice lost. And we know some of these have already manifest themselves in extreme events and economic losses, heat waves, droughts, floods, wildfire storms, tropical cyclones. In 2025, there were 400 reported extreme events, and 124 of those, 124 of the 400 were so extreme, they were actually called unprecedented. But we do know that current pledges are bending the curve, and if net zero pledges become real and implemented, warming could be close to 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels, and the drop in prices of solar and wind offer hope. And the GEF's pollution-free supply chain integrated program aims in the right direction in that respect. Well, let's talk about the cost of growing crops. Now, we all know that if we're going to clear new land for crops, that's going to emit greenhouse gases. That's not what I'm talking about. Existing croplands also emit greenhouse gases, either from added fertilizer or, say, methane from flooded rice paddies or carbon from tilling. And I was so happy that Faisal mentioned peatlands earlier. I didn't imagine that was going to come up. And so of these already existing croplands, more than 90% of emissions come from just 3 sources: rice cultivation, peatlands, and synthetic fertilizer. Now, the emissions, though, tend to be quite concentrated both by crop and by country. Rice, maize, wheat, and oil palm account for 2/3 of the emissions, and those are from 6 countries in particular. Well, that means if you can target them, that mitigation can also be targeted by crop and region. And so smarter mitigation, which is such as wetting and drying alternately in rice production, better fertilizer management, something called the 4R approach, which is applying fertilizer to the right source at the right rate, at the right time, and the right place can help. The GEF Foods Integrated Systems Program can play a really important role in this because it is focusing on resilient and pollution-free food systems, and specifically food crops such as rice, wheat, and maize. And so that's a great opportunity to go after these emissions. We're also seeing that the fire weather is becoming more synchronized. We know fire size and frequency have been increasing, but we're seeing that dangerous fire conditions are happening in many places at the same time. So if you look globally, days with widespread hot, dry, windy fire weather have tripled over the last 4 decades, and 60% of that tripling is attributed to climate change. We're seeing the biggest changes in North America, in Europe, in Boreal Asia, in the Middle East, and in South America. So when many regions face fire weather at the same time, sharing firefighter crews or aircraft equipment and emergency supplies gets stretched and response capacity drops. So we know that you can't rely only on suppression of wildfires. We need early warning systems, those help, but so do nature-based solutions such as rewilding, prescribed and cultural burning where it's appropriate, and fuel reduction and agro-pastoral systems. All right, we heard today quite a bit already about drought, and I know I talked about it in my last 2 council reports. And we know that drought is intensifying globally. In fact, Uzbekistan is at the center of an unprecedented drought affecting Central Asia and the Middle East since 2001. And here on the map, you can see the current global drought areas in the darkest reds. And we're also seeing new crop drought hotspots emerging where that has never happened before. And of course, that'll have nutritional and health impacts. But I'm very happy that drought is being addressed in the land degradation focal area, as well as in the drought and dry lands and drought IP. And that's focusing on proactive drought management. In the GEF 9 adaptation program, the GEF 9 adaptation programming strategy also includes a focus on water scarcity and early warning systems. And STAP is also finishing a report on proactive drought management, which we hope we will provide before the IP is off and running. And much like fire and drought, extreme heat is also a risk multiplier. It affects, people, livestock, food systems, both the land and water food systems. It turns out that yields of many major crops begin to decrease if you get above 30 degrees Celsius, and livestock heat stress can happen at about 25 degrees. And as the map on the right shows, during the 2023 to 24 soybean season, daytime temperatures exceeded 30 degrees on more than 60% of the days across much of Brazil. Soybean crop loss was between 10 and 20%. And in parts of the nearby nation of Kyrgyzstan, last spring temperatures reached 31 degrees, which is 10 degrees above average, right at key times during fruit flowering and wheat growth. And we saw crop stress and locust outbursts. And there's also been wheat yield losses in parts of India by 10 to 30% and maize by 20%. And in Morocco, in prolonged drought and heat reduced cereal yields by more than 40%. In both Laos and the Gambia, though, a GEF-funded FAO project is pairing early warning systems with the rollout of heat and drought-tolerant crop varieties, so farmers can both anticipate heat stress and plant for it. So we need more of this kind of thinking. All right, in other news, a new paper in Nature shows that coastal risk due to sea level rise is likely underestimated because many of those coastal assessments start from the wrong baseline. That is, they didn't properly align current land elevation with current sea level. We're not saying sea level is rising faster than it was before, although that may be true, but they're saying globally across hundreds of studies, correctly measured coastal sea level today is about 1/3 of a meter higher than we commonly thought, and in parts of the global south and the Indo-Pacific, it can be as much as 1 meter higher. And so in those regions, 1/3 more land and 50% more people are exposed to impacts. But, a second paper says markets supporting adaptation by making climate risks more visible and better priced can really help with this. And so for coastal regions, that includes better risk information, real estate valuation, insurance pricing, and reducing incentives to keep investing in places where risk is rising. And as STAP has argued for at least a decade, climate risks need to be clearly characterized in the design of project. This is a photo showing you recent severe flooding in Thailand. The risks to the food system from climate change are not only on land. Warming oceans threaten seafood supply in two ways, both gradually and suddenly. The gradual effect is that in warming water, fish grow faster, so they mature faster, but they stay smaller. Well, that keeps the fish alive, but it reduces the size and the productivity that fisheries depend on. Up to 20% yield loss across 43 major fisheries are estimated if temperatures hit 2 degrees C. And the sudden effect is marine heat waves. And in 2023 to 2024, global marine heat wave days were double any previous year, leading to coral bleaching and fish deaths. And the North Atlantic, the Southwest and East Pacific, and the Western Indian Ocean were most affected. In Peru, the anchovy range shifts led to commercial fishery closures, but also a loss of $1.4 billion. So again, to help cope, early warning and response plans and thinking about appropriate harvest limits can help. Now, biodiversity finance. This is actually a timely article as GEF 9 begins with an increased appetite for attracting public and private finance. This is clearly not my area, but it talks about two things: financing green, and that directly relates to the Global Biodiversity Framework Target 19, which is to mobilize more than $200 billion for biodiversity from all sources. So most of the financing green investments focus on reducing damage to nature from existing economic sectors. Now, greening finance relates directly to the Global Biodiversity Framework Target 18, reduce harmful incentives that damage biodiversity by $500 billion a year. So the paper focuses on both of these, but also talks about mechanisms that provide upfront funding, equity loans and bonds. Okay, so these, as I say, are not STAP's area, but I do direct you to two assembly roundtables, which will discuss the role of blended finance and Ken Lay's final plenary address on how public and private finance can be linked for greater global environmental benefits. Okay, well, chemicals and waste. This slide brings together two chemicals and waste issues. First one's on plastic. It's a public health burden with exposure across the entire life cycle, from production to transport to recycling and burning. And they estimate that under business as usual, health effects could double by 2040. However, the Circular Solution to Plastics Pollution, IP, is thinking about this plastics life cycle and focusing on the highest health impacts on upstream issues like eco-design, reusable systems, sustainable alternate materials. So again, we're tackling something that's a big burgeoning issue. And then second, there are a number of, here's two PFAS papers, the forever chemicals. Regulation helps, but PFAS is very difficult to manage because they persist for decades and they propagate through the marine food webs. But the GEF 9 chemical supply chain IP identifies elimination or a significant reduction in PFAS as a selection criteria for their projects, indicating a commitment to address the health impacts. And already the GEF has implemented several projects looking at PFAS. So now I've lost where I was. So we have to figure out what happens next. We are actually encouraging, oops, nothing. Apparently nothing happens next. All right. Is that right? Let me present our papers written since we met in December. Okay, the first one is STAP's report to the 8th GEF Assembly, which actually we're required to produce. Assembly starts on Thursday, and it considers the state of the science, emerging issues and gaps, and it looks ahead to the next 4-year period. Yes, clearly GEF 9 begins at a pivotal and a difficult moment, geopolitically and environmentally. We also emphasize in the report, though, that there are viable transformation pathways across food, energy, city, land, and water systems. And so it's pretty clear in the last, 4 to 8 years, the challenge has shifted from understanding the crises are interrelated to addressing the barriers that prevent durable change. And so the whole of government and the whole of society efforts that GEF 9 seeks are much needed. The report also looked at advice over recent replenishments and how it has supported, how GEF has supported, we hope, the GEF partnership. And 3 overarching priorities really have run consistently through staff's advice during my tenure. The first theme is transformation, resilience, and durability. We have consistently argued that we got to move beyond incremental improvement to deeper transformational change. And I think our advice, and I hope it has, become more practical for you, focusing more on things like theory of change, climate risk screening, the value of future narratives, incorporating behavioral change, natural capital valuation, and circular economy. And the second theme was really innovation and risk. And we did encourage the GEF to deliberately invest in innovation across technology, but also to think about innovation in finance and business models and institutions and policy. And the Council has made that advice very specific through the adoption of the risk appetite statement and an increased focus and wish for innovation risk, particularly, and for blended finance. And the third theme was evidence for impact. Staff has emphasized that knowledge management and monitoring, evaluation and learning, or MEL, are not just administrative functions, they are central to transformation, and it has translated into practical guidance on enabling elements for good project design and for real-time MEL. So staff's advice has tried to follow a coherent direction over time, helping the GEF translate science into better strategy, stronger project design, and more adaptive implementation. So as GEF 9 begins in our assembly report, we highlight several things that we think might need additional emphasis. They're kind of said twice, once in the figure on the left, the way it appears in the diagram, and one that I think you can read a little more easily. But we wanted to say we immediately recognize at the beginning of the paper, we wrote you a paper 2 years ago on as you think about GEF 9, and we were really happy that most of the things we said we hoped you would think about, you did think about, and they're incorporated into the GEF 9 strategy. But of course, we always have more ideas. And so for the entire GEF portfolio, we still think an overarching theory of change would be useful, that across everything would demonstrate how the integrated programs, the projects, and the partnerships collectively contribute to systems transformation. Second, of course, continue to invest in innovation, and again, not only technological, but in those other dimensions as well. And as we saw from the work program, we don't really yet have a higher risk appetite for innovation, but let's focus on that. Let's make that happen. And third, not only foster policy coherence, but actually monitor it across the ministries, sectors, countries, and multilateral environmental agreements. What are you doing and how do you know what you're doing and that it's achieving something? Fourth, as we've heard eloquently from many today, improve the actual social foundations needed for transformation by continuing, of course, to expand finance, but also equally important, active involvement and co-design of civil society, indigenous peoples, women, and youth. Fifth, influence market transformation, which you have to do with other actors, towards more nature-positive outcomes. And sixth, monitor that systems transformation is occurring. Have some indicators to understand how and what change is occurring. And finally, of course, build on the lessons learned from our experience with the previous integrated programs, share tools, network learning, and learn equally from successes and from failures. Okay, we also thought about transformation principles, and we actually extracted 6 from the broader literature, informed by the 5 assessments that you see here. And we then had 2 consultations that we organized with the GEF Secretariat and also Australia's science agency, CSIRO. So these 6, these 6 are things that are really meant to be completely integrated into GEF 9, and I think that's fortunate. So you may think, oh, these are kind of general: inclusive governance, systems thinking, just transitions, adaptive learning, pathways to change. But these principles first emerge from multiple international global assessments and science papers. But you could use these as a practical lens as GEF is designing project and program and making design choices. We also put together a paper on the hydrological cycle. 2026 is actually a very pivotal year for water in the United Nations. We're in the final stretch for the Water Action Decade. And also, there's going to be a water conference co-hosted by the UAE and Senegal later this year, which is intended to really speed up Sustainable Development Goal 6, which is sustainable water and sanitation for all. So we actually argue that this is the right moment to broaden the conversation from traditional water management to the more connected hydrological cycle. Because historically, governance has really focused mainly on what you would call blue water, you know, river, lakes, aquifers, but lots less attention to what is green water, or that in soils and vegetation. And all together, they matter quite a bit. And so we think this would be a time as we're thinking about drought and changing policies and investments in the broader water realm, to think about water flows across countries, basins, and ecosystems. And in GEF 9, we think there's an opportunity to make these connections more deliberate. Of course, this is relevant to the international waters focal area, and that immediately could start to think about both blue and green water, because they're central to resilience and sustainability. But second, we should be thinking about connected water flows in project design, in theories of change, and how integrated management of green water and blue water can give multiple benefits. Third, again, back to whole of government and whole of society partnerships, because right now there's fragmented governance since water crosses countries and boundaries, but governance tends to be more narrowly thought about. And finally, GEF can incentivize investments that bring blue and green water together and bridge the knowledge gaps, which could help with better management. We also produced a report on emerging tech and the GEF, and this is meant to try to help the GEF engage strategically with emerging techs in GEF 9. We did the usual horizon scanning. We looked at evidence from the GEF portfolio. We looked at the IEO's recent evaluation, and we developed a set of 9 case studies and built on some of the reports we've given you before. You may remember we gave you 3 on circular economy. We gave you some on novel entities, etc. So our report highlights examples of emerging techs that we think might be particularly relevant to the GEF in this new phase, and basically in the 3 categories that we're showing here. First, to detect and monitor ecosystem change. Earth observations, drones, environmental DNA, AI-enabled acoustic tools can help. And we cite in the report GEF examples of using drones and geospatial tools, for example, in Macoa, Colombia, and digital conservation tools within the Wildlife Conservation for Development IP. And the second area is strengthening both transparency and compliance, which can be aided by digital monitoring, reporting, and verification, known as MRV, and traceability systems. And this is very relevant for fisheries monitoring, deforestation-free supply chains, etc. And third, to shift away from high-polluting pathways. Smart grids, battery storage, green hydrogen, green concrete are examples, and the GEF actually is already involved in green hydrogen and smart grid projects. So we also mentioned some future opportunities in the case studies, and we do make a point of saying, you know, technology in and of itself doesn't deliver impact. Function is far more important than novelty, and the GEF's role is to support deployment with clear purpose, safeguards, learning, and attention to risks. And this is actually a picture I took in Peru with my one unbroken arm at the time, while using acoustics to monitor the movement of spider monkeys. All right, this came up today already too. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Well, it's not just a fisheries compliance issue, because we know it contributes to overfishing, bycatch, discards, and weakens the resilience of ecosystems, which are under pressure from many other reasons. And the scale is actually significant. About 18% of wild-caught fish globally are illegal or unreported, which is about a $23 billion a year issue. But in some parts of the world, 40% of the catch is IUU. And there are wider social and security issues. It can be linked to organized crime, to forced labor, and disproportionately affects coastal communities, of course, but also women in post-harvest fisheries. And detection of this is hard. So for the GEF, you know, IUU is clearly central again to international waters, but it's also relevant to biodiversity and food systems and sustainable livelihoods. So we do suggest that it could be considered in IPs, such as the Blue and Green Islands, as well as food systems. Sorry, I should have switched to that. And the GEF can strengthen monitoring, transparency, and use of technology. Lots of tools, some of which I mentioned from our environmental technology report: satellite tracking, electronic catch documentation, data sharing. There's an international nonprofit that many of us use, Global Fishing Watch, which is a partnership using all of those tools. And third, GEF can support stronger monitoring and implementation of international instruments such as the Port State Measures Agreement and related fisheries frameworks. Okay, we put together 2 case studies in the chemical and waste area, which focus on addressing what you would call system lock-in. And that's when harmful practices persist, not because we don't know about the risks, but because they end up being reinforced by economics or institutions or just technological dynamics. And we think that a lock-in lens can help the GEF identify where it can intervene best to have impact. Is it markets? Is it innovation? Is it governance? Or is it information? So we did a case study on antimicrobial resistance, where dependence on drugs is reinforced by intensive food production, weak animal health systems. And the second is PFAS, again, those forever chemicals used in lithium-ion batteries. And GEF is already acting on both of these. Antimicrobial resistance is actually recognized in the GEF 9 programming directions, and the results framework guidance includes a dedicated indicator for pharmaceuticals and AMR agents released into the environment. And for lithium-ion batteries, GEF 9 climate change strategy supports recycling of lithium-ion batteries, which is great. PFAS is not directly addressed yet. And so we make some suggestions for upstream and downstream. You know, the upstream action comports with GEF's One Health approach and improved hygiene and biosecurity wishes. And downstream would be treatment and monitoring of wastewater. For lithium batteries, upstream would be, can you screen for safer materials? And what about market incentives for using different components? Downstream would increase strengthening collection, dismantling, recycling. And so we hope these 2 examples help the GEF think more about other lock-ins that may be occurring and that we can think about addressing in our programs and projects. Okay, blended finance. We decided we needed a checklist for STAP to review blended finance projects. It's such an important growing part of the GEF 9 portfolio in order to mobilize more private finance to get more global environmental benefits. And it brings together the finance logic, which focuses on return on investment, and the impact logic focused on global environmental benefits. Sometimes these are developed, or often developed, by different actors with different expertise. And so that can create a risk that the links between the financial viability and the environmental viability aren't fully clear. So in order for STAP to screen in a common way, we put together this checklist that we will use as we review blended finance projects, and we actually tried it this time around. So there's basically 8 topics we're considering. 4 are focused on the strategic fit of blended finance. You know, is it clearly justified to address the global environmental problem? And questions focused on the design of the pathway, the logic pathway to get to global environmental benefits and the financial benefits. And the other 4 are more focused on assessing learning, scaling, and durability. For example, is there a real logic for how scaling to achieve impacts will occur? So we think these will help us give you reviewed projects in a more standardized way and make our reviews clear and transparent for you. All right, we're almost done. On to the work program observations. This summarizes STAP's review of the June work program. 24 proposals, 9 were rated concur, 14 minor, and 1 major. And in terms of strengths, we saw better use of systems thinking. Many projects actually linked environmental challenges to 2 kinds of drivers, governance drivers and the socioeconomic drivers. Many more theories of change were coherent, and there were good examples of future narratives, attention to free, prior, and informed consent and Indigenous peoples' agency, and there were more integrated landscape approaches. Well, of course, we also think there are areas for improvement. Some projects need to explain more convincingly how the interventions are going to deliver sustainable benefits. And in many cases, the future narratives idea, what could play out, should be better integrated into the theories of change and shape interventions. And sometimes the risks and the mitigation measures are rather general. But I always like to show you some exemplary projects, so I'll show you 4. These aren't perfect, but they illustrate good practice in several areas we have been encouraging. So first, inclusive and resilient agricultural and rural entrepreneurship in Democratic Republic of Congo. It stood out because it had a very strong evidence-based rationale, great systems analysis, very detailed technical components, and a well-developed theory of change. And below that one, you see community access and urban services enhancement in the Solomon Islands. This was showing how the LDCF financing will build on and complement previous and ongoing World Bank supported work. It also framed flood resilience as a broader institutional and planning challenge, not just an infrastructure problem. And the other 2 I'll highlight. One is accelerating community-led actions for ecosystem resilience and biodiversity conservation through integrated landscape management in India. Yes, it had very good integrated landscape management approach, as the title said, but it also had whole of government coordination, policy coherence, and community-led implementation. And the 4th one, conservation of globally significant biodiversity of the Ulu Jalai in Malaysia, stood out for a very cohesive design. It also had a great review of possible future narratives. The assumptions were really clear, and there was a lot of attention to Indigenous peoples' agency through FPIC and to community-defined decision-making. Okay, so let me just quickly outline what STAP can do in the next 6 months, the end of the GEF 8 period, for your consideration. As I noted earlier, STAP has identified 3 pathways to guide our support, and we propose to work through these components. They will not surprise you. We first intend to filter global science through the GEF lens to help you figure out knowledge needs and support strategic prioritization. Second, we'll hope we strengthen the quality of the program and your programs and your project designs by engaging earlier, if appropriate, in development processes and linking you to regional scientific expertise. Third, we intend to support adaptive management and learning, including the use of real-time evidence, engagement in the IP's learning processes, and contributions to broader systems, knowledge systems. So looking ahead, we will support the GEF partnership as it moves from GEF 9 strategic planning into implementation, while, of course, considering council guidance and your ongoing review of STAP. We expect, as we have done previously, that we will support the development and design of the coordinating projects of the IPs and help with transformation metrics or leading indicators of systems change, if that's useful. We, of course, will continue screening projects across all the funds, and we know the project cycle will evolve, so we will adapt, and we will try to focus our attention on project quality, scientific robustness, and the enabling elements of good design. And finally, STAP will continue to deepen engagement across the partnership. And you know, it might be useful to you to have STAP prepare something like a 2-year work program with your guidance and with some sense of how we're going to try to support the GEF 9 implementation, which must happen, but also retain flexibility to respond to what you all see as emerging science and technology issues. All right, honestly, this is my last slide. You are accustomed to me showing you the wonders of nature at every council meeting. And so as we begin GEF 9, I thought I would bring back some of the ones that you all told me you loved most, mostly because they related to children or grandchildren of yours. Okay, so on the first row, first you see the red-shank langur from the field trip we took at the Da Nang Assembly. Second one is Shaun the Sheep Nudibranch. Okay, Shaun the Sheep is a kid's show. He is a photosynthesizing slug, so he's a solar-powered slug. The third one is a new one from deep offshore, 3,600 meters down off of Chile, called the Dumbo octopus, for those of you who might know what Disney is. Okay, second row. First, you see a bright yellow sponge and a bubblegum pink sea star. Again, I hope you have kids or grandchildren that this will mean something to. These are 6,000 feet below the Atlantic. And so they named those two SpongeBob and Patrick from a kid's cartoon show, SpongeBob. The second one, for those of you who might have teenagers, it was named, it's an Indian orb-weaving spider. And it was named after the sorting hat in Harry Potter, because it looks like a sorting hat, for those of you who know Harry Potter. One of my favorites, the third one on row 2, is Pink Floydii. I think you know where the name comes from. But it's a pistol shrimp whose snapping claw reaches sonic decibels, 210 decibels, and it can kill fish nearby. Let's see, last row. Okay. Oh, no, wait, well, let's see. That's the last one I wanted to do. Well, okay, the pink fish is also from deep water, and this is a new, what is this one called? Well, it's a walking sea toad. It's an anglerfish, and it's got like needles coming out of it. The middle moose, I would like to say to Canada, the previous council member, Tom Bowie, said that I wondered where my hammock went. Now I know when I showed that just before the Canadian Assembly. And then last one, oh wait, I should have shown you the pink one. I skipped one, didn't I? Okay, go back up a row. See the thing that looks sort of like a mammoth? Okay, that's the only new critter in this collage, the kind of pink one going into orange. It's called the Snuffleupagus is the species name, and it's a newly described fish species named after, for those of you who know something about Big Bird's best friend, is Snuffleupagus. This is a sea creature that they named after that from Sesame Street. Okay, now the bottom one on the left. This is a deep sea shrimp on the right defending itself against a viper fish. And I like to think of this one as the valiant GEF fending off the encroaching environmental tipping points. And I believe in GEF 9 we will achieve transformational change. So thank you very much. It's more than you needed.
Thank you, Rosina, for that very entertaining and very expansive presentation, including some of the work that the staff has been doing. Very much appreciated. I'd now like to open the floor for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I see Lilian, Andrea, and Carolina. Lilian, tienes la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. La circunscripción del Cono Sur agradece la presentación de los informes y reconoce el valioso aporte científico y técnico que el panel científico y técnico brinda al fortalecimiento de la calidad, efectividad e impacto de las intervenciones financiadas por el GEF. Esta circunscripción valora especialmente la promoción de enfoques basados en evidencia, aprendizaje y mejora continua, elementos fundamentales para fortalecer la generación de beneficios ambientales globales. Al mismo tiempo, consideramos importante que las recomendaciones orientadas y orientaciones técnicas del panel mantengan su carácter estrictamente asesor y no vinculante, preservando plenamente el mandato de los órganos intergubernamentales y de las conferencias de las partes como espacios legítimos para la negociación y adopción de decisiones sobre conceptos, enfoques y orientaciones de la política internacional. Esta circunscripción continuará apoyando una sólida base científica para la toma de decisiones en equilibrio con el respeto a los procesos intergubernamentales y a las diferentes realidades nacionales de implementación. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Lilian. Now I give the floor to Andre, followed by Carolina. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We would like to thank the staff for preparing the insightful report and, as usual, brilliant presentation. And the report, again, provides a good overview and update of the staff's work since the last council meeting. And as usual, we would like to highlight some elements from this report and other staff documents. So, you put it right. In a world of multiple crises with many planetary boundaries crossed and tipping points almost reached, pursuing transformation, resilience and durability is certainly of prime importance to tackle all the challenges ahead, and an integrated approach is a key means to this end. Thus, we would like to thank the staff for its significant support to the first global forum for the GEF integrated programs. We also thank the staff for filtering global science through a GEF lens to support strategic prioritization. The staff's scientific expertise is essential to further improve the potential impact of the GEF, and it is certainly an asset that should not be underestimated. As a long-standing water advocate, Switzerland particularly welcomes the report on the global hydrological cycle, which could have been even more comprehensive by bringing also in aspects of grey water, not only green water and blue water. Screening of the work programs of the different funds is particularly important for strengthening the quality of program and project design, and we are counting on the staff in this important role also for GEF 9. And last, but certainly not least, we would like to sincerely thank you, Rosina, for all your efforts over the past years. It was really great having you as the chair of the STAP, and it has always been a pleasure to listen to your presentations and to going into discussion with you, and we will certainly miss you. So thank you very much and all the best for your future.
Thank you very much, Andre. And I give the floor to Carolina, followed by Paul.
Thank you, Chair. Our constituency thanks the Chair of the Scientific and Technical Advisory Panel for the report and recognizes the important contribution that independent scientific and technical advice makes to strengthen the analytical quality of the fund's work. In our view, the role of the STAP should remain clearly grounded in scientific and technical advisory functions. Some of the recommendations and analytical framings presented appear to extend beyond technical assessment into areas that involve inherently political, strategic, or programmatic choices, including regulatory reforms, institutional risk appetite, preferred financing modalities, and investment prioritization. These matters belong to the member states and to the fund's intergovernmental governance bodies. Our constituency also notes that concepts such as systems transformation, policy coherence, nature-positive transitions, while potentially useful analytical lenses, should not automatically be treated as subtle operational doctrines requiring universal programmatic applications. We believe that substantial expansion of the STAP's operational and strategic role should be explicitly considered and agreed by member states. Finally, I wanted to clarify that Brazil does not recognize the concept of global hydrological cycle as a multilaterally agreed concept or framework. References to this concept should therefore be understood solely as a perspective presented by the STAP and should not be interpreted as reflecting consensus among member states, nor establishing policy guidance, normative frameworks, or operational mandates for the fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Now let's hear from Paul and then Ben. Paul, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. We'd like to thank the STAP for two very interesting reports and several papers. In times when the value of science is sometimes negated, we find it important that the GEF is based on decisions coming from science. And you mentioned many examples where that actually happened. So I think that system is working. We are glad to hear that the first global forum on the GEF integrated program was a success. It is important that its messages are now carried on to GEF 9, and that with increasingly complex challenges, the value of integrated solutions is truly put forward. And for us, actually, the water cycle is an example. Our water colleagues always say everybody is a water manager because we all use water, and we have to look at it in an integrated fashion. We know and will address under different agenda items the future role of the STAP is pending review. This is especially on behalf of the Finnish colleagues who are involved in the review. We fully support the review process and will wait for its results to inform us. And then also on the other colleagues that have worked with you, Rosina, and I've now witnessed it myself. We thank you very much for your tireless effort in making and communicating science for this forum. Your enthusiasm and professionalism have always inspired us, and your scientific messages has reminded us of the challenges and possibilities the challenges the world is facing. So thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you very much, Paul. Next will be Ben, and I think it's Tumaini from the CSO network afterwards. Ben, floor is yours.
Yeah, many thanks, Naomi, and many thanks, Rosina, for the presentation. As always, we always welcome your presentations on latest science and report on STAP's work, and always very entertaining and certainly keeping us awake at the end of this long day. We will be, as I said, we'll be providing an update on the review of STAP in the executive session tomorrow, so we'll have a further conversation about that there. For this item, I think it's worth just highlighting the valuable set of papers prepared by staff, including on IUU, the blended finance, emerging technologies, river terrain, and breaking lock-in. I think all underpin the value that STAP can bring regards science and technology to the remit of GEF. It was useful also to see mentioned within the report that recognising STAP's independent review function, which I think you also covered. And it's good also to see you mentioned also about the STAP work programme as well and moving forward with that. Finally, just to echo Andre's comments and just say many thanks in this meeting anyway to all your work over the years and the presentations that you provided, which are always very valuable and very interesting and fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Now let's hear from Tumaini, followed by Sitzel. Tumaini, the floor is yours from the CSO network.
Thank you, Naomi. As I see new faces, my name is Tumaini, the Executive Chairman of Tanzania Climate Change Stakeholders Forum, presenting on behalf of GFCSO Network a statement on agenda number 8, report of the Chairman of the staff on the 71st GEF Council meeting. The GFCSO Network welcomes the report of the Chairman of the staff. We strongly recommend the work of the staff over the past year to give strategic guidance of GEF's work and the GEF9 replenishment process. We acknowledge the staff report for the GEF Assembly, but note with concern that some important gaps remain to put initial staff recommendation for GEF9 into practice, including the following. 1, developing an overarching GEF9 theory of change, linking pathways to systems transformation goals and articulating and contributing the roles of integrated programs and focal areas. 2, fostering more deliberate investment in innovation with proactive identification of key barrier to scaling. Number 3, advancing the meaningful participation of indigenous people, women and youth in project co-design, governance, monitoring, and accountability. And number 4, complementing blended finance with strategies that shift regulation, corporate behavior, and financial flows towards nature-positive outcomes. We strongly encourage actions by GEF to address these recommendations in timely manner. We note that the proposal by staff to deepen engagement in the future with various parties, including the GFCSO network, the women groups, as well as the youth networks. We look forward to exploring options to enhance our work together. Last but not least, we wish to congratulate Dr. Rosina for her excellent work during her term as the chair of staff. We will miss her in the future, but we hope she will somehow remain as a member of the GEF family. I also take this opportunity to thank the chairman of this council, as well as the interim chair, and members of this council and other distinguished guests for all your positive statements to the good work of the GFCSO network, to the indigenous people and local communities, as well as the youth and women network. For such few remarks, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Tumaini. I will now give the floor to our last speaker, Sitzel. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So our constituency would also like to thank the chairperson of the staff for an informative and well-written report and for this insightful and very energizing presentation. I think that was what we needed. Staff's work provides very valuable input for the GEF and for the decisions of this council. We welcome in particular staff's report to the Assembly, which concludes that GEF 9 programming and policy directions reflect many of staff's initial recommendations, but we also note that some gaps remain to put these recommendations into practice, and we would be interested in hearing the GEF Secretary's reflections on this. And lastly, our constituency would also like to join others in extending a big thanks to Rosina for her great engagement and inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecil. We have one last flag here. Dauda, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Okay, I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the chair of the staff for this brilliant presentation, which is very interactive, informative, and evidence-based, and it is linked to our livelihood. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank Rosina and the entire team of the staff for the brilliant work they have been doing over the past years. I think their presentations have always been very interactive, very evidence-based, and actually linked to how we interact with nature. And this is very, very key. And I'll take this opportunity to wish you all the very best. We're going to be missing you, but I think we'll always be around to guide whoever may come. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dauda. And with no further floor requests, I will now hand it back to the co-chair. Rosina, yeah, would you like to?
Well, most of those were just very kind comments, and thank you so much. And yes, I think once you're part of the GEF family, you're part of it forever, and one is only as strong as one's team is, so thank you for recognizing the full team. Just a couple of quick comments. I think the issue of, we're about science, but we sometimes talk about things like governance and policy coherence and all. And I want to say, it is clear that we never recommend anything that's prescriptive. We try to diagnose what we see that works or doesn't work. And so, so well, perfect is the enemy of the possible. And, so many technologies fail because people don't want them. The idea is you have to figure out what people want, you have to meet them where they're at, and you have to find ways to further things that can make progress. And that's what we tried to do. We never tried to be prescriptive. And our enabling elements report tried to pull all those things together. If you're not considering women, youth, and indigenous people, if you're not considering policy coherence, if you're not thinking about governance at levels above and below where you're trying to act, you may not get done what you want to do. So, and thank you. I'm glad several of our papers are useful. We'll think about gray water. Suzanne's sitting over there. I'm sure she's already taken notes on that. Thank you to the CSO network for pointing out that there are still a few things GEF hasn't done, but a lot of things that GEF has done. And as you know so well, things often take time. I think Sunday and I spent 5 years trying to figure out climate risk screening that might work. And I actually taught a whole class of 20 students who reviewed lots of GEF projects from agencies and thought about what might work, what might not work. So yeah, sometimes it takes time, but a whole lot has been done. And remember, it's up to council to decide, but as the previous CEO always said, the A in STAP is advisory. It's the latest thinking. You can take it or not, and timing may not be right. So never want to be prescriptive, just trying to be helpful. But I should turn it back to you since it must be dinner time somewhere.
I think it's dinner time here. But thank you, Rosina. I once again very much appreciate the presentation and those responses, and also the comments from the floor. Just to note, there's no decision on this item, so we'll close agenda item 8. And I'll hand it back to the Chair to jump back to agenda item 6 on the STAR. Over to you, Claude.
Since we're on a roll, I thought I'd take advantage of the next 2 minutes to see if we can get to the decision on the STAR policy document C71/06. This was circulated a couple of hours ago. Hopefully you had a chance to look at it. I'll read. The only change is in paragraph 9 that now reads, preliminary simulations of the adjusted STAR formula indicate that the share of GEF 9 STAR resources allocated to SIDS/LDCs would be approximately 43%, with the final share depending on the final replenishment size. These results are preliminary and not final. Basically, this reformulates what was there before in a much more direct fashion, indicating that the STAR formula is applied and the simulations are indicating approximately 43%. So I will open the floor if there are any comments.
I do not see anyone requesting the floor. Chair, back to you.
Thank you. So let's move to the adoption of this paper. The U.S., please.
Yes, thank you. Just a question and a comment. Just in the edits, just note that in the original version of the document, I think that it was referring to percentages instead of share. Now in this new version, we're using the word share. I just understood if there's any distinction between, if we should perceive any distinction between the use of share or percentage between the two versions, if it's important. I mean, can we retain percentage given that that was the original version?
I think we use it interchangeably in the GEF lingo. If you look at another application of those two terms, when you talk about agency distribution, the table is in percentages, and we talk about the shares of each. So.
Fine. As long as there's, yeah, that's fine. And then the comment that I had is that I think given that the sentence opens with saying preliminary simulations and then closes by acknowledging that this is all contingent on the final size, I would suggest that the subsequent sentence that the results are preliminary and not yet final is redundant. So I would just remove it just for the sake of clarity. But
Thank you, James. I do not see anyone else requesting the floor. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. So if there are no additional comments, removing that second sentence of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 words, we will move to the adoption of the paper. I don't see any further requests. The decision is adopted. Thank you very much. And with that, I will now be in a very nice position to reward you with an extra half hour. So we will revert back to the 9 a.m. start time tomorrow morning. We don't necessarily need the extra time right now, so you can use it wisely to get more rest or to have another bilateral if you wish. Over to you, Naomi.